my recommendation to anybody is just let the race come to you. There are some things beyond your control, and just let them be beyond your control, and let them be nothing more. Meanwhile, looking around here, whoa! We just saw a car go sideways. That was Orlan Malinov going back into the tire barriers, backing into it in that Porsche. That's not a good thing. That might have done some engine damage. The negative delta losing a position out of that. So Sergio Ochoa Exposito in the Carbano Esports JD GT3 AM, the 366 Ferrari, benefiting from what we were just mentioning before. Another Porsche making another mistake.
I don't think that Porsche made a mistake on its own. Looking at the replay there, jumping in right here, Malinov was going into the exit of the Porsche curves and got clipped, I believe, off of the back of the one of the GT3s.
Oh, yep, I heard the collision there.
I think maybe just a little bit wide there, but definitely a little bit of interclass contact to bring us back on ABN1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on ABN2, we haven't seen any interclass conflict like this. And yep, as you mentioned, yeah, there's the collision that I hadn't noticed from before. But yeah, we hadn't seen any interclass exchanges up until that point here on ABN2, so befitting of an endurance race where we switch channels and, of course,
right,
we have some of that classic and multi-class endurance, multi-class conflict. So, thus ends the broadcasting for PEC on ABN2 at Circuit de la Sarthe. On behalf of Bobby Crivelli, Kevin Young, Eli Sasek, and Ryan Pinnell, we thank you for tuning in. Stick around for the raid, though. The coverage is not over entirely. We're going over to ABN Esports 1 for additional coverage from Carmen Sienna behind the buttons. And thank you for watching. We really deeply appreciate that, as well as PEC appreciating it as well. And we hope to see all of y'all on ABN1 as we continue coverage.
Appreciate everyone. Thank you all for the 6 hours of coverage. In the meantime, we're still looking at a few hours of darkness here in the Platinum Endurance Championship European 24 Hours, the classic here in northern France. 239 laps completed by your overall race leader, Ryan Littlemore, and Project Valorous here. It's 2 cars only lap in GTP. It is the number 50 Project Valorous and the number 55 Magic Arrow. Magic Arrow car falling a little bit further behind over the last 6 hours. 1 minute 14.7 is the gap between the top two. But again, those 2 cars head and shoulders ahead of everyone else right now. Stan Gavel behind the wheel of the German Sim Racing number 11 Acura right now, sitting in 3rd, being really a big defiance towards the 76 of Ryder Engineering, the esports crew there in GTP, needing to finish 3rd to clinch a championship that they entered this race leading in. Ryan Littlemore right now making sure the pressure stays on that 76 crew all the way throughout this race, and they've hit their marks almost perfectly. For that on the order, Old Firm Racing Purple, one of the French home teams, coming around to finish in the top, running in the top 5 at the moment. Kevin Yeiler for Old Firm Racing Purple sitting in the top 5. Magic 56 has climbed some spots, obviously, throughout the last 6 hours. They're now in the top 6. Nicolas Gessner behind the wheel there. Another French team at Team FFSR, the 99, currently being driven by Jonathan Berteau, who started this race at the very beginning of over 14 hours ago. Kajimi Murrieta for Dead Bull Racing in the number 16, sitting 8th. Alessio Bonino in 9th for 07 Racing. And in 10th, right now making a pit stop, it is Carbano Esports JD, Guanyo Gregera, sitting in that number 66 now. Driver change just taking place. Vicente Lara entered pit lane in that car and handed it off to Gregera, who will take over the reins here with less than 10 hours left to go. Jeffrey Arroyan for the Project Valorous Academy car. That car finally finding some stability as some other cars have dropped out of this race. We'll talk about the DNS here in just a moment. Mix Benito for Focus Racing, the Iberian driver, sitting 12th place in number 7. Then Felix Manzanetto behind the wheel of that car for XPD Racing. That has dropped down to 13th place, not where it wanted to be in this event. But that is the 13 that are still running. Obviously, we entered this race with 15 GTPs. 2 have retired. We have the 86 Team Red X SimSport and the Product Valor Super 51 officially out of this race after issues over the last 6 hours. Again, for everyone tuning in here on ABN Esports 1, we appreciate you spending your time with us here across ABN's networks to get everything going here tonight. Again, a huge shout out to Amity Pulsatrix, Ryan Pinnell, Kevin Young, Eli Sasek, and Bobby Crivelli, who did parts of the 6 hours. Obviously, Amity producing and providing some commentary feedback across the 6 hours on ABN 2. We'll hear on and off people throughout the rest of this broadcast. We're hoping to have Taylor Mills in the booth at some point, sports car champion on her own right. We may have Ryan Pinnell come back for a couple hours here later on. He's currently doing some recording for ARCS, his main production stuff. We got a little over 10 hours left to go, so bear with us, because this is where things get wacky a little bit. It is very foggy. It is very windy here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Pulling up the weather situation here, the track temps dropped down pretty significantly, 19 degrees Celsius. Almost maximum humidity. It's about as humid as you can get without having rain. And it's, as you can notice, the visibility has plummeted over the 6 hours. We are in pitch darkness. It is cloudy, very, very cloudy. The winds are still almost 20 kilometers an hour. It is the perfect storm for accidents here in Le Mans. Looking at the 13th place GTP, still Felix Manzanetto, Lorenzo Castellani, and 07 Racing. They are still holding strong at the front of the GT3 Pro field. They have an almost 3-minute gap over Alberto Moreno. 266, keeping them honest, staying in the lead lap conversations in case something does happen to the 201. But with the retirement of the 219 Sunray Sweden car, which entered this race second in points, all the 07 Racing crew has to do is score points. If they score 5 points, it is over. And they are champions for the 3rd time in succession in the GT3 Pro class. Again, it's something that they are just absolutely electric on. Alberto Moreno Sr. behind the wheel of the 266 at the moment as they run through the Porsche curves. And then you look at cars that are a lap down. Luis Gaspar in the 253 for Project Valorous Academy. At least one of the Academy cars is on the podium. It's the GT3 Pro car for Valorous that has done a fantastic job so far. Roman Ortiz behind the wheel of Enosis Esports number 274. It has been Mercedes on top of this race and truly well dominant in a way we've not really seen this season. They've just come out in full force. 4 of the top 5 spots belong to Mercedes AMG, and 5 of the top 7 belong to Mercedes. If those 9 in the top 7 that are Mercedes, they end up being BMW. So it's German engineering locking up the top 8 at the moment. We'll look further down the order. Pedro Vicario for AZR Motorsport moving up to the top 5 in the 220 for AZR Motorsport's Pro Team. Hugo Mendez coming up pit lane, the BMW of Core Motorsports 299 that has had issues throughout this race, still sitting in range and in reach of the top 5 with a little under 10 hours to go. Patrick Gannon on track, the 210 on the Mulsanne straightaway, approaching the first Mulsanne chicane. The American driver entering the late night, just like we are here on ABN 1. Huge race still to come as everything really sort of boils down to these last 10 hours. Vladislav Shopov not far behind. Again, this is how close the battling still is in some parts of the race. 5.9 seconds, almost 6 seconds, separating 7th and 8th on track after 14 hours. Insane proximity still. And you see, just going down, looking down the back straightaway, looking down the Molzon, just how much that fog is really hindering the visibility there. 6 seconds, you should be able to see those headlights bright and clear on the Porsche, but you see next to nothing. Just 6 seconds away, less than a quarter mile away. And you can't see anything from Shopov minus a little glare. Nick Kirstens in the 218 Cinema Sweden Esports Academy. That car is still rolling for the team. Their senior car is out. Nick Kirstens, former GT3 AM champion alongside Lemmy Mishk. Leading Mercedes in the field, sitting 9th in GT3 Pro. Philip Spez, 10th in GT3 Pro for Ryder Engineering. That team has had a rough start of this race, but things have balanced out a little bit. They're just stuck between two AM class cars. We'll talk about the AM class later on. Sasha Delic for Firefly E-Racing Blue. Sitting right now in 11th place for that team. Paulo Ernesto Tadolini for Code Esports sitting in 12th. And Kevin Wynn for the 234 Lithium Motorsports Pro car sitting in 13th place. We have one more car running in the Pro class in GT3, and that is the RPM Racing orange car, the secondary car for RPM Racing, sitting in 14th place. Brad Crouch behind the wheel of that car. We have 5 AM class cars still running as well. Andre Campinhalo for Lithium Motorsports AM coming down pit lane now. That Porsche leading the way. They don't have to lead the race to win the championship, but they cycled the way out closer to the front with issues down the order. Slippers Racing Team almost permanently in the second position with how things have looked so far in this race. John Connor is the American driver behind the wheel. A lot of Americans in the event right now. Late hours in the North American hemisphere. It is early morning, very early morning, for those in Europe. 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 a.m. over in London, 4 a.m. in Berlin. If everyone's spending time with us here throughout the race, we have a lot of racing to do still in this race, and even further throughout the week. We've got Winstall Cup Series racing at Sonoma later on Sunday at 7:45 p.m. here on ABN1. The HL Cup Series Monday at Las Vegas. Tuesday's the Hammer Down Truck Series from Phoenix. And then the 4th running of the Arrowhead 500 running on Wednesday, May 15th. A lot of racing non-stop here on ABN. All of those events taking place here on ABN1. Sitting here right now watching into the 11th hour, 10 hours, 14 hours complete. So we're looking into the 11th hour, we're looking into the 15th hour. It is a long day, and the day is only going to get longer. We are going to pivot back here slightly to the Pro class here in momentarily, because it looks like there's an interesting battle here. And there is an interesting battle there. Slow down. Affecting this fight just a little bit between Enosis Esports and Asia Motorsport. Mercedes on Mercedes once again, still in the top 5, 4th and 5th the battle right now. Racing through, that's through Indianapolis now, looking now into Arnage. These two fighting it out here just a little bit. As you're talking about John Connors, though, with sitting now in the provisional race lead, but not by much, because there's Blake Aaron, just further down the road. 399 is in contention for the race win. They are almost a pit stop ahead right now. A pit stop in GT3 about 1 minute 20 seconds, about 81 seconds if you want to simplify that a little bit. They've got a 56-second gap over the Lithium Motorsports AM car. So they've been working really hard, and the reason why that's the case is because the 396, as it was covered on ABN2, disqualified for driver infringements. They had too many gold drivers running too much of the time on the track. They didn't have any silver drivers available. They were disqualified for that. For those unfamiliar with how gold and silver and bronze drivers work in the Platinum Endurance Championship, gold drivers are rated anything above 3,500 I rating. So they had a bunch of gold drivers available in that car, but no silver drivers available, and the gold drivers are limited to running just 25% of the race, 6 hours. Obviously, when we handed the car, when we handed it off to ABN2, we were approaching 9. We were in hour 9, and we still hadn't seen any silver drivers. So, Unlucky Luke Racing, they were initially handed a drive-through, which they served, but they never changed to a silver driver, so they ended up being disqualified. So John Connors right now leading the way by about 56 seconds in AM class. It's a very interesting AM class that's seen a couple of retirements, 2 retirements to be precise. Lucky Luke Racing disqualified, and the Team Radix car 323 out of this race after a couple of nasty crashes throughout the first 12 hours of this race. Maurice Dianker behind the wheel last of that car. We have a couple of GTP retirements as well. The number 86 of Team Redux Simsport out of this race, as well as number 51 of Project Valorous, who reportedly, according to sources around the competition, what could be best described as a rage quit. Obviously, the car had been damaged. There had been an incident in the 7th hour. Marcus Solholm, I believe, behind the wheel. No, it wasn't Marcus Solholm. It was... I'm trying to remember who it was. I know it's Daniel Larson that was in the car last. But there was a driver in that car that wrecked it in the Porsche curves and gave it damage the first time. And then they kind of just threw it away again and stopped racing there in the 51 car. But they were also protesting a couple of penalties in the race. In fact, Larson right now is in with race control, speaking with race control about one of the penalties. They are sitting in pit lane with mechanical damage. They've got we call it a meatball flag. It's a black flag with an orange dot in the middle, which means that they have to get damage repaired on their car before they can return to the racetrack. But that is the situation that we are in right now. Right now, that's where we are at currently. So retirements, they have begun to flow in a little bit. We had 40 starters. We're down to 33 running here in Le Mans. That's 255 making its way through. 255, that is the Strumenti DS Racing team as the 220 comes down pit lane. That is Diogo Faria. 14th place right now for the Strumenti DS Racing crew. That team was in the top 5. That team had a very rough middle stanza of its race. Got a correction by the stewards room. Daniel Larson's actually helping out with stewarding. With that car, with the 51 car being effectively out of the race, Larson stepping up and being part of the race control team, which is cool. That's really cool to see. Responding, looking at the chat now. So Rage quits a little bit much. We had a 30-minute repair, which put us 10 laps down. How does the race currently? 15 entered. I see someone being a little bit negative. 40 started at a season started with 62. The season started with 58. We've not had a race see more than 58 cars. That would have been Daytona, the 6-hour race. Asking for 60 cars to show up for a 24-hour race is hard to do. Especially when a lot of the teams consolidated their 2 cars to run the 24-hour. The 11 team, for example, the German SimRacing.de car, they consolidated both the 11 and the 12 GTP teams to run as the 11 car for this race. And they're not the only ones that did that. So there's a lot of teams that are running both their programs together. Because this is a hard race. There's obviously a few teams that are still running their original lineups. Magic Arrow 55 is still a 3-car team with Avener, Tarozzi, and Norbert Thomas behind the wheel. Project Valorous has more drivers in it. Rider Engineering has more drivers in it. So like a lot of teams had to bulk up a little bit to handle this race properly. And that's difficult, and that's a smart move. When you're looking at the championships conversation here, there is no driver standings. It's just teams. Put together your best team to go after results. It's different to take on, the 12 hours of Sebring, 10 hours of Spa, 8 hours of Monza. It's different to take on those races because those races, comparatively speaking, are sprints. This is a 24-hour race that is very difficult, and we still have 33 cars running after what could have been an absolute disaster on the start. It's been relatively well behaved throughout the field. Obviously, there's still been penalties, there's still been drive-throughs, there's still been stop and holds. But everyone's minded their P's and Q's. Everyone's put their best teams forward for this race, which is really cool to see. But expecting everyone that showed up to Daytona to be in the same cars here at Le Mans when Daytona is a quarter of the distance doesn't quite line up, just because of how different the season has gotten from February to now. Obviously, the season started in February. We're now in May. And we've had more teams join in. There's some new teams that weren't here at the start of the season. German Sim Racing was not here at Daytona. They joined in late, and they were kind of just feeling things out. And right now, they're looking in the biggest race of the Platinum Endurance Championships history. They're right now on the podium. Rider Engineering, they are a position away from being able to lock up a championship. Yeah, that is super important to them. They have stacked the deck. Project Valorous, they don't want to finish second place anymore in the championship. They want to have a championship, so they've stacked their deck. The 55 was one of the only teams that felt comfortable with their existing lineup. Old Firm Racing Purple, they also brought in more drivers. That's the number 10 car, the 56, running a 4-car lineup. They usually don't do that. Team FFSR, the 99, brought in more drivers. So there's a lot that goes into the balance and the way that teams operate for these races. There isn't a 24-hour race on next season's calendar because they see what teams have had to do to put their best foot forward for this race. We're going to go back to what we saw in Season 3, where you'll see a 4-hour race, you'll see a 6-hour race, you'll see an 8-hour race, you'll see a 10-hour race, and then you'll see a 12-hour race. Obviously, the series wants to see more cars on track. You do that by letting the teams have a little bit more resources to play with, but also not forcing them to stress themselves out over 24 hours. So I think the way the 5 Endurance Championship is approaching Season 6 is very smart. I think doing this 24-hour race like once a year is really cool too. I hope that we get to see it again, whether it's, you know, the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025. It'd be really cool to see that. But this was a special event. This was a special challenge for everyone involved. And I think for everyone that stepped up, everyone has really kind of knocked it out of the park, whether they've been able to finish the race or not. David Narbonne behind the wheel now of the 391, approaching his box. See if there's a driver change there for the number 391 in 5th. And there is not going to be a driver change, it doesn't look like. It looks like Narbonne will stay in that car. Just to make sure I addressed everything there in the chat. I did to apologize to Larson and the Valorous 51 crew. I was going off of what I've seen in chat. I had not, obviously, when we left ABN1 last, I went and took a nap. Because I have to do most of the next 10 hours alone. So I needed some sleep. So I came back and just kind of browsed through the chat that was in the general, like just the race chat, just kind of see where everyone was at. Chat always a bit toxic. Yeah, it can be. I know that Marcus Solholm had quit the server. I knew that. That was the last thing I remember seeing. But obviously you can't win them all there. I just noticed something that popped up here. Norwegian driver Chris Tapio giving us a great little identifier as to how to pronounce his last name. I'm assuming that may be a struggle for some people. Tapio is actually pretty common in the U.S., so we appreciate that. Right now, Chris Tapio back in the car now. I don't know if he's run laps before, but Tapio in the car now, sitting 7th in GT3 for the 210 RPM racing car. The Norwegian driver running once again. Ryan Littlemore also coming down pit lane now, the race leader in GTP. Solholm was a stand-in for Le Mans only, so it was planned anyway. That makes sense. But that kind of just leans to what I was saying. There's a lot of drivers that were here just for Le Mans. A lot of teams planning specifically around how to handle Le Mans. Especially with it only being 2 weeks after Sebring. That's one of the quickest turns I've seen as far as endurance racing going. So, and it's going to be a driver change. AJ Stravato going behind the wheel, taking over for Ryan Littlemore. We talked to Littlemore before we handed off to ABN2 there at around 4 p.m. Eastern time here in the U.S. Stravato taking over for him. In the number 50 machine, Nora Thomas, who is going to have a little bit of overlap here, should take the lead back. And no, actually, will come down pit lane with the 50. So Thomas, we'll see if there's a driver change here for the 55 crew. Thomas in that number 55 Porsche. Stravato leaving pit lane now in the number 50 Acura. Thomas in the pit lane now. Let's see if there's a driver change there for the 55, or maybe if he goes for another stint. Might go for another stint here. Looks like he will. Driver change or tire change happening now. AJ Stravato now down the Mulsanne through to Rouge. It's so interesting seeing this race so dark. Obviously, not only is it like middle of the night, that fog is just so dense. Makes everything so much more difficult. Grossly speaking, we're now middle way down the Mulsanne, and the 55 is just now leaving pit lane. That is the gap that the 50 has put together on the 55. But in a giant sense, the 50's battle is not 55. It is with the 76 sitting right now 4th place. If the 76 gains one more spot, it is potentially curtains. Pulling up the stream on my phone so I can have more processing power on my PC, so we can cover more of this race here. Stavato now past the Mulsanne corner, now on the second half of the lap here, doing a complete lap. 2:47 here in Le Mans. And it's been a frantic race in GTP. A lot of the teams still behaving like this is still a sprint race, still going all out. We heard that from Littlemore, the team manager for Project Valorous, that this was very much a sprint all out from now to the finish. And they're not the only ones believing in that. The Acura are very much limited by how much you can actually save fuel. They were just sort of pegged down to 12-lap stints, and it looks like the 55 Porsche is really just matching them at this point. The 50 car has not had the bad luck befall it that it has seen the 51 and 52 experience. Stavato just kind of managing all of the pace they got right now. Thomas back in the car and still in the car, trying to close a little bit of time. Obviously, 1 minute 10 seconds, 70 seconds the gap right now between the top two. But definitely still nowhere close to being over for these two cars at the front of the field in GTP. Right now sitting in second. We have another car in pit lane, Alessio Benino in pit lane, as well as Ryan Hardinge for the Project Valorous Academy in pit lane as well. The 52 and the 23 in pit lane at the moment. Very quiet pit lane otherwise. Looking here, still a close battle here between 4th and 5th in GT3 Pro. Roman Ortiz and Diogo Teodoro still about to duke it out here. .8 the gap here between the 220 and the 274. Right, okay, it's kind of crunching some numbers here. Again, it's been a historic day for ABN, covering its first 24-hour broadcast across its family of networks. Almost 15 hours into this event. And again, it's been very special so far. I appreciate everyone being with us here throughout this race. It has been something completely special. We've had over 2,000 people tune in for the race so far. Over 2,000 people. And we still have over 9 hours of racing to go. There is so much that means to us here at ABN. The kickoff, our most important week of the year. Obviously we have the 24 hours this weekend. We have our Arrowhead 500 at Indianapolis on Wednesday. This is such an important week for us here on ABN, and a shout out to everyone that's made this happen, because everyone tuning in is just as important as everyone behind the scenes here at ABN. So I want to take a time to really genuinely appreciate where we've been. Obviously, we have our 5th birthday as an esports producer in November. And if you would tell me that we had over 2,000 people watching live streams for us, and ABN won over 1,200 followers, if you told us how many subscribers we have, if you tell me how many people would be on this team, wouldn't have believed you back in 2020. But this has been special. A lot of long hours still to come in this race. Again, the strategy calls are becoming the name of the game, as we talked about in the first half of this race. This is where the love of sim racing, the love of sports car racing, of endurance racing really comes into formation here. And I apologize for what's going to be periods of time where there is not a lot of talking going on. For those that maybe aren't familiar, or for those that maybe don't know, I am in the East Coast of the U.S. Avian Studios is located out of Ohio in the U.S. So it is almost 11 p.m. my time. A lot of Europe already asleep at the moment. If not asleep, then they're about to be. So the struggle is real. Not just on track, but off it too. Right now we're keeping an eye on the 274 of Roman Ortiz for Genosis Esports, losing a little bit of time to Diogo Teodoro for A0 Motorsports. And that is the closest spot we have on track at the moment. Just kind of browsing and perusing through the field. Yeah, it's the closest spot we have at the moment. We'll leave it here in case something happens to either the 220 or the 274, just for the moment. Running on lap for the race leaders, 251 for Eddie Stravato in the number 50 car. Luis Gaspar coming down pit lane, so we're seeing occasional pit stops still rolling through here. Gaspar for the Product Valorous Academy. Gonna make that pit stop here. See if there's a driver change here. Kajima Murrieta behind the wheel as well of the number 16 Dead Bull Racing car that's also coming down pit lane. There's 16 right there, the American driver. Approaching 11 p.m. I believe. I'll just see where in the U.S. Murrieta's from. If he's on the West Coast, then he's even luckier, because he's got time. There is going to be a driver change, though, from one American to another. Corey Ratliff will get behind the wheel of that car. So Radcliffe getting some time in. Another car in pit lane. That is the 255 Strumenti DS racing car in the pit lane. we'll start at the 11 p.m. hour, joined by Ryan Fennell, winner in the RXS&S series. I think, Ryan, you have a 24-hour win at Daytona as well. I think we both got lucky with one. Let's see if I can get Ryan. I can't hear Ryan at the moment. Let's see if we can fix that real quick.
Let's see.
Oh, there
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
there we go. I had to fix my button, push to talk. I didn't want everybody hearing my background noise. But yeah, I do have a Daytona win. My teammates carried me to that victory, but hey, it still counts.
Absolutely, it does. Obviously, we're in the time. This is the time of the night where they put an open-wheel driver with a Daytona 24 win and a dirt racer with a Daytona 24 win together. And we're gonna have a little bit of fun here, just kind of going through the night. Obviously, you were here on Avian 2 earlier with Eli Sasek. This is where it gets difficult, right? Because we're looking at 33 cars still running. You just came off recording a podcast. I'm trying to remember who you were recording with.
Brian Rupert.
Oh, Rupert, yeah. Another person from Ohio.
Exactly, yeah. He was a huge Bengals fan, so yeah, that was fun.
We're in the long haul hours here. Walking through this race, obviously, for those that are tuning in throughout the night, this is going to be very much podcast-esque. We're not going to be specifically talking about everything going on track. We're keeping an eye on the deltas at the moment, but a lot of it is come down to strategy. You have won a 24-hour, I think, more recently than I did. Did you win last year, or when did you win your 24?
I think it was actually 2 years ago. Last year, we did not have the same success. I can't even tell you who was on my team. I think Jacob Delgado was on our team. I can't remember the other members, but yeah, I mean, it was wild. I mean, obviously, I talked a little bit about it earlier when I was on with Eli. You know, every team has that kind of slower driver that doesn't have the speed that the other drivers have, but they can just keep it on track. That was me. I was there to turn my minimum laps, keep the car on the racetrack, and my teammates carried us to a win. So that was really special. I mean, anybody that hasn't done a 24-hour race, it is wild. It's so much fun. Now, don't put me on this racetrack because I would be lost. But at Daytona, it was a blast just to have, you know, the opportunity to be competitive and then end up winning it. It's just wild. After 24 hours, that's a long time to race a race car.
Yeah. So you won your race. I won in 2021. I think I won the year before you guys did. And that was rough because for us, and just kind of walking through, obviously, you talk about the community factor of just being with obviously with friends that you've raced with for so long. I had to fill in because one of our drivers got sick on mine. So we had him run literally the minimum laps that we could get away with. We had to calculate, okay, here's laps you need to run so we don't get in trouble, because that was before they changed it. And then once you run this minimum laps, I took over for the rest of the race. I ended up driving, I think, 13 of 24 hours, which was rough.
Yeah, that's wild.
Now it's different. Now, if you sign up the way it was before, if you signed up, you had to race. You didn't have a choice. That changed a couple years ago. I think I don't know if it was right after you won yours or about the same time, where you can sign up, but as long as you don't take to the track, if you're like not able to race for some reason, it's not going to hurt you. We didn't have that option, so we had to force someone that was sick to run 66 laps, and then I had to jump in and take over the next 5.
Yeah, I wish I would have known that because I probably wouldn't have ran any laps, and our team maybe would have done even better. But yeah, that's interesting. It's crazy how these things change through the years, you know, the rules and everything. And we talked a little bit earlier. I have yet to be able to run a 24-hour race that has rain and weather. I think that would be a blast. I'm only assuming that the Daytona 24-hour next year will probably implement that, and I think that'll be a blast to be a part of. So I might have to try and do it one more time.
Yeah, I'm debating that. I may not do a 24-hour race. I may just kind of stick to the 6 and 8 hour races. Because obviously, you won an LMP2, right?
Yeah, I did LMP2 like 3 years, and then 1 year I did GT3 in I think it was the BMW. Tommy Reynolds kind of forced me into that, so I wasn't really happy. But yeah, that one was not a good one. I'm very comfortable in the LMP2, especially around Daytona. Just turning as many laps. I mean, in a 24-hour race, I mean, right now they're on lap 253 here, and there's still 10 hours left, I think. Maybe
coming to 9.
I don't know. 9, yeah. So still a lot of time left. So 253 laps, and if you do it once a year for 4 years straight, that's a lot of laps.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Obviously, GTP cars a little bit faster now with the hybrid system in place. I'm going to look up real quick because I haven't had a chance to actually look this up to see what the record number of laps run at Le Mans was. Because I know we're right now running pretty well on it, and typically iRacing laps run a little bit quicker than real life laps because we don't have to worry about the G-forces. So I'm looking that up real quick.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, I mean, it's so crazy being a part of this versus like a iRacing official race where, depending on the split you're in, you have some people out there that don't, and I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm nothing compared to some of the drivers on the iRacing splits that just absolutely do not know what they're doing. But I mentioned it several times earlier. All of these drivers are just so competent and just so good. Like, even when they do crash, they keep it off the track. They hold the brakes. They make sure the track's clear. I mean, this has just been such a fun race to watch and see all these drivers just do a really good job.
So the record laps that were run in 24-hour race at Le Mans was done all the way back in 2010. So it's been a while. 397 laps in 24 hours here. That was done back in 2010. The Audi. Sorry, no, hold on. Yeah, so it was the Audi. It was the Audi R15 Plus TDI, the diesel car, in 2010 that did the most laps at Le Mans in the current configuration of the track.
Yeah, I mean, they're at they're at 253 now, and like you said, I mean, there's still a lot of time left. I mean, they're going to be close to that number.
So we're seeing something interesting here. I just happened to see this pop up. So driver change for Slipper's racing team. I need to figure out what that flag is. That is an Eastern Asian flag. What is that? So it's Tian Rui Li for the 399. Let's see if I can get someone to answer that question for me, because it's not the Taiwanese flag. It's not the Chinese flag. It's got it's a red flag with a giant sun in the middle of it.
Yeah, definitely don't ask me. I don't know many flags. I know America's. That's about it. Maybe the state of Georgia, and that's Georgia, USA, not the country. So yeah, that was something that was really cool to me too when I loaded into the session earlier at 4 o'clock Eastern time today. Just the diversity in this field is just absolutely amazing. I mean, I have never seen so many people from so many different places in a race before. Even iRacing, even the officials, I don't see this kind of, diversity. So it's just really cool to see all these people from different countries, different worlds. It's just so crazy that we get to watch them race. A 24-hour race is so cool.
I think a verification on the national flag. I'm not seeing the flag. The closest flag that comes up, I believe, is Kyrgyzstan, which is not the same flag. So I'll have to get confirmation on what that flag is for Tianrui Li. But this team's sitting right now in a good spot. They're second place in GT3 AM class, which is where both of us would end up being. Looking at where everyone else is in the field, their Tianrui Li is got an I rating of 1754, which is still, I think, better. I know better than mine. So
I think the only reason mine's as high as it is because my teammates helped me in the Daytona 24s. So yeah, I think mine might be like 1800, but that's just because I had some really good teammates that pulled me through and helped me out.
Yeah, a lot of very good teammates, a lot of very good drivers here in the Platinum Endurance Championship field. Again, we are approaching the end of hour 15 here, approaching 9 hours left to go in this race. Obviously for you, this couldn't have been timed out any better because ARX as a whole had an off weekend, which thankfully had an off weekend because SNS would not have been able to juggle both SNS and this. But obviously, ARX having tomorrow off the A-Square Cup Series for Mother's Day, they're back. You're back next week for, I think it's Atlanta?
Yeah, Atlanta, my only shot at making the playoffs.
Yeah, I've been debating making an attempt at that race. Because I've only done one ever RX A-Square Cup Series race, and that was the Daytona 500, or yeah, Daytona 250. That was what, 2021? I tried.
It was, yeah, I remember that. That was
I scored stage points,
fun.
I scored stage points in stage 2 and died immediately because I crossed line 6 with a blown engine.
Well, look, I can't score stage points to save my life this year. I have done everything. I've tried strategy. I've tried to just go all out. The competition is just wild this year. I cannot get stage points, and I'm hanging out down there. I think I'm like 21st, 20th in points. It's a wild season, but it's been a lot of fun. Very competitive.
Yeah, a lot of competitions here, especially on ABN. Obviously, we got RCAs for Cup Series, HTL Cup Series as well. Oh, this is Sly, Sergio Ochoa Esposito. Let's even pivot to him real quick, and that is the third place AM car. The Ferrari coming out of the Porsche curves with a struggle. Now, not the end of the world, but 366 struggling just a little bit, and not on the same lap as 399 or the 334. It's still not ideal there. Now for you, you're a huge Ford fan. I'm not, but you are. By the time we get to next year, we should have the Ford Mustang, the Dark Horse GT3. Does that make, obviously you talk about wanting to do rain races, with that Mustang coming into play, obviously that Mustang GT3 looking fantastic. You said you've won races in the LMP2, you've done the LMP2 for 3 years now. Would you consider running in the Ford Mustang next year if it came out?
Oh, for sure. I mean, if iRacing gets that into the service, which I feel like they kind of have to, especially
they scanned it back in January.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, if they put it on the service, you better believe I'm gonna be buying that car and practicing. I like to stick to tracks that I know, which are obviously NASCAR tracks like Watkins Glen, Daytona Road Course. Like I said, Le Mans. Some of these places that NASCAR doesn't really race. I'm not familiar with them as much as other people are, but I would love to run that GT3 Ford Mustang at Daytona, or even if it's at Watkins Glen, just a track that I'm familiar with. But yeah, I'm a huge Ford guy. I mean, I own a Ford Mustang to this day. I've ran Fords in all my sim racing stuff. I even had somebody ask me one time, "Hey, can you race for me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And he's like, "It's a Chevrolet." And I'm like, "No, I'm out." Like, that's just who I am. I mean, I'm committed to Ford, and I love Ford. So I would love to run that Mustang when they release it on iRacing.
Yeah, hopefully both that and the Corvette, the new Corvette coming out, hopefully later on this year. We'll have to see what Season 3 looks like, or yeah, Season 3, when see if those cars come out then. Kind of looking here, Ochoa Esposito being lapped by, I believe, one of the Carbano Esports cars. Sort of browsing and perusing. There is a little bit of battle here between the 278 and the 218. Chris Fraziloff and Nick Kirstens, the native Delta and Simray Sweden, going at it here. Porsche and Ferrari sort of just shooting through the forest, down the Mulsanne straightaway. Obviously, you said this track you'd probably get lost on, which is fair because it's very easy to get lost to get to Indianapolis now. Now we have our bearings. Obviously, you're familiar with Daytona, familiar with Watkins Glen. What is a race on your bucket list that you've not had a chance to run yet? Obviously, you've done a lot of races. You've done, obviously, the Chili Bowl. You've run Daytona, both the Oval and the 24. You're trying to do another 500, Arrowhead 500 at Indianapolis. What's a race that you've seen that you've just not been able to be a part of yet?
That's a good question. I mean, honestly, I've run a lot of endurance races at Daytona and Watkins Glen. I would really love to branch out on my endurance side and run a track that maybe I'm not familiar with. What's the 12 hours at Sebring, I think was this year. I almost ran that. But I backed out last minute because I just got a little nervous. I wasn't familiar with the track and the rain. I think the official sessions had rain come in like on the formation lap. So I just was really uncomfortable doing that. But I would really love to run the 12 hours at Sebring at some point in my life. I feel like I can learn that track. It's not too difficult. It's not like Nürburgring or even Le Mans is very, very technical. Sebring has some NASCAR type corners in it. So I'd love to try the 12 hours at Sebring. You don't have to have a full 4-5 car team for that either. So that's one that I'd like to try at some point in my racing career.
Obviously a very bumpy track there. We just saw a replay of Marcel Nirenberg for Firefly Racing Blue wreck it there in turn 2, trying to make it all the way back around, missing the entire front bumper of that 207 Porsche, trying to make it all the way back, sitting in 11th place. We'll have to sit down for some more repairs. But not going to be alone in pit lane. There's the race leader in GT3 Pro, Lorenzo Castellani, the all-Italian team going for the 3-peat in this series. Everyone trying to roll through pit lane here. Try to make that as quick of a stop as possible. Marco Mendez on pit lane as well for the 299 Core Motorsports team. Seeing a lot more Europeans coming back out here on the track. Alice Cowan, a driver change, very quick change for 07 Racing GT. Getting everyone back out on track. Alice Cowan will take over from Castellani to continue the leading charge there for the 07 Racing crew. Alberto Moreno, not really going to have a chance to really threaten the 201, but sitting in second place still by about half a lap. Pretty well set in stone there where the 266 is being right now at BMW, sitting safely in the second spot here. We've crossed to 11 p.m. We're now past the 15th hour, 16th hour beginning here at the Circuit de la Sarre in Le Mans. Northern France. We have the weather on the right-hand side of your screen, almost maximum humidity. Very low temperatures now on the track as we are in not only darkness, but also in complete cloud cover as well. Wind speeds have also died down a little bit. They were about 22 kilometers an hour. Now they're about 15 to 18 kilometers an hour. They've died down a little bit here. For those tuning in, for those jumping in over in Europe, waking up this morning, welcome to AV Esports 1's continued coverage of the European 24 Hours, the final race of Season 5 for the Platinum Endurance Championship. I'm Carmen Sienna. Alongside me is a race winner in ARCS, one of the leaders of ARCS, and a driver we hope to see on Wednesday at the Arrowhead 500, Ryan Pinnell, with us here for a little bit as we go into the nighttime hours here in the U.S. and we look at the potential early morning dawn of northern France. looks like a little bit of light beyond the trees there. It looks like the sun not far away from shining here in Le Mans. As everything continues to run here, Alberto Moreno sitting second behind Alex Cowan. 07 Racing, again, looking for the three-peat, looking almost certain of that at the moment. Nuremberg back to pit lane for extended repairs on that 207 Porsche.
Yeah, I've been there before. There's really nothing you can do. I mean, you know, your car gets damaged. There are no fast repairs in these 24-hour events, so you just have to limp it back to pit road and hope that the damage is not too bad. But we've seen a couple cars throughout this, you know, run have to retire because they, you know, their damage was just so much that it was pretty much taking them out of the race contention. So it's unfortunate, but it does happen.
Obviously, we talk about this, obviously accidents happen, but it's also very easy just to lose concentration in a race like this. Obviously, not an easy situation to be in. For you, obviously, you run in, you said that you were kind of just the anchor driver, just making sure the car stayed running and was in stayed clean. What's the most difficult part about that? Because I've sort of been in the middle. I've been at times I've been the anchor driver where I'm just like, okay, we'll just kind of drive around and just make sure this thing's good. But then there's times where like you actually have pace. What's the most difficult thing as far as maintaining concentration? Because sometimes you're in that car, especially if you're like in our position where it's like, there's an emergency pops up, someone's just not there, and you're alone for 2 hours or more. How do you handle that and try to keep the concentration? Because everything blends together quickly when you're alone and you just have the same repetition and motion. And you're not, at this point in the race, you're not really battling anyone directly. Like, you're passing cars, sure, but you're not battling someone. They're like little glimpses, they're like flashes. How did you manage that as a driver? Because you were coming in, and I know that you ran a stint in Daytona where you were kind of just on an island because obviously your teammates had given you multiple laps of advantage. How do you manage just to maintain the concentration there for that?
It can be tough. I mean, so for my first two Daytona 24-hour events that I did, as everyone knows, my internet at the time was very, very bad. So I volunteered for like a 2 a.m. To 5 a.m. stint because I knew that you know, my dad and my sister, I was living with them at the time. I knew they wouldn't be using any internet from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. So I was like, yeah, sign me up for, you know, 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. And I'm telling you, because, you know, iRacing, obviously Daytona being an East Coast event, the time lined up with pretty much what the time was in real life. So 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. it was dark on track. You're by yourself. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. You know, it is so easy to lose focus, and you miss one turn and it affects the next 5 or 6 turns that you take, just because of how, you know, the momentum, especially in, you know, the GTP or the LMP2 cars are. It's really, really tough. But fun story. The last, and this reminded me of this when you asked me that, the last Daytona 24 that I did this year, I forgot that I had Alex Simkowski on my team.
Oh dear.
And yeah, that's never a good start to a story. But I was scheduled to run, I think I ran from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. And then Simkowski was supposed to come in at 7 a.m. He did not show up at 7 a.m. So I ran for, I think, another hour and a half, 2 hours. So I ran from like 3 a.m. till like 9 a.m. Just, you know, again, I'm not the fastest at road courses, but I had some pretty good pace once I got in a zone. And Alex Simkowski, I think, finally woke up at 1 p.m. about 2 or 3 hours before the session ended and got to turn his minimum laps. But yeah, the focus is really hard to zone in on. Something about a dark racetrack, you just kind of get lost almost in the racetrack. And here at Le Mans, I can only imagine it's even worse than Daytona, because at least Daytona has lights, going around the NASCAR turns. Yeah, it does get a little dark on the infield, but this track is dark almost all 8.74 miles. I mean, it's so the drivers that are able to do this and focus and just stay consistent, props to them, because I don't think I could do it. But yeah, that focus is so hard to keep, especially when you're like a GTP car or a GT3 car where you have to look in your mirror, you have people coming up on you really fast, or you're trying to pass lap cars. It's just really wild as a driver inside that cockpit.
Right now, riding on board with the leader in GT3 Pro, Alex Cowan for 07 Racing, giving us a good idea as to what we're seeing around the racetrack. We're almost in early morning situations at the moment. We'll kind of break the vibe just a little bit. We'll pull up the iRacing overlay here for just a moment. I actually enabled service only mode for the chat, which was not what I wanted to do. The reason why I'm doing this because I can't see what the time is on the track at the moment. It is 5:29 a.m. on track is what I was looking for. So we are not far away from sunrise is what we were looking for in this situation. So 5:29, almost 5:30 in the morning. So sunrise happening in the next hour and a half. So we get to see a little bit of daybreak, which is nice for these drivers. Obviously, Alex Cowan doing a decent chunk of the night driving for the race leading car in GT3 Pro. And you can see a little bit of that. You see a little bit of the haze coming up as sunrise not too far away. But as you mentioned, it is very dark here at Le Mans. Obviously, riding on board here with the Mercedes, you get a really good look. It's even harder with and you mentioned this before, it's even harder with the GTPs, because you look at how minimal the visibility is in the GTP. This is the Acura we're riding on board with right now for Stravato in the number 50. You don't have a lot of visibility, and it is dark in that cockpit. It is extremely dark in that cockpit. So that is an absolute struggle. I do not envy it at all.
I don't either. I mean, and especially with some of these drivers that have ran, upwards of 100 laps. I know me personally, even just running one stint from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Your vision starts getting blurry. It is tough. It is not easy. I tell people in ARCs all the time, if you've never run a 24-hour race, just do it one time. Even if you're not good, it doesn't matter. Just do it just for the experience. I mean, it is so cool. It's really a team building experience. You're going to have 4 or 5 other people on your team, and you have to work with them throughout the 24 hours of, okay, this person's got to run from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and this person's got to do 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and just the team building is so cool. But yeah, it is definitely tough. I know I've been in a chat by myself at 3 o'clock in the morning. I had I had a bot playing some music for me, just trying to keep me awake, because it is so hard to focus at night. Luckily, my races that I didn't have this light fog, almost a medium fog at this point. So I can only imagine that would make it even worse.
Yeah, obviously you look at the fog that's going on. This has been fog almost throughout the entire nighttime here. Obviously, part of the changes that came with the new rain system that is now in place. Obviously, we don't see rain. Reason why we're not seeing rain is because obviously a lot of different, especially with the NVIDIA GTX, the 2000 series graphics cards, they have a lot of crashing issues. A lot of the drivers in the series run 2000s or 3000s NVIDIA cards. So they're like, until we figure out what's going on with that, we'll not run rain. But it gave us this dense fog that has definitely affected visibility. It's caused a little bit, obviously, when we left ABN 1 at 4 p.m., there's 3 retirements, so now there's 7. So a little bit more issues there to worry about. Thomas in pit lane after leading a lap here in GTP. We'll hand the lead right back off to Stravato in the 50. And just like that, 50 car back in firm control. But yeah, just riding on board, just kind of seeing how different everything is interesting, because this is even less visibility than the LMP2 is normally. This is almost close to where the Audi R18 is as far as the visibility, because it's such a narrow window that they're actually looking through. It's so difficult to just actually like putting that in perspective. Everyone talks about how narrow the IndyCar cockpit is. That cockpit window's the smallest.
Yeah, it's nothing compared to these GTP cars. I did actually run the GTP cars. I just was really mesmerized by them. Tommy Reynolds kind of got me hooked on the GTP car, and even some of the onboard shots that we have, it's kind of shifted over to the right a little bit, so the driver is more to the left, so even the drivers see less than what we see on the broadcast, which is something that a lot of people would be like, no, there's no way. But I'm telling you, I've run a GTP car. It's hard to see out of those cars. It really is. I mean, the cockpit there's so much inside of that cockpit with all the switches and everything, but the actual windshield, you really can't see a lot out of it. So I mean, and I race those cars during the day. At nighttime, oh man, I can only imagine how bad it is and how little you can see out of that car.
Stravato leading the way by about 1 minute 10. That gap has not really changed a significant amount here. There is a battle here between the top three, who are together now on the racetrack. This is huge. Ryder Engineering's taken third place away from Stan Gebel in German sim racing, and that is a huge moment for Zadar Ates. Third place is what the 76 car needed to go after the championship. They needed third place to lock it up with where the 50's at right now in the race. Third place makes the 76 car champions if they can hold on to it across the next 8 hours and 45 minutes. Easier said than done, but this team ended up down as low as 9th place and had to struggle to get back to this point. They've gotten back to the 11 and have now gotten around the 11 to take that podium place away and put themselves with the hands on their own destiny. Finally, after 15 hours and change, they are back in the conversation. That is a huge moment for that team. Ryder Engineering, we talked about their story in the first part of this race. Runners up in season 3, scoreless in season 4. Now in season 5, with the hands once again around a championship trophy that they've been denied so long in this competition. It was a lap down GTP car letting the 11 go through, letting the two Acuras battle it out for third place here.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, we were watching the 76 earlier when I was in here, and we mentioned that all the 76 had to do was just finish third, and that championship was theirs. And we kept watching them, we kept looking, talking about them. They just weren't quite there. But now to make that pass after, right at pretty much 15 hours and 18 minutes here, that is huge. And again, still a lot of time left, so it's not over, but they're in a spot now to where they can clinch this thing if they just keep it on the track, keep it clean, and they're in a good spot right now.
Yeah, really huge moment here as things currently run. Again, they took third place away, looking at Guanyo Gregera, who was letting the leaders go through there. But it is Ates and Stan Gebel, and Gebel had to slow down as well. Add insult to injury, had to slow down after cutting a little bit too much of the Ford chicanes there, the final couple corners on the lap. Now back behind the 66, and the 76 has stepped it up another gear here in Le Mans, and that changes some things. One of the drivers, I believe John Connors from the Slippers Racing Team, in the chat saying it's trippy and mentally taxing, the driving at night in the fog. Obviously, John Connors was in the car in the 299 and the 399 when we came back on the air on ABN1. Now he's overseeing Tianru Lee, his teammate, right now leading in GT3 AM, the 399 Slippers Racing Team car, with a slight advantage right now on the field in GT3 AM. That team looking for its first win in the Platinum Endurance Championship if they can take care of business. I will ask, since John Connors is in the chat, see if he can listen. What nationality is Lee? Because he's showing a flag that we've not seen before in our broadcast. It's a red flag with a yellow sun in it. I feel like that's not completely accurate, because I can't think of a flag that actually looks like that. I was asking for clarification because that was something that I've seen a lot of things in my 5 years doing this. Laos. Oh. Laos is one. Let me look at the Laotian flag. One moment, please.
Hey, we're learning stuff as we go here. That's what this is all about.
Oh, so it's not the Laos flag that we're showing on the screen, but Lee, it being from Laos, would make sense, because they may have just given it an East Asian regional flag. That's fair.
It's kind of like American drivers when it says Midwest as the region.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a guess at that point. Midwest could be Colorado or, you know, West. Hell, I don't know. I'm not good at maps.
So they call it Midwest. Ironically, they put Ohio in the Midwest for some reason. The Midwest, you're looking at you look at Wisconsin, Minnesota, Kansas, Nebraska, the Dakotas. That's technically the Midwest. The Mountain West is where you have Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, Idaho, Montana, and then you have actual Pacific West, which is California. Pacific Northwest is Washington, Oregon. America's way too big. way too big.
It is. It really is.
John Connors doing the investigative journalism for us here. So we've just tried to correct the flag for Tianru Lee, who has looking at it now, I believe it's a Sayat flag, which is the Confederation of Southeast Asian Nations, I believe is the flag that we're seeing. Which would make sense, because Laos, Vietnam, Myanmar are among that group. Singapore, another country that's on that. Oh, Ri's just straight up from China. Okay.
Well, that flag does not match.
No, we'll have to get that one fixed. Because we have a Sayat flag, which technically counts because China is in Sayat, but yeah, it was like, oh, that's new. We've not seen that before. Learning more every day. China. Ta-da. Let's see if we can get this update here real quick. There's Liam Mish in the 276, sitting top 10 in the GT3 category. And there it is. The flag has been updated. Now we actually have the Chinese flag there for Tianru Lee. Helps with the overnight stints. Without West Coast US, it's tough. Yes. Well, see, we're on the East Coast. Ryan is, I think, in Michigan right now. I'm in Ohio.
I am. Yep.
So it is all East Coast right now, and it will be for a little bit. And we're looking at right now we're with the 399, the race leading car in GT3 AM. It does look like there is sunshine not far away for the drivers. Thankfully, sunshine not far away. We're past 5:30 a.m. on track here in northern France. Past 11:30 p.m. here in the U.S.
Yeah, that was always my favorite moment at Daytona, when the sun would start to come out, because then I could see the track again. It was so nice. And then obviously, being a NASCAR fan, they ran the Daytona road course for several years there. I'm familiar with that track. I kind of know the layout. This one, I don't know it as well. So, Eli was in there, and Amity was, they were talking about these turns, and I'm like, I have no clue what y'all are talking about. I don't know what these turns are called. I just see some great racing out here. So definitely some learning on my part tonight. But that's why I love doing this, just watching these cars, different classes, and at a track that I'm not too familiar with. It's still just a blast to see these cars racing out here, and thankfully the sun will come up here soon, and maybe I can see the track a little bit better.
Yeah, and just a reminder for those that aren't familiar with the Circuit de la Sarthe, there's technically 3 racetracks to this venue. Obviously, there's like the main 24-hour layout that we're seeing right now, which uses the street circuits for the Mulsanne. But there's the Bugatti layout, which occupies most of the home straightaway, and the it splits off in the S's here. See if we can get an actual good look at this, because it splits off here. Watching on board with the 399 still. See if we can get a good look. So there's a little cutoff here. So I'm gonna pause it. You saw where the little runoff there is for the 399, but just behind. That's where the Bugatti circuit comes off, and you see a lot of like motorcycle racing there too. But there's also another layout that is used for training for Porsche, I believe, sports car testing. I believe. I'll have to go back and double check there. But there is a layout that they have almost mapped out here in Le Mans. Give me 1 second just to make sure we can get all this taken care of. But it's like it's on like the front straightaway, like tucked away on the front straightaway. So this is a huge venue, all things said and done. And obviously they have concerts here. There's a soccer stadium inside this racetrack as well. It's just a giant racetrack all the way through.
Yeah, me and Eli talked about going to that KFC right outside the soccer stadium after we were done with our stint in the booth. So yeah, we went over there and grabbed some fried chicken. I'm assuming it felt like it tasted the same as American KFC, but not sure completely.
Yeah, it's very interesting all the stuff that they have around this racetrack here. There's the soccer stadium that we see occasionally in the background, the backdrop there. It's on like the inside. When we talk about Tertre Rouge, that soccer stadium is just the inside of it on the right hand side if you're on the racetrack. What I was talking about with the training circuit is the Circuit Maison Blanc. It's a motorsport academy that is here at Le Mans, and they have a couple of karting tracks as well. You don't see a whole lot because the actual Le Mans racing circuit kind of splits the karting facilities and the training ground, the motorsport training ground, almost in half. In the run up towards the Fort Chicanes there. So it's a giant facility. It's a fun one to kind of just explore and look into, and we'll hopefully be able to kind of point out a little bit more. John Connors, imagine growing up karting at Le Mans. Imagine growing up karting, imagine racing at Le Mans, and instead of going into sports cars, you go into like touring cars that never go here. Just growing up in one of the most iconic places on the planet and just never being here. That'd be rough. That would be a tough thing to swallow.
Yeah, and Eli said something about a circle track somewhere. I don't know how factual that is, but I told him that's where I need to be. I'll be over there running that track while all these talented drivers run the full circuit here, because I have no business being out here. But man, they are putting on some great racing. Just, I mean, it's crazy after 15 and a half hours, or sitting at 15 hours and 30 minutes almost. There's still cars out there on track that are within a second or two of each other, throughout these classes. It's wild that happens after 15 hours.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy. And obviously, we're waiting for a couple battles to kind of come into the fold here. We're looking at, we need to look at this battle here, the 258 and the 218 and the 278 about to battle it out here. Then within a second, we also have a battle potentially merging up here with the 56 and the 10 in GTP. Yeah, this obviously Le Mans is a very big place. It's got a giant 18-hole golf course inside Molsheim Corner. It's got a horse racing facility inside the racetrack as well. It's got a soccer stadium. There is actually a paved oval track. It's called the Velodrome Léon Boly. And it is a full-on, paved oval racing track. That is absolutely wild.
That is, and that's where I need to be. I don't know what you just called it, but it's where I need to be.
So France is weird because I believe the Velodrome. Yeah, that's what I thought. The Velodrome that we see, the paved oval track, is for bicycles because they do bicycle oval racing in France. It's actually, I think it's an Olympic sport, the Velodrome, the bicycle, the speed racing. So they have an outdoor paved oval track for bicycles. That is how intense they take the racing. They put their bicycles on ovals and let them just run, I think 120 kilometers an hour is what they can get up to. They can get to pretty intense speeds on the velodromes because they are banked. They are banked the same way you expect tracks like Atlanta and Daytona to be banked. They are banked that significantly. So that may be what he was talking about, which is probably the most intense workout ever. Definitely worth the experience there too. But they have some ovals in France as well. Obviously, the NASCAR Will and Euro Series takes place with a couple races in France. So definitely, I think just an epicenter for racing altogether.
Yeah, I would love to see. I know NASCAR is trying to branch out to international stuff, but it seems like all the international stuff it's just road courses. Like, why can't we go to an international circle track like an oval? Like, I feel like that would be so good for everyone involved. I mean, I don't know what NASCAR's thinking, but obviously I'm not a part of NASCAR's board, so I'm throwing that out there. Dale Earnhardt Jr., if you're listening, we need to go to some oval international tracks. That'd be great.
Well, the issue is that there's not a whole lot that are still running. You look at the oval tracks internationally that exist on a larger scale. You've got obviously Twin Ring Motegi, but that oval's been out of commission since 2011, since the earthquake damaged it. And then you look at Lausitzring in Germany. That's the only major oval in Europe that's still running. Because that's a almost 2-mile oval. I think it's like 2.048 miles. So it's a little over 2 miles. And I mean, Champ Car used to race there. They raced there in 2001, 2003. I mean, it looks like they just recently repaved it, from what I'm seeing. Yeah, it looks
so it's ready.
Yeah, it looks.
It's ready.
Yeah, and it's almost kind of like Pocono, but a little bit shorter and a little bit flatter. It looks like. So you got a lot. It's like you take like the Long Pond straightaway, and instead of like having the tunnel turn, you have to like slow down because it's flat in turn 2. That's a heavy braking zone in a nutshell right there. But they also have a giant road course as well. They still host the DTM series. I still obviously have testing there. They've got a motocross circuit going on there at Lausitz. So, where are the participants from in this race? Looking at the Twitch chat here, all over the world, all over the world. That is easy to sort of sum that up there. 22 different countries present in this race tonight. Most of them from Europe, but we see some drivers from the US, from Canada, from Brazil. We have a driver from China leading right now in GT3 AM. Tianrui Li right now leading the 399, the AMG for Slippers Racing Team. So it's just kind of all over the world that you're seeing competition here in the 24 hours here in Europe. So it's just kind of all over the place here tonight, and it will be for a little bit. But that's part of the fun of it all as well. Being able to race with everyone here. We've got drivers from the US, Canada, Brazil, looking here, China, UK, Ireland, Belgium, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Spain, Italy, France, Hungary. I see Germany in that list as well, Switzerland, Austria. I believe I said Sweden. We have someone from Finland. A lot of different drivers in this field. Over 100 drivers overall.
There is, and I mean, there's some places where, and again, iRacing, when they put you in a club, sometimes they give you some kind of weird names, but I mean, there's some places where I see, their club name, and I'm like, I don't even know where that country is. Like, I gotta Google that.
Yeah.
Like, I've never even heard of that before. So that's crazy to have so much diversity, so many different people from different places.
Way to car slide. That is a huge
I
spin.
saw that.
That is the RPM Racing Orange. That is the 2-11. Mark DeBoer exiting pit lane, had a spin there, approaching Terre Rouge, and still struggling. American driver jumping in for the first time in a while. And you can tell, you've been able to tell, as we've been talking, the track conditions have gotten lighter. The light has begun to emerge through the fog as sunrise approaches here. John Connor's confirming that cold tires will get you. Mark DeBoer coming out on track, coming from pit lane there, just taking over the car for the 211. Cold tires are absolutely lethal, and especially with how cold the track is right now. So, DeBoer having a slight issue there, but on track overall, avoided any damage there. Alberto Garcia Blasco in pit lane now. The number 33 car sitting 12th in the GTP class. For those wondering, what is GT3, what is Pro, what is AM, what is GTP? If you're looking just kind of perusing, GTP cars are all gold drivers. 100% they are gold or platinum drivers. Those are drivers that are above 4,000 I rating. GT3, they're gold drivers, 3,500 I rating and above. GT3 AM, a mixture of gold and silver drivers, has to be mostly silver drivers. Gold drivers limited to 25% of the race running. We've seen a team disqualified for violating that rule. That was the 396 Unlucky Luke Racing car. It led a lot of the early portion of this race before being disqualified. But also numbering conventions are the same way. GTP class cars have the first two number digits. They, from 1 to 99. There was a secondary class that was planned. It would have been the LMP2 class. They would have had 3-digit numbers like the 100, I think 101 to 199. And then GT3 we see 201 to 299. GT3 Pro, GT3 AM we have 300, 399. So number conventions very much in play there. If you're wondering who we're looking at here, look at the number. If it starts with a 3, it's like what we're looking at right now with Miroslav Sladorov, then it's an AM class car. If it starts with a 2, like the race leading car right now for GT3 Pro, it's a Pro class car. We don't have any LMP2s. We do have GTPs, and there are the 1 or 2 digit numbers on the track here they have the first 100 numbers of the counting system pretty well locked up here. Two cars in pit lane together. These are the two cars that we were waiting to see come in together, and they are in. Alexander Carlier for Old Firm Racing Purple, the French driver racing at home. And the number 10 trying to defend a top 5 running position from the Magic Arrow 56 camp, currently being driven by the Eastern European driver Dominic Fiquete. So pit stops here for both these drivers who are shadowing each other at this point, and they have some racing to do. Still here coming to the end of the first 16 hours with a little over 8 hours to go in this event. Again, for those tuning in on ABN Esports 1, we appreciate you spending your time with us here on Saturday, or almost Sunday at this point, depending on where you're at in the world. Driver change happening for the Product Valorous number 253, the Finnish driver Lori Capella back in that car for the 253, sitting in third place in the GT3 Pro class. Again, for everyone tuning in, I'm Carmen, alongside me, Ryan Pinnell, to walk us through into the midnight hour here on ABN 1 on the East Coast of the U.S. Both the 10 and the 56 leaving pit lane together. It is on Fiquete, now to chase down Kevin Yeiler. Driver change there for the 10 car. Yeiler needs to get up to speed quickly because there is a challenge by the 56 car. Definitely brewing here. Cadillac versus Cadillac, though. Can be a very even fight between these two cars over the next 12 laps as they go through for another stint.
Yeah, this is really honestly the first time I've been able to see the track, because like I said, when I joined at 4 p.m. Eastern time in Michigan here, it was complete darkness pretty much the entire time. Me and Eli and Amity were calling that stint. Now you can kind of see the track. That fog is still hanging around. I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, but you can definitely see the track a little bit better than before. The headlights still on these race cars. I would assume that they will probably stay on, especially with this fog that's here over the racetrack. You really couldn't see it in the darkness unless, you know, the camera kind of zoomed out. You could see that fog a little bit in the darkness, but as the sun tries to come up behind the clouds, I think you'll see that fog will be very, very easy to see, and it still limits how much these drivers can see, even with the light coming out here with the sun coming up.
Yeah, again, very much matching the real-life situation here in France. Obviously, approaching midnight here. It's approaching 6 a.m. in France. So we're really close to really just kind of matching that the actual clock here on track here. Zadar Ates for Rider Engineering in pit lane. Now the number 11, wonder if they're going to come down pit lane as well. They will not. They will stay out for another lap here. So the 11 will take over the third position once more, but there's a pit stop that they have to make here further on down the running. Stein Gable's on now on 267. Last pit on lap 255. So they've got to pit this time by. Zadar Ates will make a pit stop here, tire change, and go. No driver change for Zadar Ates. He'll stay in the car for another stint. Stints here about 42 to 43 minutes here in Le Mans. But pretty even now on the 12 lap stints. And this is a huge racetrack, 8.47 miles a lap distance here around Le Mans. So we talk about 12 laps. That is still a lot of mileage to roll on cars that are constantly pushing the full limit of what they can actually get through here. Meanwhile, a little bit of a slowdown has affected Kevin Yeiler. Not really a battle on track here. Yeiler had to slow down and has had to give up the 5th position to Fekete. The 10 car having to give that spot right up as the other gets up to speed. Fekete had been in that car for a little bit and kept in it for another stint. Got right up to speed and was on it once more. And now Yiler has to try to make up time to get back to the top 5 if he's going to have a chance to help his team out here.
Yeah, and we were talking about the 76 earlier. They were in a podium finish. Now they're back in 4th. Could just be some different strategy on pit stops, but that 76 back in 4th place now in that GTP car. Again, I mean, a lot of time left, but they are trying to finish 3rd so they can lock up this championship. But right now, sitting in 4th, just one spot out. I mean, so close they can almost taste it. But the 11 was able to get around them. Not sure if it was on strategy or if maybe that driver is just a little bit quicker. But they're back in 4th now.
Yeah, this is a strategy call there. They came in a lap earlier than the 11. The 11 car, which is just up the road here, going through Indianapolis and Arnage, has a pit stop to make here this lap. So eventually that 76 will make his way back around here. They opened up about a 20-second gap on that last stint, and we saw that battle for the 76 and the 11, where the 76 took 3rd place away. On the racetrack, they will have a 20-second advantage when the 11 comes down pit lane and the 76 ends up back ahead, because they are on a similar strategy, just one lap different between the 76 and the 11. So still keep an eye on this fight here, because it is not even close to being over. And again, we'll see a lot more of the faster drivers. Jan Korbs will be in that 76 car at some point. Just kind of bringing things around here for the 76 crew, and it's going to be a sprint once we get back into daybreak here, which is again about, looking at it from where we're seeing the sunlight so far, about an hour and change away from being fully in sunrise conditions again. And right on cue, this 11 car in pit lane. Stan Gebel making that slow roll, 60 kilometers an hour, 37 miles an hour, down this long pit lane that can suit 62 cars.
Yeah, that's kind of a question I had for you. I mean, you know, you've probably done way more endurance races than I have. I mean, when do you want your fastest driver in the car? Obviously, on the start, you know, you want one of your faster drivers in the car. When do you put that ace, you know, in your back pocket? When do you put them in the car to try and, you know, make up some time versus, you know, maybe somebody that's a little bit slower and more consistent? When do you put that ace in there to try and make up some time and gain some spots?
Yeah, honestly, it kind of depends. Obviously, the strategy we had when we did the 24, and I've not done the 24 since we won it back in 2021. We didn't put our fastest driver in the start of the race. We had our fastest driver qualify, but we didn't have the fastest driver start the race. We wanted a driver that could be consistent and kind of just keep the car safe that first hour, because you don't want to be caught in the frenzy on the initial start. Obviously, with 15, we had 15 GTP start this race, so you could afford to keep your fastest driver in there. But a lot of teams quickly pulled their fastest drivers out after, I think, an hour and a half, and we have not seen a lot of them since. We didn't see a lot of them come back in until about 8 hours in. When we had that interchange between AB1 and AB2. You 100% want them at the end of the race. With Jan Korbs, he's made some appearances in this race so far, but he's really kind of saving up for the end of this race. That's the way I think you want it to be. But it's so different, because we have cars that have three driver lineups. We have some that have 6 driver lineups. It depends on who all you have on your team. It depends on who all you have on a team, how many drivers are available, and how you can space that out. Because you don't want, obviously, if you're like a three driver lineup, you don't want to have your fastest driver in there for 3 hours. That's where it gets difficult. I think with Jan Korbs being in that 76 car, I think they've got 5 drivers in that car. They can still spread it out and just put Jan Korbs in for like the last 2 hours and change, and let him just eat for the last 2 hours. I don't think if you're if you are like the 11 and you're trying to get to third, I don't think you can wait that long. I think you have to sort of pull that trigger now and try to make up that time. They did make a driver change. Dylan Bittman back in the car for the 11. He is one of their faster drivers, so they definitely have kind of taken that direction. But we're at that point of the race now where you do need to consider changing your plan if you're not where you expect to be, because we know the 76 is right now right where they want to be. They're not in race winning contention, but they are in championship winning position. So they're right now perfectly on point with where they want to be. The 11 car, if they want to try the play spoiler, may need to do something different, but that may not be an option for another couple hours. Again, it's all situational. Ideally, if you're in this position in the 76, just leave Young Corbs, let him rest up a little bit, and then maybe put him back in a couple hours so he can just get warmed up, and then take him right back out and then wait for the end of the race. That's what I would personally do, because you've got 5 drivers. You can definitely play around with that a little bit.
Yeah, it is crazy how, you have some teams that only have 3 drivers, which obviously is that's a large stint of racing if you only have 3 drivers versus, some teams have, like you said, up to 6 drivers, where now you don't have to run as much, but you have to make those driver changes, which, beforehand, I know a couple years ago, driver changes used to be kind of like a penalty, and I'm sure you know more about it than I do. I wouldn't say a penalty, but it just took longer to change out the driver. Now it's not quite as much of a hindrance to change drivers. How does that change these endurance races now that driver change penalty, or whatever you want to call it, driver change time kind of got taken away on iRacing?
It makes things a lot easier. What you're talking about is the driver change, the time limit, because you have to have a certain amount of time to actually make the driver changes. A lot of endurance series have the driver change requirement because it's a certain time period of making a driver change before service can be applied to the car, changing tires and fuel. That was a big deal when we were running and when we won our 24s, because that was a time period where the fuel and the tires couldn't be done at the same time. Like, you had to do fuel, you had to do tires first, and then you had to put fuel in the car. And so pit stops were closer to like 2 minutes to stop because you had to also wait for the driver change. Now, it's not so much that way because everything's really changed. Now the tires take the most time because of the rules now, the international regulations regarding tire changes. You really change 1 tire at a time on the car. So that takes a lot of time. The fueling is not as slow anymore because the fuel tanks aren't as large. You have hybrids now. But all of that now happens together because you start your tire change when you do the driver change. So both of those kind of overlap, and then once the driver change is complete, you begin fueling. And because the fueling isn't as long, now you have a standardized pit time that's a lot quicker. A lot of teams have gotten used to that because, again, it's just a standardized pit stop time, and it's now independent. Like, it's now, regardless of if you're making a driver change or not, your pit stop time is the same, right? It wasn't that way 2 years ago, 3 years ago, right? Over the last couple of years, that's changed, and I think that's for the better because it's you don't have drivers now sitting in the car for 6 hours, right? Just trying to avoid that driver change. Now you can safely make those driver changes and not fatigue your drivers too awful much in the process. It is a very important step there as far as managing your team. But that being said, when you have like a 3-driver lineup like what we're seeing right now with the 55, that is still a nightmare situation because that means if you're someone like Aaron Avener or Norbert Thomas, or obviously you've got Norbert Frank here now in the car, at most you have 4 hours before you're back in the car. Not a fun time. Not something I envy at all, but that's something that they feel comfortable doing, and now they're leaning on that pretty heavily. Again, this is one of those things where we're very fortunate that we don't have the strict rules on the driver changes in the PEC, where you can run those 5-6 drivers. Otherwise, it could be very intense, the fatigue at the end of this race. Instead, we're going to have a lot of drivers in the car for the next 8 hours that are going to be a lot fresher. And that just overall is a good thing. So the changes with the driver change timing, overall just an absolutely big positive. Opens up a lot of avenues there.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I remember we would actually in ARCs when we did our endurance racing, when there was a driver time, I don't want to call it a penalty, but it's, you know, basically what it was. You know, we had teams where it was like, well, if we only have 3 drivers, we won't have to make as many driver swaps, so we'll save time on track, versus a team that has, you know, 6 drivers. And like you said, it really did. It put a lot of strain on the drivers, because now you only have 3 drivers for a 24-hour event, and that is wild. And drivers get burnt out. I mean, you know, we as humans can only do this for so long before we start getting tired. We start getting, you know, we lose focus, and then issues happen on track with the race cars. So I really liked that change, and I'm glad that PEC, you know, did that as well. It just helps out overall as a team. You don't have to worry about, oh, we're going to lose, you know, 45 seconds because we're making a driver change. You know, now you're not going to lose that much time because you're changing tires and filling the car full of fuel at the same time you're changing drivers. So it's just, I really liked that change. I think it was really good, and it helped all teams out, because now it doesn't really matter if you have 3 or 6 drivers. It kind of keeps everything consistent.
And now we're looking at the 55 and the 50. And over Frank behind the wheel. Now this is kind of where it gets a little bit heartbreaking, because Norbert Frank just saw the 50 car make a pit stop and come out of pit lane ahead of him. Here, the 55 car has a pit stop to make here, I believe, at the end of this lap. So now the 50 has a pit stop clear on the 55, which is absolutely devastating right now for the 55. Norbert Frank just trying to really keep that car in one piece and keep that car going, but definitely not where they want it to be. And he's going to stay out another lap. Interesting.
Yeah, we saw it earlier. I mean, we were watching the 55 and the 50. They kind of were swapping the lead back and forth through pit strategy. You know, the 55 would take the lead when the 50 pit, and then, you know, the 50 would pass the 55 when they pit. Now, and me and Eli even talked about it before we signed off earlier, that 50 just was able to kind of have the speed to get ahead of the 55, and to where now, obviously, as we see, the 55, you know, almost 3 seconds back from the first place car of the 50 car, and they still have to make a pit stop. And like you said, that is just, you hate to see that, because you're like, I am right there, but I have to pit, and I'm going to lose even more time, and that really is just disheartening.
Yeah, it's difficult to process that, but I think for the 55, there's still so much in this race to go, and so much that can happen. You kind of just got to keep yourself in it, to really just kind of keep yourself in that conversation. Obviously, that conversation will change. Norbert Thomas will come back in at some point. Abner will come back in at some point. But very difficult to really process things. It's funny, and you sort of just stepping into a different conversation we had earlier. Someone just posted NASCAR was looking to race internationally on an oval. Tracks and vertical racing conditions. Where are you choosing? And they actually gave us a couple oval options. We thought about racing on ovals in Europe. They've got the Circuit Venray, which is a short oval in Netherlands. You've got the Calder Park Thunderdome in Australia. I forgot that was a track that existed. It's not in Europe, but it's in Australia there. And that's, I believe, a little over a mile in length. It's like a mini Charlotte and then you got Lausitzring. So yeah, this funny how we talked about that, and now it's actually popping up on social media too. That's funny. I believe it.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think a race in Australia would be awesome. Like that, I feel like Australia. I mean, they have the V8 supercars there. You know, SVG kind of making his NASCAR debut this year. I mean, for NASCAR to go to Australia, I think that would be a huge hit. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it'd be fun going to Counter Park there. Obviously, Australia, huge history with NASCAR and Marcus Ambrose, Shane Van Gisbergen, all on the track there. Got a huge update there, Olivia Hayward. Yeah, SVG's a Kiwi, not Australian, but raced in the Supercars Championship, in the Australian Supercars Championship, which is the point we're making there. He's a Kiwi. So is Scott McLaughlin, also a Kiwi. Scott Dixon. We have a lot of Australians and Kiwis in American motorsports. Full power of the Australian, at least the leading Australian in the IndyCar series. But I tell you what, we need more tracks from that area. We need the Taupo Motorsports Park in New Zealand. We need a couple more Australian tracks. We need Queensland. We need Surfers Paradise. Give us some more Australian tracks too. That'd be a lot of fun. As Norbert Frank comes down pit lane as expected here. See if there's a driver change, tires going on the car. Very important to see if we are going to see a driver change here from Norbert Frank. I don't believe we will, looking at the timing so far. He's going to stay in that car for another stint, another 43 minutes at least for the 55 and Norbert Frank, as everything keeps going forward here.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, me and Eli were talking earlier how, you know, they could go about 13, 14-ish laps on a stint. You know, in my head, you know, being a NASCAR fan and not knowing a whole lot about, you know, some of these road courses, I'm like, 13 laps, like, man, that's quick. But I forget, this track is almost 9 miles long. So 13 laps, that's a lot of miles. I'm not good at math, but that is a lot of time around this racetrack. So, you know, 13 laps doesn't seem like a lot, but when one lap is almost 9 miles, that's a pretty long stint, like you said, about 45 minutes depending on how they save fuel.
Yeah, so a 13 lap stint here around Le Mans is about 110 miles. Just for comparison's sake, that is more mileage than you see at the NASCAR Gen 7 cars we see on Sunday and Monday nights, or in the Champ Car machine we see on Wednesday nights. So these cars get incredible fuel mileage, all things considered. Running about 110 miles per gallon, or per tank, I should say, in these stints. Still managing some pretty good mileage despite the speeds that we're going right now.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do that math, but when you told me that, I was like, that is crazy. I mean, they're running pretty much a Sunday night or a Monday night race on ABN here just in one stint. I mean, that's crazy. And we're not even close to being done yet, which is even more crazy.
Yeah, obviously, then about the races we see here on Sunday nights, we see about 200 miles of racing a night, 250 miles racing. HTL running a little bit closer, about 250, 260 miles per night on Monday nights. So, yeah, they're running this, but they're basically running. So, ARCs, they're going to have race 12. So you're going to have race 12 next Sunday at Atlanta. They have run your entire calendar so far in this race alone.
That is crazy.
And this is the fifth race. This is their final race of 5. They've done a 12-hour race, a 10-hour race, an 8-hour race, and a 6-hour race beforehand. They have done more miles in their 5-race season than ARCs the ARCs Esports Cup Series and the ABN Champ Car World Series combined.
Yeah, that's wild. That is, shout out to these drivers. I know that is not easy to do, and even, I mean, look, I'm a driver on Sunday night in A squared, and even just running the little 200 miles that we run, at the end of it, I'm like, man, I'm exhausted. I can't even imagine how these drivers feel after, you know, like you said, I mean, this is their 5th race. So this isn't the start of the season. This is, you know, almost the end of the season, and man, they have turned a lot of laps.
Yeah, we're approaching lap 275 in the GTP class. In GT3, they're on lap 240. So still a lot of miles run here so far in this race. A lot of laps here to go. Obviously, we're now into the 17th hour. Less than 8 hours left to go in this race. You want to talk about mileage? Sorry, enter numbers, and thankfully I've got a calculator out because I'm not doing this in my head. 275 laps, which is what we're about to start here with the 50 of AJ Stravato here in just a little bit. Stravato halfway through lap 274. Well, once he begins lap 275, that'll be 2,329 miles running so far in just 16 hours and 7 minutes.
Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah. Again, that is the GTP class, and you can argue the GTP class is faster than the GT3s. Remember, the stock car, the NASCAR Cup car that ran at Le Mans, faster than GT3. So let's go ahead and compare that. 240. 2,032 miles for the GT3 class leader, Alex Cowan, the 07 racing car right now at the moment. Over 2,000 miles already, with 8 hours to go. You can easily argue 3,000 miles in 24 hours if everything's going at the pace as we see so far. 2/3 of the way through, 2,000 miles even, 3,000 miles potential if everything continues to go as smooth as it has with 201 and just 1 day's worth of racing.
Yeah, that's like 6 NASCAR Cup races. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah.
It's crazy what they're doing out here.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild, the racing conversation we have here. Obviously, we've done 275 laps for the GTPs, which is 2,329. You're looking at about 3,450 in terms of 3,450 miles is the expected race distance in this race. So let's go ahead and try to calculate that. So again, we talked about the most laps completed at the Circuit de la Sarthe was done in 2010 by the Audi R15 Plus TDI, the diesel-powered Audi. Back in 2010, back when we had the Peugeot 908, back when we had the Audi, back before we had I believe the Toyota showed up in 2012. That would right now, we're forecasted to go beyond 400 laps in GTP. We're forecasted to go to about lap 405 is the expected lap distance we're expected to end this race on.
That is crazy. I mean, 405 laps, even at Bristol, is a lot of laps. Yeah, and they're not at Bristol. They're at Le Mans. So this track
you
is.
You can put 30 Bristols in the infield of this racetrack. You can put, and that's like
easily.
That's the full stadium. Like that's the full Coliseum at Bristol. You can put 30 in this track because it is such a large facility. Yeah, it is absolutely massive, this racetrack, and with a shot to everyone that's still taking on this racetrack, 33 cars still running in this race. No one's retired since we came back on ABN 1, so still 33 cars running. We are in this is skeleton crew hours for all the teams, the broadcasters, and the race control. Race control thankful that it's been a calm and collected race so far in the midnight hours. Obviously early morning for them. Pep Kirstens and I believe Jonas Weber, I believe, in race control right now. Skeleton crew, appreciate them putting their work in this afternoon. And I know that they're listening into the broadcast as well, so I wanted to give them a shout out here at the 2/3 mark of this race. Really appreciate what they've done for us on the broadcast side. We're very glad to be working with them. Can't wait to be able to announce season 6 here. Currently forecasted to start June 29th. So keep an eye out on that. We can't wait to be able to announce more of that with everyone as the calendar gets finalized here. I know a lot of voting was going on with the calendar. We wanted to say thank you. I think right now RC race controls actually, I think Pep Kirstens and Luis Gaspar maybe just be talking to Kirstens. Luis Gaspar is the 253. Just got out of the car and put Lori Carpella in the car. So I think right now, actually, it might be Pep Kirstens at the moment for race control, but wanted to shout out race control in a big way there. Cars in pit lane, got a couple. Charlie Monroe for Dead Bull Racing back in the 16 car. As is Ruben Llorente Jr. for Carbano Esports Shady GT3 Pro with the 266 car. We're past midnight. We're into Sunday on the U.S. East Coast.
Happy Mother's Day for anyone that's watching now.
Yeah, absolutely. Mother's Day here, and that's the international holiday there.
Yeah, you talked about June 29th. Fun fact, I did a little looking ahead in the ARC's calendar. I believe that will be the night that I make my 600th start in ARCs on June 29th.
That's the SNS series.
That is the SNS season finale, so
yeah.
Looking forward to making my 600th start. Again, I told Eli I don't know if I should be proud of that or embarrassed about that stat, but hey, 600 starts, that's got to count for something.
Yeah, a lot of starts there. Looking right now, just looking at the arc strike because Kevin Beams posted a couple paints on his car.
Yeah, I saw that. Those look good.
Got a couple high octane. You got a Roaming Man paint, his traditional 15 car, and then he's got the high octane car. So that's cool.
Yeah, hopefully I can make it in the field next Wednesday. I kind of made a boo-boo last Wednesday and didn't make it in, but we're gonna try this Wednesday and see what I can do.
Yeah, we had qualifying for the top 30 spots. Obviously, ended up being a pretty interesting fight. Didn't think we'd have 37 cars show up for that event, but we did. So very grateful we had that. But yeah, overall just a wild time all the way through. Now we get to figure out the final row on Wednesday. Before the race, sorry. Mac and cheese catch up to me for some reason now. I had mac and cheese before we went live, and now it's finally got to me. So,
as long as it was Kraft mac and cheese, then
it was Velveeta. I prefer Velveeta over Kraft.
Okay, well, yeah, that's a close second. I like it. We'll let it slide.
I like the shells over the macaroni elbows. That's the big reason.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we're not doing the great value or the off-brand mac and cheese. We're not doing that.
No. Yeah, great value will give you heartburn instantly.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not playing that game, thankfully. But yeah, I had a lot of mac and cheese because it's like, oh, I just need something quick to eat because I slept for about 4 hours. I actually did something rare. I slept through the IndyCar race that happened today at the Indianapolis Road Course. I still don't know who won. I have to go actually look to see who won the race today. I saw the opening, I think, 5 laps because we just did the overchange there to ABM2. So I saw like a few laps, but I actually need to go and actually look to see sort of what happened there. IndyCar. And it looks like it was Alex Palou who won. Okay, so Palou won. That seemed to be kind of expected there. He had a lot of pace. He had the fastest lap. Will Powers finished second. Who finished third? Christian Lundgaard. Okay, so it was Palou, Power, Christian Lundgaard, Scott Dixon, Marcus Armstrong, Scott McLaughlin, Colton Herta, Alexander Rossi, Graham Rahal, and Felix Rosenquist, your top 10 at Indianapolis on the road course today. Nice. I'll have to catch the highlights at some point tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. I didn't get a chance to watch that either. I watched the Xfinity race at Darlington. Saw Haley Deegan blow her left rear tire and just completely destroy that Dale Earnhardt throwback. So that was sad times, but I think Justin Allgaier won the Xfinity race at Darlington. That was a pretty good race too. I watched probably more of that than I did the Indy race. I love Indy, but road courses, I don't know. I can't get involved as much as when they're on ovals. They have so much.
Well, a lot of ovals are coming later in the season too.
That's true. Yeah.
Like you look at, because like they're running doubleheaders at Milwaukee and Iowa, and then the season finales at the National Super Speedway, which I know a lot of people really enjoy. And then they've got Gateway in the middle too. So a lot of ovals are just, it's like a lot of road course heavy stuff at the beginning of the season, and then it gets very oval heavy once you get through Indy. Because we did have Texas, and then NASCAR took the Texas state from us. So that kind of was a bummer. But looking at the IndyCar calendar here, just kind of pulling everything up real quick for those that are maybe not big IndyCar fans, but would like to see when races happen. So we just had the Indianapolis Grand Prix, which kicks off the month of May. There's the Indianapolis 500 on May 26th, so I'll be Indianapolis for that. Thankfully, we have ABN off that weekend, so I don't have to worry about doing anything. And then it's the streets of Detroit, Road America, Laguna Seca, Mid-Ohio. And then ovals are very heavy at the end of the season. We have 2 races at Iowa. We have the street course race in Toronto, which is always fun. We have Gateway, which is a lot of fun. Then Portland's the last road course race. And then we have 2 races at Milwaukee on Labor Day weekend. And then we end the season at National Super Speedway. So of the last 8 races, 6 are ovals. It's not a bad balance. We have 7 ovals in a 17 race season, which is the most we've had in a while. So we definitely take that when we get it.
Absolutely, yeah. That's gonna be fun to watch. I love the Indy cars at, I don't know, just something about them being at ovals. I mean, obviously, road courses, it's fun. You got some strategy going on, but the oval racing, it's just like pretty much every oval race they go to is like a draft track, as a NASCAR fan. But also I know that it's very dangerous too. So it's like you have that part involved in it. Like it's fun to watch those cars go around, ovals, even if it's Gateway or Nashville. And I mean, Nashville's a great track, and I'm excited to watch them go around that track too.
Yeah, first time we've seen the series go to the National Super Speedway in over a decade, so it'll be fun to see how that race really kind of plays out there. Again, that's the season finale on September 15th. That's for the real life series. Our Champ Car World Series, ABN's Champ Car World Series, we have our season finale on Wednesday at Indianapolis for the 500. And then season 6 begins July 10th at Michigan. So we get to have a lot of fun. Season 6, Wednesday nights for those. Obviously, appealing to a European crowd on Wednesday evenings in the U.S. Not easy, but if there's anyone that's available, we do have open registration after Wednesday's race for next season. So you're more than welcome to give your hand out and trying ABN's flagship series on Wednesday nights. Yeah, all that's beginning. I'm actually working on the calendar right now on the side while we're focusing on this battle here. Alex Cowan still leading the way in GT3 Pro. A battle here for 11th place in GTP between the 7 and the 33. That is Focus Racing and the XPD Racing GTP. Again, just outside the top 10, both of these cars have had issues in this race so far, but still seeing some close battles here even after 16 hours and change of racing.
It's crazy that we have battles this close after 16 hours, and I'm sure it'll be close even, coming to the end of the 24 hours. But, I mean, sometimes we get spread out at racetracks and we don't have a whole lot of racing. Even after just 100 laps, the whole field's spread out. But after 16 hours into an event to have some of these cars as close as they are is really just crazy to me, and it's so cool to watch.
Yeah, some amazing drivers. Talk about Platinum Endurance Championship being the pinnacle of sports car racing here, as far as like in a league session, and that is 100% accurate with just how competitive everyone is in this series. It's been fun to watch the last 2 seasons since ABN started broadcasting the series, just seeing all the different cars that have been involved in the race here, and we get to see that even more here again. I believe the 7's pulled away from the 33. The 33 has made a pit stop. Alberto Garcia Blasco in pit lane, not making a driver change it looks like here, but making a pit stop. I know the 6 car is not far away from making a pit stop either. Should be happening here in about the next 4 laps, so a little bit off the cycle here. Reinhardt and Joe, this is in the second chicane. Huge incident for the 52 car, and that could be race done for Reinhardt and one of the American drivers on track. This is approaching so this was in the first chicane. Oh, goes off really wide. Ooh. Huge accident there in the first chicane for Ryan Hardinge.
Yeah, that's a hard hit. That's going to be a lot of damage there. I mean,
that could be race over at this point.
Yeah, front clip is completely gone. You can see the right front tire facing the wrong way. Yeah, that's a huge
trying to
impact.
Get back to pit lane here. So all the damage happened in the first chicane. He came to a stop in the second chicane. I'm assuming trying to turn in here, and yeah, just couldn't make anything happen. He was running on 3 wheels there. Put it in the sand, get it out of the way, and in trouble we go here. And again, see if we can get a better look here of what happened to the 52. Again, this is the Project Valorous Academy car. This is one of the 2 remaining GTPs in the field for Project Valorous. Just clobbers the curbing there, throws the car sideways, and that kind of like takes a nose first impact into the wall. Very unfortunate there for the 52. You see the damage there, the bodywork going right back towards the racing surface. And unfortunately, the 52 just having to, and unfortunately, they're towing that car back in. The 56 and the 10 back in pit lane as well. These 2 have stayed battling together since we came back on the air on ABN 1. Driver change, Cohen Garrett's behind the wheel of the 56 now. Kevin Yadler got in that car last stint for the number 10, and there they are together. So pit lane a little bit busier after the 16-hour mark as pit stops begin once again in the GTP class. And once again in the GT3N category, it's the Chinese driver Tianrui Li for Slippers Racing Team. I believe, at least since ABN started broadcasting, this is the first driver from mainland China in the PEC grid. So, pretty historic moment here for Slippers Racing Team. If they can also get a race win, just add to it.
Yeah, he's been really fast too. I mean, he's had really good speed, and I mean, what is it, like 6 seconds? I think he's ahead of the 334 right now. So, just keep at it. And again, fuel strategy, it's hard to keep up with all these cars and when they pitted and all that, but that 399 has been fast all night. Even when me and Eli were broadcasting earlier, the 399 was up there first or second pretty much the entire time we were broadcasting. So that car definitely has a lot of speed. Good paint scheme too. I can actually see the paint schemes now. I couldn't see them before. It was dark, but now we can actually see the paint schemes on these cars. It's great to see.
Yeah, some really good paints. We talked about that, I think, a little bit on ABN1 as well. The the different paints on the cars. They really came out to shine in this race. A lot of really, especially just looking across the board. Like obviously in RX we have some really good paint schemes. HTL's got some really good paint schemes. A lot of talented designers have come out of the woodwork to make some designs here. It's fantastic to see it just across the board. Just all the work that's been done to really make the magic happen there. Yeah, just kind of rolling through everything. We're seeing that now. Simplistic design for Slipper's racing team, that yellow and blue paint. But effective. Something that's different. And obviously you talk about the Rider Engineering cars, Project Valorous car, doing a throwback, a little bit of a homage to the Meyer Shank cars that we see. Overall, just a lot of fun here. We're going to see that really kind of throughout this race as everything continues on. The sun comes back up here over the next 35 minutes. We actually get to enjoy some of the artwork that's been on display around this Le Mans racetrack.
For sure, and you know, I mean, like I said before, I couldn't see any of these paint schemes. Now I get to kind of enjoy the creative works of some of these team owners and painters for some of these teams. But look, I don't envy you at all. I'm going to probably have to step away here because it is 12:35 Eastern time, and I wish you the best of luck. But I'm gonna probably hit the bed and get ready for Mother's Day events tomorrow. But I had so much fun. I think this is the first time that me and you have called a race together, and I loved every minute of it.
It was a lot of fun having you in the booth tonight, Ryan. Obviously, Mother's Day coming up here in the U.S., so I'll let you kind of get some rest here. I see a lot of stuff going on Sunday. I appreciate you jumping in, and hopefully we get to do some more work. Obviously, we have you on Tuesday nights for the Hammer Down Truck Series, and maybe we get you involved with some more events in the evening calendar as we announce more projects here for the summer.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. Love working with you. Love working with Eli. Christina last week when she filled in for Amity, I loved working with Christina. I mean, y'all do a great job, and I just love being a part of it. I mean, you know, I'm just a redneck boy from Georgia, but man, I love working with y'all. It's so much fun. So thank you for everything you do for not only ARCS, but ABN and all the communities. Again, good luck. I know you got a long night and morning ahead of you, so I wish you the best of luck, but hopefully we'll get to call a race again together here pretty soon.
Absolutely. Sounds like a plan. Ryan Pennell, have a fantastic night. Thank you for joining us here for the nighttime portion of this broadcast, and enjoy your Mother's Day as well.
Thank you. You too.
That was Ryan Pennell, dirt race expert, stock car racing expert, leader of the ARCS community. We broadcast Saturdays and Sundays. Glad he was with us here for a little bit. Race winner of the 24 Hours of Daytona back in 2022. In racing once again. In the ARCS competition. They're trying to race on Wednesday for the Arrowhead 500. Glad to have him on board and with us here. Been live for 2 hours and 28 minutes. We are now at 12:30 a.m. Eastern time in the U.S. It is 5:30 a.m. on 5:30 a.m. in London, 6:30 a.m. here in Berlin and in Paris. John Connors, we made the car bright with 399. We're talking about here, Slipper's Racing Team. We made the car bright so GTPs don't give us a punt. Yeah, trying to make the car easier to see. I definitely understand that. The Project Valorous Academy car in pit lane for extensive repairs. Looking now 8 minutes of repair work being done right now under Gomez set to take that car over if everything continues on. Alex Cowan leading the way here in this event. A little bit of a battle brewing once again. The 118 and the 218 and the 278 going at it here behind the race leader in GT3 Pro. So 3-car battle here in this fight. And they just went another lap down on Alex Cowan. We're looking here, pulling up the gap that they have right now. 3 laps now the race leader has over this battle for 8th place on the GT3 Pro field. But this is a tight fight. Mercedes, Ferrari, and Porsche in the conversation. And they are nose to tail going through Mulsanne corner. And now on the second half of the lap. Car in the pit lane, the 11, Dylan Bittman for German Sim Racing in pit lane. Only car in pit lane for regular service at this time. Vladislav Chopin behind the wheel of the 278 right now, chasing down Steven Van Kampen for Sim Race Sweden. And here they go side by side, approaching Indianapolis. Chopin had to back out of it, the Hungarian driver, putting pressure on the Academy car for Sim Race Sweden. And Steven Van Kampen spun around. Spun around, trying to get back going. Very slow getting back rolling here in that Ferrari. What happened here? This is going through Arnage, and that is a little bit of help by Chopin. That's a potential penalty for the 278. That is not going to be great there for the 278. They have to do a drive-through penalty. That is definitely avoidable contact and gaining an advantage from it. And now Van Kampen's got to try to get to work on protecting those tires for the remainder of the stint. Not as easy to do after he's gone around the wrong way. And that's what the field is looking at the moment. Kampen now trying to just make up some time here. Unfortunately, the way that battle turned out, not the way I think anyone was expecting that to be. Andre Cavagnolo trying to chase down the 399. This is a battle for the AM class lead now that you're seeing on your screen. this fight here. Campagnolo still sitting in second place at the moment. Campagnolo looking at the gap at the moment, just 1.4 away from the race leader. Whoa, trouble. Campagnolo and Tutta Rouge, the 334, a little bit of contact with the Armco. 334 has gone around, wrong way. Need to be careful rejoining the track. That was in front of the number 50 took car as well, the Project Valorous leading car in GTP. That was terrifying. Almost a complete disaster there. Campagnolo, who had a gap managed pretty well, now has to try to regain it here. That's not going to be easy. Watching Campagnolo now has to try to regain a 16-second gap now. John Connors getting back in the car for 399. get ready to get back in the car, it looks like. Gonna try to rock it here now that his team's got a little bit of an advantage over the 334. Again, self-inflicted injury there for the 334. And now they've got to try to crawl back out of it. Party mode activated. Love it. Love the energy. John Connor's getting back in the car, taking over from Tien Lee in the 399. Seeing this 76 of the Ryder Engineering car. Sarthe still behind the wheel there. Just kind of looking and seeing Marco Morosi back in the car for the 23. Driver change going on there. John Connors back in the wheel, behind the wheel now, the 399 making a pit stop there. Andre Campagnolo not going to be too far behind on that pit stop strategy here, but now leading in GT3 AM. We'll see that change hands here momentarily. Staying out on track. You'll stay on track for a couple laps longer here. A little bit off sequence with the 399 at the moment, but that's not a terrible thing as we see everything continue to roll here. Norbert Frank in pit lane once again, 55 car here. We appreciate you spending your time with us here. A very late night here for us here on ABN Esports 1. Going into this race now. Approaching the 17th hour here in Le Mans. Norbert Frank continuing to go. Balazs in the car now. Once again, driver change there as we expected. Once Norbert Frank took that extra stint earlier. Sarthe for a brief moment will be back on the same lap. For everyone that's following us, to see more people following us throughout the night here, we appreciate you spending your time with us here on ABN Esports 1. PEC been a big part of ABN's growth here over the last year. We appreciate everyone that's been supporting us here throughout the year. Again, it's all greatly appreciated, the work everyone's done, everyone put in as far as the drivers and the teams, the organizers. It's a taxing event, but it's a fun event nonetheless. And we're just glad to be a part of it. Ante is still behind the wheel. We're expecting the 76 to have a driver change at some point here on their next stop. Ante is now already, I think, on 4 stints at the moment. A lot of the drivers around them have had changes. Wesley Casper's back in the 50, Tarozzi back in the 55, Ate is back in the 76, Bittman in the 11, Cone Garrett's back in the 56, Kevin Yeiler behind the 10, Charlie Monroe in the 16, Marco Morosi back in the 23, Vicente Lara back in the 66, Alberto Garcia Blasco back in the 33, Mix Bonito still in the 7 still at the moment. Ander Gomez back in the number 52, and that car I believe is still rolling. So they have not given up on this race yet. The 52 crew, they've had a reason to give up, but they haven't. And Matthew Saul behind the wheels of Team FFSR number 99, that's had a significant delay. It's seen to drop from the top 10 down to 13th place at the moment, but all 13 of those cars still running and still trying to go after a finish here in the 24 hours. Long night of racing still ahead. We're hoping here, obviously we're approaching 1 a.m. here in the East Coast, 6 a.m. in London, 7 a.m. in Berlin and in Paris. We're hoping that we can have Taylor Mills, sports car champion in her own right, come and join us. She was with us for Sebring 2 weeks ago, having a lot of connection issues. Hopefully we can get those resolved so we can get Taylor in the booth here for the ending portion of this race. This is a race that she has circled on her calendar. And it sucks not having her report of the broadcast so far. Hope to have her back in. I know we'll have Olivia Hayward in for the final 3 hours later on in this broadcast. But it's greatly appreciated, everyone that's been a part of the show so far. We've pulled out all the stops to make sure that we had a really good broadcast for everyone to tune into across ABN 1 and ABN 2. And we appreciate everyone that's supporting us so far in that effort, in that endeavor. I actually should probably make sure that I've posted that we are back on ABN 1. Let me make sure we actually do that real quick. All right, we're gonna step aside here. Now that I've got that posted, we're at 1 o'clock in the morning. We're going to step aside for our first break since we've come back on Avian 1. Appreciate F1. We're going to have the camera sort of jump around a little bit here. And we will see you on the flip side of this refreshment break. It should be about 10 to 12 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Here, live coverage continuing of the 24 Hours of Europe for the Platinum Endurance Championship season finale for season 5. Right now, looking at this battle for 8th place in GT3 Pro between Vladislav Shopov and the native adopted by Semgear car, taking on Simrace Sweden's Esports AM machine, taking on currently being driven by Dan Pepples. Looking a little further forward, this is the front of the field in GTP. You have Casper's trying to make his way around one of the GTP cars that are a lap down. Simrace Sweden trying to hold off Vladislav Shopov, and they got by Semgear. This is the closest battle on track at the moment, but there's a couple of close battles here still raging on throughout the field as we've crossed into the 18th hour. Obviously, this is the closest, but it's not the only one. As we see this battle once again entering turn 2 here up the road. A couple battles we're keeping an eye on here. Potential battle, about 15 seconds separating. Looks like the 253 and the 274, Lori Capella and Aritz Paz, Product Valorous Academy and Enos Esports there. I do believe that's how I'm reading that correctly. There's another battle raging on still between the 399 and 334 for the lead of GT3 AM. And then we recently had a battle for the top 5 between the 56 and the 10. The 56 getting at the better of that, but still not out of the question that the 10 of Old Firm Racing Purple, but now with Alexander Carlier behind the wheel, can try to gain back some of that time to put that battle back on the burner. But this right now, the closest battle between Shopov and Pepples. The Hungarian taking on the Dutchman. As they go down the Mulsanne straightaway here, Ferrari versus Porsche. Duking out at the front of the field. Now the 218 holding the advantage over the 278. That's the Rider Engineering 276 car going through that GTP going by. Yeah, Corbs in that car now. Took over during the refreshment break we had. Dylan Bittman for German Sim Racing, the 11 car in pit lane now for service. So Jan Corbs will end up back in the 3rd spot. But now Ryder's ace in the hole is in that car, that 76 machine, to try to open up a pit stop gap. 78, it looks like Shopov getting around here. Dan Pepples having an issue there. We'll go back and look at what happened with the 218 that is now 6 seconds adrift. This is going into the Fort Chicanes. And it looks like this could be just a simple slowdown. No, half spin. This 218. Issue there for the 218. Unprovoked there by the 278. The 278 and the 218 have made contact before. This was not one of those times. So Pepples, that gap is now 7 seconds. And of course, has a 30-second gap right now over Alexander Weitzel, who's taken over for the number 11 car. Right now sitting in third place. We're right where he needs to be here in this fight. Trouble Ender Gomez. First chicane on the Molzon. So Gomez with a little bit of an issue there in the first chicane, having to recover that. Again, this car has been through a lot as teammate Wesley Caspers comes down pit lane. Car's in pit lane for a pit stop here. Balazs Tarozzi in the car. Not the ace in the hole there for the team. That'd be Norbert Thomas. But just two cars at the front of the field on the lead lap together, just on their own race at the moment. Tarozzi right now sitting in the second position by about 33 seconds now. The Castrol's come down pit lane, but Tarozzi's got to come down pit lane as well soon. Here comes Kevin Yiler, who's towed to pit lane. Why is Kevin Yiler's towed to pit lane? See if we can get an idea as to what happened to Kevin Yiler. I have to try to zoom backwards here. Okay, so he's really just disappeared here. Oh, this could be a connection issue for Kevin Yiler. That's not good. Makes Benito in pit lane as well. So Kevin Yiler, that battle we were thinking about potentially being between the 56 and the 10, that is completely gone now. Unfortunately. As the 7 goes through a driver change here. At the leading group in GT3M, Campagnolo back fighting for real estate at the front of the field. Now, Andrea Campagnolo behind the wheel of the 334. John Connors ahead of him by about 8.9 seconds. Here's what I'm seeing here on track. Campagnolo had an issue there earlier in the hour that really set them back a little bit. keeping an eye on this fight here. John Connors just lost a lot of time for some reason. What happened to John Connors? Let's go back and look at this. John Connors, this is entering the Mulsanne corner. Was this just getting loose on the throttle? It was. Very loose on the throttle. Wow. So that's changed the game a little bit. Kevin Yellow back now in the lead. I mean, interesting. That's to the live chat here. Here we go. Yes, Coffee Mix posting can't park there for the $3.99 that had to spin. That's clever. Yeah, and you're not wrong. Can't park there. So now it's back and forth there between the bunch. 334 and 399 changing positions, trading them back and forth here. Now leading the way here. Trouble here. Gerard Sardini Jr. That is it. Wow. Trouble, big time trouble here. Connection issue for Gerard Sardini Jr. From second now to the sixth. As Jan Kors went off the track, that is approaching the Porsche curves. So now things are popping off as the sun beginning to really shine once again here in Le Mans. While all of that is taking place, Leslie Casper has set the fastest lap of the race at 3:22.42. Fast lap of the race belongs to Casper's now in the early morning hours here in France. A lot going on here now across all three classes. Keeping an eye on the 399, trying to close in on the lead in GT3AM once again. Rosie in pit lane for the 55 crew. Otherwise, a very quiet lane right now. Otherwise, a very busy racetrack still. Still looking at 33 cars running in this race. I do believe, actually, I think we're down to 32 cars. Yulian Dimitrov, the last car running now, 32nd overall, 5th in GT3AM. So we've lost another car. We lost the 255 Straminti DS racing car after 211 laps. So that's the situation now. We're down to 32 cars out of 40 started. Lori Carpella, the Finnish driver, in pit lane now. So pit stop there. So Sardani, we had a glitch with Sardani. Completely disappeared for a period of time. He is back in second place, had his regular pit stop, but it glitched out and said that he was completely gone. Under Gomez having another issue here. We'll see what's happening here with the 52 car. But it's all kind of popping off here. This is down, I believe, the Molzon straight, yeah, into the second chicane. And the 52 car is a little bit too aggressive on the curbs. Not even gets to the curb. That's just a little bit of a over-rotation by the number 52 car. And around they went. Alex Schmidt now in the 253. Lost a spot there to the 220 on the pit stop cycle. Still on track and right now in roaming. Schmidt right now, 4th place for Project Valorous in the Academy car in the Pro class. So right there in the middle, there is also a Reed Paz back in the car, the Spaniard back in the 274. He knows his esports machine. Or down pit lane, John Connors, 299 in pit lane now for service. As is the 234 of Kevin Wynn for Lithium Motorsports. Those two cars in pit lane together. Action continuing on here in Le Mans. Another car coming down pit lane, Vicente Lara. A 66 Porsche for Carbono Esports JD GTP. In pit lane here. Alright, in pit lane. We're now looking at some of the points and seeing the situation here. Obviously, all the cars DNFing in this race, not scoring points. All the pole sitters right now from the field, the 334, the 201, and the 50, they've got both the bonus points in this race, both for pole and for fastest lap in their class. That makes it very well straightforward so far with how everything's looking at the moment. Definitely not the ideal situation if you're not trying to if you're trying to catch up to these two, knowing that they've got the advantage at the moment. Not ideal. take a chance here before we get to the end of the 18th hour. I'll show everyone what the points look like right now. And we'll start with GT3 or GTP. So this is what it looks like right now. Going into this race, this is before bonus points have been applied. Actually, let's see if we can look at current points. Let's go ahead and pull up current. So this is right now, just looking at the bonus points being applied. Rider Engineering with 115 points at the moment. Project Valorous with 97 points. Most of that changes. Let's see if I'm actually going to hide this again, because I want to focus on, see if we can get some live points up and running here, which is going to require me to do this all manually, so bear with me. Alright, so give me a second. I'm going to try to work on this class by class, so bear with me. So let's go ahead and start with GTP. I'm going to work on this right now. So I thought it was 50 points for first. It's actually 60 for first. So that's a bit different. For Project Valorous, to say right now they get 60 points for the race win. Again, this is live points we're working on right now. Second place right now is 55. Magic Arrow, that's 50 points. And then it's 42 right now. For the 11. And it's 38. 34 for 5th, which right now is the 56. Then 30 for 6th, which is the 10. $28 for 7th, that's the 16. 26 for 8th, that's the 23. $54 for 9th, that's 66. 22 for 10th, that is the 33. And then 20 for 11, that just goes down by 2 until you get to 12, okay. So 11th gets 20, that's the 7. And then 12th gets 18, that's 52. A Project Valorous Academy car. And then 13th, last car running right now, is the 99, which would get 17 points. So we're going to do some live points calculation here. Let's focus on GTP in this conversation. This is what it looked like right now as things run. Su-74 goes off track in the S's and almost clobbered the third place running GT3 Pro. But this is a live look at where the points are right now. So Project Valorous would win right now as things sit. Again, Rider Engineering sitting 4th right now in the class. They need to be 3rd or better to win the championship. That's still accurate, despite the fact that we miscalculated the points a little bit. That's still accurate. They need to be 3rd or better right now. This is live points as they look right now. That's big. That's huge right now. That's absolutely massive right now. Product Valor has also got both the bonus points so far in this race, which kind of makes that insane, because it would have been, otherwise it would have been a 2-point difference. But here we are. You see how much difference that everything changes with some of the retirements we've seen already in this race. Some of the teams that didn't take part in this event as well. Again, very important, this battle we're seeing right now. Race on the 76. Having the 76. Valor still wins if Ryder is 3rd on countback. 42 points. Give me one second to look. So let me look. So, yeah, it is 42 for 3rd. So, yeah, it would be. Oh, and Valorous has more wins than Ryder. Yeah, you're right. You're right on that. Yeah, because Valorous has more wins. That's the big kicker right there. Valorous has more wins right now than Ryder does. It's a big asterisk there. So what Ryder Engineering needs to do is they need to take fastest lap away. Because right now 50 has the fastest lap point. They need to take 3rd and the fastest lap. And that is exactly what they need to do. That's interesting. And right now they're 4th, and they don't have the fastest lap point. Yeah, Valorous has 2 wins. They would have 3 today if things hold as they have been. Ryder has 1 win. Yeah, so Ryder Engineering, they need to take fast lap, but somehow, some way, they need to take fast lap away. That's easier said than done. But that was a live look at the GTP points as things run right now. Saying they don't have fast lap for number of wins. Oh, that's right, they don't. Point system is so odd. Because there's 6 hours. Okay, so the waste runner just straight up earned 27 points. Okay, so I'm gonna try to catch up on this real quick. So, because the information I'm seeing doesn't quite line up. So based off of the results, so I thought there's a bonus point for fastest lap. There's not. I did get that wrong. However, championship wins should be the tiebreaker. Based on Rule 23.7. Which would put, even if Ryder finished third and draw level with the 50, Project Valorous has 3 wins. So that's the difference there. No, I have it wrong to begin with because I'm off by 2 points on Valorous anyway. So yeah, it would be different. Yeah, Ryder would win with third because it wouldn't be a tie. Never mind. I have it fixed now. I understand where the hiccup is, but yeah, I was being told that tiebreaker wasn't number of wins, and I was like, huh? But that's because I didn't have the points entered correctly for Valorous from the start. So that changes some things. Alright, so we got the math hiccup fixed. So Ryder needs third to win, still. So everything we've been saying up until now was right. Ryder needs third to win. We've been saying this. We've been saying the right information, but for the wrong reasons all race. It's convenient. Jan Korb's having an issue, so this was something that we didn't get to see a report on until now, with a mechanical issue for Jan Korb's. Sarthe is, however, back in the lead in that battle for third, but there's a pit stop coming for the 76. So they still have it all to do. Casper's in pit lane. Alright, so we're going to show the points one more time for GTP, because now it's... So, and we're going to base this off of third place, right? Because that's right now where the 76 is. So Ryder Engineering would end up with 42 points right now if things continue as they are. Let's give 38 to the 11 team. So this is points as they would be. If Ryder keeps third where they're at right now, they win by 2 points. There it is. Done and dusted. Simple. So that's what it looks like if they can hold on to third place. And obviously a lot of time to do that. They still have 6 hours to go in this race to try to make that magic happen. But still mathematically in the possibility, in the range right now. Magic Arrow looking more and more unlikely to try to get the championship. Obviously with Ryder now on the podium. But that's what GTP is actually looking like now. Like this is fully accurate. I can make sure I can get someone to vouch to make sure that this is completely accurate right now, based off the system. This is if Ryder keeps third place, and that is the conversation point going on now. So everyone fighting for this right now. Right now, Jan Korb's in 76. Not Jan Korb's in the 76. Sarthe's back in the 76 because Jan Korb's still working on repairing a mechanical failure on the 76 car. And for Sarthe's, this has got to be exhausting. Let's pause in pit lane for Enos Esports here right now. Driver change, Roman Ortiz back in that car. Have we found another retirement? Is Matthew Saul out of the car? Yeah, retirement. We're down to 12 GTPs, unfortunately. In pit lane now, Kevin Yeiler as well. So we're down to 12 GTPs. Pit lane getting a little busier here. Hours left to go here in the European 24 hours. And 8 laps completed. Now, continuing on the conversation we had from Ryan Pinnell back around 2 hours ago, we are forecasting that GTPs will reach 405 laps in this race, which would be a record. Most laps run in the 24 hours of Le Mans, but it's back in 2010. The Audi R15 Plus TDI, the diesel-powered Audi LMP1, ran 397 laps. 397 laps has been run twice in the history of the 24-hour race. It was also run back in the Group C era back in the 1980s. So, we're expecting to break that record here tonight. Today, I should say. It'll be today. Randy Mateos in the car for the number 10. Trying to get back to the front of the field here. 274 trying to catch up to the 220. 10 seconds of drift there. This is 4th and 5th. We're looking to see if the 274 can reel in the 220. It'll be Mercedes versus Mercedes in that fight. For Enos Esports trying to close in a little bit. Marcus Morosi back in the pit lane for the 23. Staying in that car, it looks like here. an eye on the 399 car as well, trying to close in on a race win potentially. Battling with the championship leading Lithium Motorsports crew to do so, though. John Connor's in behind the wheel at 399. 334 being driven right now by Philip Madsen. As race continues on here. Connor's right now 26 seconds behind Madsen here, but still very much in range. And I had the 16 and the 10 not far away either. Running on board here with the number 16. Seconds a gap there in GTP between 6th and 7th. And very subdued, the drives we have going on right now, because it's all on the strategy calls that they have been working on for the better part of 18 hours. On 274 again. This is the closest fight we got. 11 seconds the difference right now between the 274 and the 220. And the 220. Closest battle on track at the moment. And that's going to change. There's a couple battles that are close within about 20 seconds here. The 218 and the 278, they've been perennially close all race long. They're going to try to stay close here in this fight, but right now that's about 17 seconds adrift right now between those two, and those two have had issues throughout the race. Just kind of looking through the timing screen right now. Nothing really sticking out to me as something that could be a really big game changer at the moment. Seconds a gap here. So Casper's focusing on the race leader now. We haven't seen him for a little bit. Sarthe Jr. behind the second place GT3 Pro car. Again, it's kind of letting the camera kind of show us some of the interesting stuff going on around the track here. Castellani, the leading car in GT3 Pro at the moment. It looks like taking on the Core Motorsport 299 car. Trying to put the Core 90, put the 299 car another lap down here. They've been outstanding all race long too. Absolutely hats off to them, just being consistent in this race. Maximum effort there is for the Italian team. Castellani's going to get around them here before the push occurs. Castellani right now sitting in that position, sort of just managing control of the car. George Sarthe trying to keep this team honest. Jr. right now, I think, also dealing with a lap car in front of them. Actually, just behind that, that's the 278. Who's also a lap down here. That's the 278 that is currently being driven by Vladislav Shopov, who's trying to catch up to the 218. So a couple of teams looking to try to solidify their battles here. Shopov there, seeing him on the screen now. Again, watching this these two close cars, not on the same lap, but having the same fight almost. Randy Mateos now we saw there. Now we're seeing the 211 RPM Racing orange car still kicking as well. They've had a rough race in this race so far. A couple of incidents that they've been involved in. Connor's the second place car in GT3 AM at the moment, sitting just ahead of this group at the moment. Again, Rashada just letting the camera just kind of pick where it wants to focus on, and this is a good place to focus. Pedro Teixeira. Behind the wheel of the 211 now, sitting on 265 laps. Now moving to the Ryder Engineering GT3 Pro car. Likewise, trying to make some inroads behind the 381, the Native Delta Academy car in AM. We're with Baroni, 10th place right now in GT3 Pro. About 84 seconds away from the 218 and the 278. So there is work for them to do right now. Back at Connors there, and now Peroni. Bunch of GT3s on the same part of real estate here. See Casper's front of the field, where he's maintained that balance. Casper's 2 minutes and 6 seconds the advantage right now over the 55 crew, which is an impressive. It is an impressive on its own battle here. 55 was definitely trying to keep pace there with the 50, but the Acura just has some blistering pace. cars coming to complete lap 213 or 313, excuse me. I was looking at the GT3 laps. They're on 274. Casper's coming around to complete lap 313. Start lap 314. Five hours, 32 minutes left to go in this race. The active timer on the pit lane. You know, everything. Let's see if we can get a good look at that pit lane timer. We have a chance here to actually zoom in and look at this. How accurate is iRacing? Some people are willing to ask. iRacing's pretty accurate. Well, let's use a little bit of drone camera footage here to kind of show you just how in-depth iRacing is. Something that not a lot of games put into place here. That is completely accurate. That is the time being counted down on the old scoring board. Here in Le Mans, 5 hours, 31 minutes, 14 seconds and counting is the time we see here on the board. And again, that is live timing. That is like genuine. Everyone can see that on the racetrack at the moment. Bonus points if someone can tell us like what that actually looks like there. So, just wanted to show that off since that was a cool little thing there. Someone asking for intervals. We've had it between intervals and gaps all broadcast long. Intervals doesn't quite make it look any better. Everyone's almost a lap apart at this point, especially at the top of the board. Let me miss was the one I was asking about making a gap to the car in front, not to the leader. Yeah, it doesn't make it look any better at all. Only a couple cars within a manageable distance at the moment, but strategy calls, pit stops, especially if you can cut a pit stop out, can change that. But relying on pit stops is where a lot of the field is at the moment. Appreciate the sub here to ABN1. It's been a long, long race. I got you, Ryan. I'm kind of just still browsing because I'll be honest, I had Discord minimized. I did not have Discord up. Discord has been pretty well making the entire broadcast kind of a nightmare to manage. So go ahead and see if we can speak to Ryan a little more here. Now we got Discord up and running, so we can do a couple interviews here. Ryan, this is Carmen from the ABM booth. Get a copy?
I do indeed. Hello.
Good morning over on your side of everything. Sunshine obviously back up in full song here. You've got the race lead pretty well in hand. 2 minutes now, the gap between you and the 55 crew. And importantly, the 76 car with issues, having to rely now on Zadar back in that 76 after Young Corpse had a mechanical issue. What's the vibe like in that 50 camp so far?
Still chill. We're not. Yes, we know Jan's had an issue. I mean, I woke up to the messages saying Jan's got a wheel issue, and I'm like, oh, that's good, I guess. Sucks though for Reuter. I mean, it would have I think it was close before I went to bed, and then Reuter got up to P3, and then obviously when Jan got in the car, he did 6 laps and then had to bail back to the box with his pedal issue. So I really hope Jan does get his pedals fixed, because it's quite kind of a cruel way to end their chances of the championship. But they're still giving it, full credit to Reuter. They're still going, which is really what this championship wants, with 5 and a bit hours to go. So hopefully they fix it. But on our camp, it's just same as always, just putting the laps in. Wesley's on his last stint now, and he should be coming in within the next 3 laps or so, and then he's done for the event. So after that, the rest of the guys, we've just told them, just bring it home, keep the pace, try and build a gap to Magic Arrow behind, and see if we can lap them. But it's looking a bit doubtful now, but we'll see.
Obviously, I mean, look at the situation here. We've only with the nighttime, we lost a few cars there, lost 5 cars in the nighttime hours. Now that the sunshine is going, it's a huge difference. Obviously, racing at the night, racing compared to racing in the daytime. We've had the heavy fog throughout the event. We were kind of explaining this in the broadcast earlier when it was still completely pitch black. How different is it just racing into the sunshine, racing into the sunrise compared to racing at night? How different is that just mentally? Being able to just see the actual progress on the time and see it like actually emerge on the track there. How much does that kind of help uplift the team, knowing that the journey is closer and closer to being completed here?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was lucky enough to be driving in the colder conditions, but my first experience of fog, so that was very interesting, but it was fine. I mean, I didn't get the luxury of going into the sunrise. It was AJ had the luxury of that. It's one of the cool things about Le Mans on this sim is when you go from night to day, it's quite a spectacle when you go over through the Dunlop bit at the start of the lap. Yeah, it's good. Different conditions, of course. Fog then. Now it's overcast, I believe. It's gonna stay like this to the end. So it was a luxury. Didn't really help with me because I'm currently not well at the minute, so I'm a bit crap at the minute. Hence why I did 2 stints instead of normally 3. But got my pills in, and hopefully these conditions get a bit cooler, or it's going to get hotter actually. Track time's going up a little bit, but yeah, it's nice. It's nice going from night to day. Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely sight, and all the drivers have done well. Not just us, everyone throughout the night stints and into the day. We've not really many incidents, which is good to see, because that was probably the biggest concern we had. Was some drivers may have issues with the night time, but everyone was clean from my perspective, from seeing, spotting the guys.
Obviously, right here, right now, Wesley like saving a little bit of fuel just to make sure he gets back there safely. It looks like he's coming in, and it looks like this lap. It looks like this would be on the 12-lap marker. Obviously, you talk about the conditions right now. It was pretty much just easy 12-lap stints, just kind of go. We're going to be coming back, wrapping around the clock here. Is there a particular point in time where that 13-lap run becomes a little bit easier to do? Obviously, he's just trying to just coast down here into the heavy braking zones, but is it just 12-lap stints all the way through here, or is there a stint where you're going to be able to kind of stretch it up just a little bit more now?
I think it depends on the temperature of the track. For us, we can do 12 easily. 13 is very difficult in the Acura, whereas the Porsche has a better fuel consumption, so they could easily do 13 laps, maybe even 14 if they really save fuel. But I think I mentioned earlier to you was it's very easy to do to save fuel, but it doesn't really change the gaps and whatnot. You don't really gain as much doing 14, so I think 13 is the minimum I would expect the Porsches to do. For the Acuras, it's 12, so that is a bit of a disadvantage for us. But with the gap we've got now, there's a 5-lap buffer, I think, between us and Magic Arrow in terms of pit stops. So I don't really see it as an issue for now, but if the gaps were a bit closer, then yes, it would be very interesting, and we would have to think tactically about fuel. But Wesley's done a good job with fuel saving, and as the temperature's going to go up, which we're seeing, will make it easier for the likes of Jeremiah, who's coming in the car next for us, and Erwin, and when I get in as well for the last 2 stints to bring the car home, should hopefully be easier to do the extra lap.
Looks like Wesley not coming in this time. He's going to give it another extra lap here. Last pit on lap 306, and now on...
I can give you some insight. He's still got 2 laps.
Oh, I still got 2 laps. Oh, well, yeah, because this is lap 10. Yep. It's been a long day, I think, for just about everybody here. Yeah, that would make sense. He's on 306, is now on 317, so yeah, that's accurate here. Obviously, before we let you go and kind of let you get back with your team there, obviously, championship right now in hand. Need to keep relying on the 11 to continue to be that spoiler for the 76. Obviously, this has been a very interesting season from Daytona till now. For your team to have expanded the way it did from 1 car to 4, and to see, obviously, you have the 253, the GT3 car in range for potential podium with how the pit stops are shaking out in that class. Very interesting. How has it been just working with that team as a whole as the teams really sort of took on this larger approach in the season?
Yeah, so a bit of a backstory to this. Start of the year, we merged with another team called Valorous Motorsports and Project Dynamic. So we joined together. I think it was during, not officially, but last season's PEC. I think it was from round 4, I believe it was. I think it was Magny Cure, I think it was the first race of the merger. And since then, obviously, we had some interest from drivers who wanted to take part, and great having 4 cars instead of 1. And what's more interesting with us, as I think you've mentioned, is obviously 3 of the cars are GTPs, and all the GTPs are different cars. We haven't gone for the same one, which many people will be thinking, why have you done that? It's not just for performance, like, as you know, to focus on 1 car or anything, but each driver, basically, we let them have the option of what they prefer in terms of how, like, which GTP they'd like to drive, and thankfully we had an equal number of drivers who liked specific cars, so that was quite good. And obviously the GT, that was, I think, a last minute call to decide to go with the Mercedes for the season. I think it was Ferrari, which was the initial car we were going to run, but right at the end, obviously, we had to think about, for that car especially, which GT would be the best all-rounder for the 5 races throughout the season, and they chose the Merc, and they're really showing their pace. And I just want to, my last bit, to give them a big shout in this race. They've done exceptionally well to be potentially fighting for a podium. I think they're net P4 at the minute, but they've just done a little tweak of strategy, so they're going to get Lewis and Hugo in at the end of the race and do triple quads or quad stints, which is quite good. But just want to give a shout out, sadly, to the 51. Obviously, they retired earlier on, which was a bit unfortunate, and they did a stellar job with the Porsche this year. Just been a bit unlucky, and the Academy car has been one that's was really good at the start. They had some great pace and would be up there, but just had some slight little issues. And to my boys in the 50, obviously, it's been a great season, and big shout out to Wesley and to Movano specifically for letting us have our former driver back for this race, as we were kind of struggling for drivers for this event and also for Sebring. So want to give them a big shout out for letting Wesley join us again and have him return back to his old roots for one more race. And also to the rest of the guys who've been in the car for the season. So Wesley, AJ, Jeremiah, myself, Jakob as well, who did a few races for us early in the season, and at Sebring as well. And I can't think if I've missed anybody off. If I do, I'll probably get a slap on the head by management, by my fellow management guys. But just want to give a shout out to you as well for the broadcast for the season. You've done an exceptional job showcasing this league, and let's hopefully you guys can continue this and continue to expand the broadcasts for next season, and may or may not see us on the grid next year. We have to wait and see.
Obviously, that's the goal. Obviously, season 6, I believe, starting June 29th. So we got a little bit of an off season here. But I will let you get back with your team. Hopefully, the next time we get to talk, it'll be closer to knowing exactly where the 50 stands in the championship fight and where the 76 is in relation to that. So like 76 and 11, swapping that position back and forth by several laps there. So a lot to keep an eye on here with the sun up and about 5 hours and change left to go. Ryan, I appreciate you taking your time, and we'll hopefully talk to you again very soon.
Thank you very much, and just to let you know, Wesley's coming into the box this lap.
Absolutely, the 50 car coming in this time by, and Tarosi shouldn't be too far behind in just 5 laps time for the Magic Road 55 crew. So GT's all across the board, ready to come down pit lane here. Casper's in the 50 on this lap, 2 laps from now for the 16. It looks like the 10 should be coming in about this time as well. So pit stop's going to be hot and heavy here in the GTP class going through. Set up for the next hour of racing here on ABN Esports 1, the 24 Hours of Europe, the 5 Endurance Championship season finale, well and truly underway. Approaching the 3 a.m. hour. Appreciate everyone being with us here for the race here. Casper's in pit lane. For everyone tuning in here on ABN Esports 1, it's a long night here. Approaching 3 a.m. on the East Coast here in the U.S. For those joining us from the West Coast, welcome. Welcome to Mother's Day here in about 9 minutes. Jeremiah Kaiser in the number 50 now. Number 50 car in pit lane. Velaz Tarosi will not be able to pass that car right now. Work continues on. The 55 car just on its own race at this point, doing what it can. Zadar Atez, last pin lap 308, has a pit stop coming here in, it looks like about 4 to 5 laps time. The Acura, as Ryan Littlemore was explaining there, very confined in terms of the strategy that it can run. To kind of explain here, with pit stops being so important, 3 different manufacturers present in the GTP class. You have the Acura, which is leading the race right now and has 2 of the top 3 spots. You have the Porsche, and then you have the Cadillac, the BMW not present in this field. We need to get someone that actually runs the BMW, just to kind of see how it runs. The Acura runs a 2.4-liter twin turbocharged V6 engine, which was initially developed for the IndyCar series. IndyCar scrapped that engine, so it went over to the Instacar. But it's a little bit more limited in terms of what it can do with fuel consumption. Very well refined, very well processed, that Acura 2.4-liter turbocharged V6 engine. It is one of the smaller engines in the field. The Cadillac, which we'll pivot to, sitting right now in 5th place with Niklas Gessner. The Cadillac is a 5.0 liter V8 engine. It's a big boy. It's a huge engine, but it doesn't always have to run at full song. It's easier to save fuel with that engine because it does have that much displacement. So they have the ability to sort of stretch it out a little bit and try to go 13, 14 laps on a stint. The Porsche seems to be the most even balance of the bunch. We talked about the Porsche there. The 55 is the Porsche, the Magic Arrow team running both the Cadillac and the Porsche in this race, as they have all season. The Porsche being the even float of the bunch. It's a flat 6 engine that they're running in that Porsche. And they are the easiest ones to get 14 laps per fuel tank for first stint. Now, with a little over 5 laps left to go in this race, how quickly do they try to pivot to that fuel save plan to try to make that 14 lap stint work? Because for the 55, right now they're sitting in second place, they're on the lead lap, but it is not easy. Right now, they needed a win. They really did. They needed a race win. Oh, Porsche uses a V8. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the correction. Porsche is using a V8 because so the Porsche's V8, isn't the BMW also V8? I know the BMW is the V8, and that may be why I was thinking the BMW is the only V8. I know Cadillac's a V8 as well, but I'll have to double check here. No one runs the BMW, so I never have to look into it. I really wish I did. Yeah, BMW also V8. Okay, so Acura's the only one that's not, of the 4 that we have. Good to know. But that kind of reiterates the point. Like, you got a bunch of V8 engines and Acura's running a V6. They're very confined on what they can and can't do. Kind of just reinforces that point. I think the Cadillac's got the biggest displacement. But yeah, the Acura's taking on the world here. Now, why is that V6 important for the Acura? It's a smaller engine platform. Engine weight matters in this field. And obviously, when you look at the GTP field, they all have to meet a certain minimum weight. The reason why that's important is because the minimum weight that they have to reach, they can use with an adjustable ballast. So the weight that they're saving with that V6 engine, they get to control where that extra weight goes. That's a lot. That's very important in terms of determining the balance of your race car. And that's an advantage the Acura has that the Cadillac and the Porsche and the BMW don't quite have, because you wouldn't think about it. An extra 2 cylinders on the engine is additional weight. I think it's an additional 30, 40 pounds. I think it's how it plays out too. Let's double check. I think it's about an additional 35, 40 pounds. But that is, and that doesn't sound like a lot, but these are cars that are 800 kilos. That is a significant balance shift for cars that are aerodynamically dependent, that have the hybrid powertrain, and have to do this for 24 hours. If you're able to save 1/10 of a second every lap, we're about to set a 405 lap race in this event. Saving 1/10 over 400 every lap over 405 laps, which is, again, the forecast we're seeing here, that's a lap if you can save it. So it's very important to have that balance. That's why the Acura has been so strong. Again, they have first, third, and fourth. There's only 3 Acuras in this field, and they're all in the top 5. That's domination right there. A lot of Cadillacs left in the field still, a couple of Porsches still in the field, but the Acuras are the ones that have risen to the top and have stayed there. And we're seeing that. And I have a feeling season 6, when we see everything roll around, if it's a if it's another wide open racetrack selection like what we saw this season, where we had Spa, Daytona, you know, Monza, Le Mans, Sebring, a lot of fast tracks, that Acura is going to be very popular. Obviously, I think we're going to see a pretty interesting variety of tracks next season. Tracks that we've not quite seen in the same vein before. In the Flat Endurance Championship, I think we're going to see, I think Watkins Glen's coming back. We saw that last season. I believe Spa is coming back as well. I believe Spa's been like one of the mainstay tracks on the calendar. So it'll be interesting to see what the full calendar looks like there, but I know Watkins Glen, Spa's two of the races on the calendar. I think Algarve in Portugal, I believe that was a track that was high on the list. That's not been confirmed yet, but I think that's a track that's high on the list. I mean, I'd love to see a race at Portimao. But we're looking at a different vibe of tracks next season. Acura really good right now on the high-speed tracks. Obviously, this is the first season that the Cadillac has went winless in the Platinum Endurance Championship. Cadillac hoping that we see a little bit more of the variety of tracks like Portimao, like Watkins Glen. It needs a little bit more of those tracks where it can really kind of stretch its legs and use the torque in that 5.0 liter V8 engine. See, season 6 is set to start on June 29th. We'll have full information on the schedule for the 6th season of the Platinum Endurance Championship on avnesports.com and on our social media platforms as all of that gets announced. Jeremiah Kaiser, Balazs Tarozzi, Zadar Ate's top 3. That's Frederick Valoris, Magic Arrow, and Ryder Engineering, the top 3 in the GTP class. And the reason why I've been focusing on the GT3 class, because GTP class instead of GT3. GT3 class is kind of stretched out just a little bit. Closest battle right now is between 3rd and 4th right now on track. Project Valor is trying to get up to the 274 of Enosis Esports. A 3-car battle here, but it's all about the track strategy, the pit strategy here. As you see the sunshine hitting the track once again here in Le Mans, it's breaking through the cloud cover in northern France. 3 cars battling for that 3rd spot. Project Valor has had it for a little bit of time. Now it's in the hands of Enosis. Asia Motorsport pit from it. 3 cars relying on pit strategy to try to get that 3rd position, that final step on the podium in GT3 Pro. And right now Enosis Esports has that advantage by 14 seconds. Project Valor has to try to claw that back in. But it's a fight between 3 Mercedes AMGs. And as I mentioned in the first part of the broadcast here yesterday, it's easier to fight when you're facing cars that aren't yours. When you're if you're in a Mercedes and you're facing a BMW, or you're facing a Ferrari, or you're facing a Porsche or an Audi, it's easier to face because they're not the exact same car. You're not running the same equipment. We're seeing the same equipment right now in this battle for 3rd place. And that makes it a lot more difficult because the strengths and weaknesses are similar. Like, obviously the setup differences and the driver strengths and weaknesses kind of come into play. But the equipment is the same. So that makes it a little bit more difficult to make that fight happen. And that's what makes that fight slower of a build as well. And we've seen that throughout the race all the way through. The battles between the Porsche and the BMW, or the BMW and the Mercedes, they happen quicker. It's very much a snail's crawl in terms of being able to actually reel in someone that's in your car. And that's what we're seeing right now. The gap is, I think it's changed by like a 10th or 2 at most. And that can be extremely frustrating. in the car. In the car, you're thinking, what can I do to gain time? And you're like, oh, that felt really good. That's actually felt really good. You gained a 10th. That's not what I wanted to hear. But that's really the situation, and drivers have been dealing with that at this point now for almost 19 hours. That's rough. There's no way to sugarcoat it. That's just rough. On top of that, they know that a race win's no longer in question. The 201, the 07 racing car, all they have to do is finish, and they are champions for the 3rd time in the class. Very hard to stop someone that has been that good all season long. So consistent the 201 car team has been. We got to get that 201 team up at the GTP. Let them challenge for the GTP world title. Let's give the GT3 Pro something as a little bit of a break. They've been absolutely outstanding, and that is a measure to just how good that team is. The all-Italian team there, the 23 in the GTP class, learning as they go. The 201 continuing to just be that consistent force of dominance here in the GT3 Pro category. Lithium Motorsports, the 234 in AM class, set to win their first title in AM. Right now everything's looking pretty well line astern, as here comes Roman Ortiz down pit lane. Does the 253 follow suit? That Mercedes will stay out. So for at least a moment in time, Alex Schmidt will take over 3rd place. Watching that clock tick over, we are 5 minutes away from approaching the 20th hour of the European 24. Carmen joining, I am Carmen Sienna. Glad you're with us on a super weekend of racing. Everyone taking over into Sunday, whether you're on the West Coast or on the East Coast in the US, whether you're in Europe or over in Asia. Getting everyone over and welcoming them to a Sunday morning. Again, looking at about 5 hours of racing left to go here. I was supposed to have Taylor Mills in the booth about this time, but still issues with her provider, or ISP, has kept her away. I know the sports card fan in her is absolutely just livid to not be in the booth right now. She wanted to be here for the start, couldn't be there, and unfortunately those issues have been persisting. We will have 2-time ABN Champ Car World Series race winner Olivia Hayward in to finish the race with us here on ABN 1 here. That will begin I believe we got that set up for 6 a.m. So, just a couple hours away from seeing Olivia Hayward back in the booth for us here. So Alex Schmidt right now sitting in the 3rd position, but a pit stop incoming will change that a little bit. So trouble for Ivan Hernandez. Oh, I think we have a giant crash here that just occurred. This is in the Porsche curves. No, this is not in the Porsche curves. This is towards Sarthe Rouge. Oh no! Huge trouble. Ivan Hernandez in that car, the number 33, which ended up having the tow, and that was Sienna Lee that was in trouble and clips a little bit too much of the curbing, bounces the car. Nothing Fernandez can do. He's got way too much of a closing rate there on the 399. And that is both cars now back in pit lane. Nightmare scenario there for both the 399 and the 33. Not how they wanted to have their race go there. Again, we'll look back at it. Obviously, 399 feeling like the 33 ran into them and had time to react. I would have to beg to differ on that. Closing rate massive on the 399. Yeah, 399 loses speed there, and the 33 either throws it into the wall trying to avoid the 399 or just kind of tries to hold station there. That's rough. I think that's very much the 399 just overdriving a little bit, and the 33 just not having any time to respond at all. And unfortunately, that's going to really affect both drivers' races in that one. Kind of all begins with 399 just taking a little bit too much curbing. We've seen a lot of drivers take curbing really aggressively. The curb there approaching Sarthe Rouge is raised. It causes the car to bounce pretty heavily. And I think just a little bit too aggressive on the curbing there just kind of throws that car around. And we saw that right on board there with Hernandez. The closing rate that car had was intense. Again, you're kind of expecting, you know, coming around through the S's there, down the hill, back up the hill towards Sarthe Rouge, that you're going to be able to sort of figure out where you're going there. If you have time for an interview, we always have time for interviews. Not a lot of people want to do interviews, but for those that want to do interviews, yeah, we're willing to do them. Someone sent me a message request. Can't see who because all of the names are truncated, but yes, we can do interviews. Just line up in the stream waiting room. That way we know that someone is there. I've got Discord up now, so especially from the 76 camp, which now has Jan Kors back behind the wheel. Sarthe has had to come in and really sort of sit there on a all right. See here. See if we can talk to Zadar real quick. Alright, let's see if we can talk to Zadar real quick. Zadar, this is Carmen from the AVM booth to get a copy.
Hello everyone.
Alright, so you had a very long run in the car. Jan Kors back out in the car now. How are you feeling, first of all, having to kind of come in and do even more time on short notice?
Yeah, I'm obviously quite exhausted. Like that wasn't planned. I had a triple stint before, Then I went to sleep to get a little bit of rest, and then I came back, did a triple stint, and then Jan should drive, but unfortunately he had a big problem with his pedals. Like his pedals just failed, which meant that he couldn't brake anymore, and nearly went into the wall because of that, which meant like 5 laps into the stint he had to pit again, and I had to take over again. And then like I did one stint, he went into a test drive to check if everything was okay. But yeah, he fixed it. It was just the issue that didn't happen often. I think this was like the second time. It was super unlucky that it happens like 5 laps into his first stint of this race. We were like 30 seconds in front of P4, which Hendrik and myself were working hard for. Really, we were pushing completely through. Pace was extremely good, but unfortunately that probably cost us nearly maybe a minute. I don't know, it's quite a bit, but we're catching, we're doing a good job. Hopefully Jan is going to find his rhythm to like get everything back. But yeah, 5 stints is the first time that I ever did 5 stints in my whole life. But it was quite okay because the car feels really, really good.
Obviously, you and the main car, you've been focusing on the 50 car at the front of the field, running the same equipment here. They're both running the Acura. They're saying that the strategy calls for the Acura is very limited. Have you found that to be the same way? Have you been very kind of limited as far as what you can do to try to save time in this car, or is it a little bit more different for you in the 76 crew?
Like it's just like that we think that like pushing is like the best. We saved a few laps at the start of the race, more or less, like in the 5th and 6th stint, something like that. So we gave us like the chance to push through the night, which was the decision we took, and that's what we did. Like we saved a little bit earlier, and then we decided to push. Like saving could be better as well, but we think we are a bit better at pushing than on saving, and I think it wouldn't make sense for us to save too much. The tires are good anyway, it's just about fuel. At least with our setup, the tires are like really, really good even at the end of the stint. It's really easy. So we just tried to push, which was very good. The times were extremely consistent. I think we have like only like we have less than 10x, so it's really going very well until now. No problems, no contacts, nothing. Just a little 0x's, I think 2 or 3 over the whole race, so nothing special. Just like this one braking failure was like very unfortunate, but we try our best to get P3 back, because if we get P3 we are going to get the championship. If we're going to get P4 we are not going to get the championship as soon as Belarus stays in front of the pack. If Belarus wins, P4 is not enough for the championship, which makes it now very different to before. Half a minute of a gap to P3. I did that like in 2 or 3 stints. I was like 9 seconds behind the car that was in front of us, and I was able to get them and like get a 30-second gap, so I gained in 3 stints around about 40 seconds. It was quite a grind, but definitely paid off. And yeah, then unfortunately we lost again everything. Now again round about 43, 42 seconds behind. It's very consistent, but we will try to catch that back, and maybe we can still get P3 at the end of this race.
Obviously, you've done again 5 stints. Obviously, you're looking now less than 5 hours left to go in the car, at least in this race. Are there any plans for you to get back in the car, or is it now in the hands of Jan and the rest of the team?
Like usually I should not drive anymore, but I was clearly saying that I'm still available. Like I'm pretty tired, but I still want to. I feel very good on the car. I think I have like at the moment at least I'm the quickest in the car. So I think when Jan gets like a bit comfortable, he's gonna be very quick as well. But yeah, like for example in the last stint when Jan was checking his pedals, I did like the 1 stint obviously because he needed to fix that, and then he told me that I should drive another stint, which was the reason why I did like 5 instead of only 4, because he felt like the pace was good, I was in the rhythm, and now I can like lean back without thinking about driving anymore. But if they need me, I'm definitely gonna drive again. Josh and Henrik are like back again, so they can still help us. So everything is right now there, everyone can drive, so I think I'm not gonna drive anymore, but still if they need me, maybe you will see me in the car for 1 or 2 stints at the end of the race.
Well, you've done an amazing job limiting the damage that was done, obviously, with that issue that Jan faced, and now Jan's going to try to pick up the pace here and go up to the 11 car. Before we let you go, and hopefully we get to talk to you later on at the end of this race, but if there's anyone else you want to kind of shout out here, obviously the full team sport here, putting this team in position to try to win the championship. If there's anyone to shout out in particular, go ahead and do so. Obviously, still a little bit of time left to go.
Yeah, like first of all, like I don't know, some people probably won't know, but I started in Monza this season the first time for Viper, and I drove the GT3 AM car, and I had like this massive 3 stints, 1 minute catchback to P1, and that's why we won in Monza with the GT3 AM car. Unfortunately, we had to shut down the AM car because we just hadn't enough drivers anymore. And because I was doing like well, I just bought the Acura 2 weeks ago or something, so the only race I did before was a bit of Mugello in IMSA, which was just it. But Jan is such a good coach, Josh as well, and Henrik is extremely good as a teammate as well. So I have such a big support that they just helped me to get like the best out of me, and like now I'm at absolute top pace with this Acura at this track, at least right now. So I feel very glad that I have this team around me. They help me such, like it's really crazy. I was like nowhere. I didn't even know how to drive the car. I locked up every corner 2 weeks ago, and now I'm like completely pushing to my limits because they exactly teach me how to drive this car as fast as it goes. So I can be very happy that they give me the trust to just drive this car. Like if I do one mistake in this race, the championship is gone, and they still were like, no, we want you to drive. You can do this. We believe in you, and that's like such a big honor for me, and that's the reason why I tried everything in this race, and I think I did a very good job. I didn't do any mistakes. The pace was always good, so I think I did exactly what they believed, and yeah, I think we can be very happy. We definitely deserve this championship, but we need a little bit of luck now to get that one.
Well, a little bit of luck and a lot of time still to find it. Zadar, obviously, great job on your 5-stint run here in this race so far. Obviously, if we see you again in the race, obviously we'll know that this car is going to be in good hands, but now it's time to see what Jan and Josh and Henrik can do to help bring this car home and bring a car in championship for the first time in the PEC.
Exactly. Thank you very much for the interview. To everyone that is watching the stream, good luck for your drivers if someone is driving for you. So have a lot of fun watching the stream, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Absolutely. Zadar Ates, the 76 Red Engineering driver that just came out of a 5-stint run here tonight. Let's see now if Jan Korps can pick up and take off what Zadar has really kind of helped bring this car back to the conversation for the battle for 3rd place. Again, they need 3rd to get to the championship that they've been looking for all season long. All right, so a fantastic job there. Zadar did a fantastic job. Happy to be able to talk to him and kind of get his perspective on that. We'll have some more interviews going further down throughout this race. All eyes now on Jan Korps in this battle for P3 in the track. Nicholas Gessner in pit lane. You'll see Jan Korps just go by there in the background. Gonna put this 56 a lap down here provisionally. Pressure's on to try to make work happen here. Alex Schmidt, 253, still sitting right now provisionally in P3 in GT3 Pro. They are off the pit sequence by a little bit. They're hoping that their strategy is the right one as they try to battle for that P3. 3 cars all going for that conversation. The 220 and the 274 closing in on each other. Again, it's Mercedes versus Mercedes versus Mercedes. But it's 3 different teams behind them. Project Valorous, AZR Motorsport, and Enos Esports all going for it. Less than 5 hours left to go. We've been at it for a little over 5 hours on the broadcast. We're going to step aside for a small refreshment break here. And again, we have Olivia Hayward coming in a couple hours' time to help finish the broadcast off with us. Hopefully we get Taylor Mills. Fingers crossed there. I know Taylor's been looking to at least do something in this 24-hour broadcast. But we appreciate everyone showing us support here on ABN, across ABN 1 and ABN 2 across the last 20 hours and change. Don't go anywhere because we have more coverage here. We'll be seeing the entire rest of the race through here on ABN 1. We appreciate it. So for right now, for the next few minutes, enjoy the sights and sounds of the 24 hours of Europe. Welcome back, everyone. Non-stop coverage here of the European 24 Hours here on ABN Esports 1 to the finish of this race here. A little under 5 hours left to go. 4 hours and 38 minutes left on the clock here. For everyone tuning in and being with us here on an incredible race day. Appreciate you being with us as we bring you to the checkered flag here. 6 a.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. in London, 12 p.m. noon in Berlin and Paris. We'll have Olivia Hayward, two-time ABN Champ Car World Series race winner, back in the booth. We talked to Olivia a little bit earlier yesterday. We get to talk to her again to end off this race. That's how people will be a part of our production here today and yesterday. Appreciate everyone that's been a part of the event. All the drivers and the teams that have also given us their time as well. Watching this race as everything kind of pays off here. 253 finally made a pit stop, and it's brought the battle for the top three. Battle for third in GT3 Pro is separated now. By just 18 seconds. Seconds the gap between third, fourth, and fifth in GT3 Pro. We're looking at fifth in GT3 Pro at the moment. Hugo Fountain behind the car, or behind the wheel of that car for the 253. Pedro Oliveira Vigario in the number 220 for Azio Motorsport, sitting in third, having the bigger advantage at the moment, sitting 11 seconds clear of Roman Ortiz for Enosis Esports. But everyone's still pretty close together. Nick Kirsten's back in the car for Simrace Sweden, Esports Academy, the white, yellow, and blue machine in pit lane. Nick Kirsten's back in the car there. Driver change as well for Corn Motorsports. Orlando Telhero behind the wheel now of the 299. Cars still running here in the 24-hour race of Europe. Jeremiah Kaiser behind the wheel of the number 50 machine. Trying to roll through here. We're further behind Balaz Tarozzi by 55 seconds. Has a pit stop to make, though, in a few laps' time. Jan Korps provisionally back up to P3, but has a pit stop to make in that number 76 for Ryder Engineering. Far, far from over. Don Corbs at the moment, sitting in the 3rd position though. Shadowing the number 23, currently being driven by Davide Favaro. Favaro in 8th place for 07 Racing, just outside the top 7 at the moment. Take time to flash on your screen. I'll show you where everyone's at right now in the classes here. So here's the cars that were all present for the start of the race. Obviously 3 cars out of this race, the 51, the 86, and the 99 out of this race in GTP at the moment. But that's sort of what you're seeing there right now as things currently run. Sort of look further down the order here, looking down into the GT3 class. 19 cars took the start. We are currently down to 14 cars in GT3 Pro. Now seeing, and we've only had 7 cars take the start here, 5 of which still running. 3 retirements, the 396 disqualified, and the 323 retiring after 2 major collisions in the opening 12 hours of the race. As here comes the 334 down pit lane. Over a lap clear, actually quite a ways clear in the time gap. Looking at just the gaps that everyone's got right now, over a full lap, almost 2 laps between the 334 and the 366. So they are pretty well and truly in control of their own destiny at this point. GT3 in the epicenter of this battle for 3rd in GT3 Pro. For everyone joining back in with us here this morning, greatly appreciate it. We're here to roll you through the entire rest of the race. Gaps are spread out just a little bit. There was a little bit of sunshine earlier after sunrise. Now we're back to overcast conditions. And you see the fog rolling right back in this morning. Definitely making visibility a little bit more difficult once again. But the cloud covers mean the track a little bit cooler here. It's not quite as hot on the racetrack, which is what some people were hoping for. Keep the track temperatures reasonable. Everyone wants to see this race continue to be an all-out sprint. Obviously, track temps, very important. Managing tire wear and degradation. You don't have to worry about the tires beginning to wear and tear. And obviously the slip and slide sort of effect that you see from these cars. 274 right now, sitting 4th place in the epicenter of it all in GT3 Pro. This is also one of the closest fights in the field at the moment. Roman Ortiz, Pedro Vigario, Hugo Valentin in this 3-car battle. Cars in pit lane, Paulo Tagliabellini for Code Esport, the 269. Marcel Nürnberg also in the 207 for Firefly E-Racing Blue. The sporadic bit of teamwork going on here. Between the 4 a.m. hour here in the U.S. Gianni Peroni back in that Ryder Engineering car in pit lane as the 207 leaves pit lane now. See if there's a driver change here. Peroni's been in that car for 2 stints, I do believe, if my math has served me correctly. And there was a driver change. I thought there was 2 stints in that car. There was. Jack James back in the car now for Ryder Engineering. On the flip side of the nighttime, the British driver will take over the 276, sitting firmly in the 10th position, trying to chase down the 278 and the 218, trying to make it a 3-car battle for the top 8. Right now it's in the hands of Rachanov, the 278. As Vigario comes down pit lane, the AZR Motorsports car. Pit stop. And not alone, a couple more cars coming down pit lane as well. Looks like a GTP coming in. But it's going to give Roman Ortiz 3rd on the road, with Hugo Valentin not far behind either. Not in pit lane now. 278 car. As pit stops continue here, pretty spot on as far as the scheduling we imagine we would see in this forecast. See, it says driver change here in the 278. I don't believe there's going to be a driver change here. Rachanov just got in after taking over for Vladislav Shopov. Would have to believe that we'd be seeing him stay in for at least another stint. And that is indeed what's happening here. Rachanov staying in that car for another 13 to 14 laps here around the Circuit de la Sarthe. Now it's the 274 and the 253 that are duking it out strategy-wise, trying to figure this race out. And the class leads seem to be not in disrepute. It's all about the last step on the podium that has gathered so much interest here for both the pro class and GTP. Looking right now in this battle for third, the 274 has it at the moment. The 253 will take it over. It's like right now the battle for third and GTP is between the 11 and the 76 still. Young Corpse in that 76 car, still chasing down the 11, has clawed in about 6 seconds worth of time, but still has a lot of work to do over the next 4 hours and 20 minutes. So the work continues to evolve and change as we see the 274 using maximum track space to try to maintain speed as quickly as possible, because it is down to the tenth of a second that are making the difference here in this 24-hour race. Pit lane quiet at the moment, but that'll change here momentarily. We know that the 274 and the 253, they'll have to come down here in pit lane very shortly. The 274 will come in a couple laps earlier. Last pit on lap 280, now on 292, has about 2 more laps to run before needing to come down pit lane. 253 came down pit lane on lap 286, so almost midway through their stint now. Seconds is the gap here. RPM Racing, the 210 car, adding a little extra pressure. Rasmus is still behind the wheel of that 210 machine. Right now we're looking at Roman Ortiz and the 274, not on the same lap, both the lap apart, both of them are. Almost looks like a little bit of bump drafting between the 210 and the 274. Are we seeing NASCAR strats between these two Mercedes? It's a dangerous game to play, I will say. Very dangerous game to play if they are bump drafting, because these cars are a little more fragile than the stock cars we see on Sunday and Monday nights. Just a little bit more sensitive. Through Indianapolis now. One of the many corners around this racetrack, and now through Arnage. Ortiz, again, just trying to manage that 274 car. Will most likely not be the one to finish in that car. But he's done a great job so far, keeping everything planted in the right direction. As time continues to whittle away here in northern France. Cars down pit lane. That is the 16 Dead Bull Racing GTP of Kajimi Murrieta, and the race leading 201 of Lorenzo Castellani. Pit lane a little bit busy. Yeah, we'll sort of just zoom in because we don't have any cameras actually pointed towards the clock here. For those wondering, it's on the top screen, but for those that just need a countdown, there it is. Right there. 4 hours, 11 minutes, and 33 seconds until the end of this race. Ortiz behind the wheel. 274 looking for a podium if they can get it. Easier said than done. Fabio Ponta leading pit lane now, taking over the 201. Gonna be a busy track on the exit there of pit lane. Around turn 1, there is the race leading GTP of Jeremiah Kaiser for the number 50 Product Valorous team. Murrieta working on a triple stint at the moment for the 16. See both of them trying to navigate the Asia Motorsport machine as well. Approaching the final 4 hours of this race. Got to shout out the race control group as well. Jonas Weber, Liam O'Sullivan, and Pep Kirstens behind the wheel, or behind the wheel, but behind the wheel of the stewards group at the moment to bring us not only back into the sunlight conditions, but closer to the end of this race. They've got to oversee everything. Hard to manage a 40-car field of over 100 drivers without a good stewarding group, and that's what we've got right now in the Platinum Endurance Championship. A three-person staff right now for this 24-hour event. Murrieta sitting right now in the 7th position on track here. Vincente Lara for Carbone Sports JD sitting in the 66 car at the moment. Service as normal. Not so normal. Mark Rosendahl had an issue. Mark Rosendahl, this is the 52 car, and this is approaching turn 1. What happened to Rosendahl in the 52? Oh, is this over rotation once again? This car very easy to over rotate. It's been damaged. A lot of aero balance taken away from the 52 car. Just a half spin, nothing too crazy that time, but we've seen worse happen to that car. Unfortunately, as Vicente Lara leaves pit lane now. Laura back on track here, just kind of browsing and perusing here. It looks like the 274 and the 220 getting closer and closer together here. Juan Guerrero now behind the 274 after their pit stop. .2 the gap between the 220 and the 274. I'm still waiting for the 253 to make a pit stop, but this is getting interestingly close to being a 3-car fight, regardless of the pit stops that need to be made. Ivan Hernandez back in pit lane here. It's pretty standard pit stop there for Hernandez, the 33 car. Right now sitting in the 12th position. As Hernandez leaves pit lane, normally scheduled here. Here's Guerrero once again dealing with the RPM Racing Mercedes. These two seem to be stuck together now. Guerrero right now is trying to stay at this point in range. Had that issue there. And definitely kind of sets the team back just a little bit. And that makes it even more interesting because now the 253 might be able to pit and get right ahead of them. And this is in the Porsche Curves. Once again, a place that's been very tricky for a lot of cars. That's first just on the exit. Not what you want to see from the 274 that's battling for a podium place. Way too aggressive on the inside lane there too. And the 210, really good job. Really, really good job by the 210. Just avoid making contact there. Tom Scetto doing a great job of just avoiding the melee there, avoiding making that worse. You bouncing. Tell you what, beginning to pull out all the stops here. Trying to get this 253 car on the podium. Hamilton right now, 57 seconds ahead of the 220. It's not enough to overcome the deficit from pit stops. So you need about 70 seconds in hand, but they're not far away either. Right now, trying to just gain an additional, what they need is an additional 13 seconds over the next 4 hours to really make it work. See the fog once again, very intense here in Le Mans, as everyone struggles not only to stay awake after a long and grueling race. We're approaching 20 hours completed. And for some of us, it's been longer than 20 hours. 21 is when we went live. Went live 7 a.m. yesterday. Covered final warm-up, qualifying, start of the race itself. A lot of drivers still kind of just pushing on here. Right now, everyone's just kind of struggling just for energy at this point. Just try to keep things going and keep momentum going in the right direction here. Nick Kirsten's in pit lane, the 218. Making a pit stop there. We know the 253's got a pit stop here soon. Opening up a... They're almost 60 seconds. This 253 camp is dangerous right now with the gaps they're trying to open up, because they've almost already got that 70-second advantage on the 220. Sorry, the 274. And that's where it gets so interesting. That one mistake by the 274 crews almost put them out of the conversation for a podium. They're still in it. They would still end up being ahead right now as things look by about 4 seconds. But this could be a very tight fight for the podium. Now, obviously, we're not going to have what we see in real life racing. We're not going to have the safety cars really bunch the field together. Valentine continuing to try to push to open up a gap here. He's opening up a gap on both Teodoro and Guerrero, the A0 Motorsport car that Enos Esports machine. Just struggling to keep that. He's got to come in at some point. He's got the lowest fuel amount of anybody in that 3-car fight. Really just got to try to maximize it here. Last pit on lap 286 on lap, 286 left, now on lap 297. So he's got a couple more laps where he can try to maximize this pace. But not a lot of time left. May have to kick the can down the road just a little bit. Stefan Henrique leaving pit lane for Smurf Racing. The 391 is on the podium at the moment after the issue with the 399. A 391, the only Audi in the field. There were two, one in Pro, one in AM, but the one in Pro did not show up to today's event. So it's been really just the Pro car, or just the AM car, sorry, excuse me, in the Audi representation here. Sitting right now pretty comfy in 3rd place. We've crossed over into the 21st hour of this race, less than 4 hours to go. Yeah, see, we're proud of all the teams that have made it this far, so far in the race. Still keeping an eye on this battle for 3rd and GT3 Pro. .62 seconds now the gap. If I'm not mistaken, Valentin's only been in the car for 1 stint. I'll have to double check on that. I believe Valentin's only been in the car for 1 stint. We'll have to, well, I guess we'll see here in a couple laps when Valentin comes down pit lane, but I believe he's had another stint in this car before he hands it off. I think. I don't know if this team's been running the doubles or the triples. But so far they're doing a fantastic job. So looking right now at an easy 4-stop strategy to end this race. Pretty well straightforward, and that's something that I think a lot of people are missing out of this conversation. I think they've cut a pit stop out of these last 4 hours, whereas the 220 and the 274 are in trouble. Trying to double check my math here on this. Trying to do this with very little sleep and no caffeine is very difficult. Trying to make sure the math is actually correct here. They're pitting when they come down pit lane. After they come down pit lane, they'll have 3 more stops. I think the 220 and the 274 still have 4 stops. I think I'm still right on that. I think there's still an extra stop for the 220 and the 274. I can't wait to be wrong on that, but I think that's where we're at right now. SOR futuristic saying, I can drive the safety car. No thanks. That's not slow. I will fall asleep. If we have a safety car period, I may actually fall asleep. That would be a huge problem. Let's leave all the cautions and the full course yellows. Let's leave all that to Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, please. Please and thank you. So let's not have that until Monday. Very much please and thank you. Andrew Gomez taking over this 52 car again. A bit of a hot potato between the 11th place car there. Ivan Hernandez in the 33 and Andrew Gomez now in the 52. Outside the top 10 in GTP. Not this Wednesday. Yeah. Josh Tucker catching on to that one. See, I'm okay with safety cars if they're convenient for my strategy calls. And I'm going to need strategy calls because I'm starting 19th in that race. I won't be able to just sprint my way to the front of the field. That's not going to happen. Valentin right now sitting 63 seconds. They need 6 more seconds that they're just not going to get here because he's got to come in this lap, I think. Picking you for the win. A good thing you don't bet. Goodness, I've not won a race in a year and a half. Granted, I've only do AB and Champ Car now, but now HTL Cup, but I haven't won a race in over a year and a half. It was November. I won the Champ Car race when we went to Chicagoland. That was early November 2022. I've not won since. Valentin stays out an extra lap, so he's going to try to get really close to that 69. Nice. 69. If I say 69, he needs to be at 79 seconds. He still needs to gain another like 15 seconds just to try to cover off the pit stop delta in GT3. But he's got that over the 274. Very important. He's got the 70 seconds he needed over the 80 seconds he needed over the 274. I'm telling y'all, I am tired. He's got 80 seconds over the 274. Pit stop delta, at least last time he went through, was 78 seconds. So he's got right now 2 seconds to spare on the 274, but when he comes out of pit lane, he'll have cold tires and a heavier fuel load than the 274. So that'll be a tight battle to keep an eye on. But the 253 racing to try to open up that gap also on the 220, which is a little bit harder to do. And then to do, I as much as I would love to win an Indy on Wednesday, I'm just happy we have a full field of cars. Like last Wednesday, I know it took forever, being like 4 hours for qualifying, but that was so much fun. There goes the 76 Rider Engineering car going by. As the 266 comes down pit lane, not far behind will be the 253, I believe. I believe they're coming in this time. They pit on lap 286 before. They're on lap 299 now. This is 13 laps they're on now. We did post the AB and Champ Car calendar in the AB and Esports Discord for the next season, for season 6. So we're looking forward to that. Everything starts July 10th in Michigan. That'll be a lot of fun. Bouncing, going through Indianapolis in Arnage. Sardini in and out of pit lane, just like that. "40-second pit stop. 76-second pit stop time. That's a very quick pit lane time for the 266. Gerard Sardini Jr. and Carbone Esports JD GT3 Pro doing a pretty decent job on that. Again, waiting on Valentin to try to come down pit lane here. Expecting this to take place. Stays up another lap, going 14 laps. Understood. Interesting. Really trying to make sure that gap is opened up here a little bit. And again, this is sort of where we're at in 24 hours. A strategy game is going to be very important here. Not going to be such a straightforward contest that we're so used to seeing. It's going to be very much a strategy game. It's just going to bring the cars together at the end, because we're going to have the 220, the 274, and the 253 all really close together at the end of this race. It just, they're on such different pit stop strategies. They're just going to end up wrapping around each other at the end. And you want to talk about wild, the 301, no, sorry, not the 301, the 201. What happened to German sim racing? Let me see if I can go and look. Oh, did they tow? Oh, they did tow. Let me see if I can, I'm gonna see if I can find where they jumped. It didn't pop up on my screen. Give me 1 second. I see where Ivan Hernandez had an incident. All right, so let's try to do some deductive reasoning. Ivan Hernandez, who we were not focusing on because they were 11th at the time. So let's see if we can just sort of do some deductive reasoning as to when this accident took place. Again, we're trying to find the 11, but here's what happened to Hernandez into Indianapolis. Really never even made the apex of the Indianapolis there. Scroll down, see, that was 334. See if we can jump forward to the 11 car here. Okay. This may be it. Porsche curves. So this, oh, and this completely loses it. Oh. Just never got it back. Just never got the grip back in that car. Let's go back and look at that again in slow motion. Can I see where this car really breaks traction? What happens here? Yeah, this car just breaks loose early into the Porsche curves. And just never picks it back up. Hard impact there. And that's huge, because that gives Rider Engineering an easy run through for third place. The 76 and the 11 were going back and forth. With the 11 having that issue now most recently, Jan Koorij has over a lap in hand over the 56. They may be the ones cheering at this one. So Jan Korbs right now with that car sitting in third place in the cap bridge seat as Valentin comes down pit lane. We were expecting their pit stop. Here they are, 14 laps in. This could be a driver change for Valentin. Looks like it may not be though. Looks like he may stay in the car for another stint here. No driver change yet. Here's where the 220 is. Diogo Teodoro trying to get back to third place. Valentin finishing up his pit stop now. 42nd pit stop. At that 42, topping that thing off completely full of fuel, that 253 Mercedes. Lose third on pit lane. But not by much. Because there he is, right on the exit. Oh, that's way closer than I think the 220 was expecting that 253 to be. Valentin with that 82nd pit time delta, still really close to 220 for third place. Very interesting how that turned about. Korbs in pit lane. And this is a free pit stop for Korbs now that the 11 is out of the running for the podium. Huge for Jan Korbs. That takes an entire weight off their shoulders stress-wise. Valentin, 4 seconds to drift to Teodoro. Pressure right now is on Teodoro. He's on the back foot strategy-wise at the moment, it appears. There's a lot of work to do. So Teodoro sitting in third. Opening a little bit of a gap here. Terozzi off track. That was in Indianapolis, but still running now. So no significant issues there for the 55 crew. Just a slight off track there in the Indianapolis corner. And right now, it's all eyes on right now this battle for third place in GT3 Pro, with the 76 now securing third place as things run right now. Obviously, a lot of time left to go, 3.5 hours and change, but things are looking really good. So I just received some information that's heartbreaking. We're gonna focus on 334 for a moment. This is information that just made its way to me. The 334 car hurting now big time, and not in a way in this race. They're leading right now, safely so. Milo Spielman helping bring this car home. So close to Father's Day. One of their drivers just lost their father here. Obviously, Mother's Day right now, internationally. Blake Aaron lost his father, Keith, mid-race in the overnight hours. This information just got to us here in the ABN Studios booth. Blake Aaron, one of the drivers of the 334, actually took part, was driving earlier in this race. We're not expecting him to come back, obviously. Sending the word out that he lost his father during this race. His father was watching this race as we were broadcasting it throughout the weekend. So close to Father's Day, obviously on a day so important for parents anyway. I know what it's like to lose a parent like that. I know what it's like to be in that situation. Blake, obviously a lot of us are here with you. You've got a giant community with the Platinum Endurance Championship that's behind you. You got your amazing team that's continuing to try to win a championship and win this race for you. All of that's secondary when you lose a parent. But we're with you 100%. We're happy your father Keith got to watch you race and got to see you do what you love doing and enjoy your hobby with you. It's such an important aspect of this that we don't talk about very often. I appreciate you, Blake, letting us know here at ABN so we could talk about that. Obviously, our well wishes, our condolences for your family. Have your hearts now in the 334 crew as they try to make their way into a championship win, in a race win that now means so much more. Again, that's Keith Aaron, the father of Blake Aaron, driver of the 334 car, passing away this weekend during the festivities here in Le Mans. If you're a member of the PEC community, obviously this is one of our own, and let them know that you're thinking of them, If you're the type of person that prays, pray for them. Let them know you're there for them. I think at this point, I think it's only reasonable to do a moment of silence there for Keith Aaron, and for his family, for Blake, who unfortunately received that horrible news on a weekend that was full of optimism, full of joy. Already on board with a 334 mile of Spielman after that minute of silence here. Let's see out the heartbreaking news. Loss of Blake Aaron's father, Miles Spielman, again confirming that this team going to be down a driver for the remainder of the race for obviously the most reasonable reason you can imagine. This team is carrying on heavy hearts, but they have a little bit of luxury as far as Blake Aaron's teammates, Milo Spielman and company. They have over a lap to really just sort of breathe right now. Almost two laps, 7 minutes and 5 seconds is the actual gap right now between Milo Spielman and the 366 right now being driven by Oscar Gonzalez. Obviously this team now has to try to focus and get ready for these next 3.5 hours here. That's hard to do. No matter the position you're in, it's hard to do, but they're in this position to try to bring the car home. Now it's almost an injustice to not bring the car home where it's at right now. So Spielman, we know how good he is. He's going to try to do just that with the team. Chris Razilov leaving pit lane now in the 9th position here for Native Delta by Sim Gear. The gap's opened up a little bit in this battle for 3rd place in GT3 Pro. Right now, the gap's opened up to about 6.3 seconds between Teodoro and Valentin. This is the 220 Asia Motorsport car and the 253 Project Valorous Academy car. And you're going to see this sort of happen because now the 220 has the lighter fuel load in the GT3 Pro category because the strategies are offset a little bit here. The 220 has that better fuel weight right now. Again, they've got to make an extra stop though, according to our numbers that we've been able to crunch here on very little sleep. And who knows if I'm actually reading the numbers on my calculator correctly. But I believe they've got an extra pit stop to make, and here comes the 220 down pit lane now. That's big, because that's really going to kind of just let loose the 253 Valentin to try to make this work happen. Bouncing out firmly in the 3rd position now. And that's I think, is that a slowdown that he had to serve? That's painful. Yeah, that is a slowdown. You can see the comparison compared to the other Mercedes coming up behind him. 100% a slowdown there he had to serve down the Mulsanne, and that kills your entire run down that first third of the Mulsanne. That is not fun in this race. But that kind of speaks to fatigue. Trying to just use muscle memory. If something goes off, you're not quite able to catch it the same way. Valentin in a very late run, double stinning these tires at least. Double stinning this car, I should say, not these tires. But definitely still in trouble there. And that's going to give a breath of life to Teodoro, who now no longer in the most significant trouble. Honestly, the 253 now having them trying to make up that gap that they lost. Easier said than done, all things considered, as the 7 for Focus Racing comes down pit lane. And you want to talk about pulling the air out of a balloon. That's what's happened in GTP with the crash of the 11 car, which has dropped it down to 6th place. The car's back on track, the 11 car. We'll see if we can pivot to it real quick. Alex Wetzel back on track in the 11 car, but in 6th place. It really sort of took the air out of the sails of the top 3 that were fighting so hard. Joe Mike Kaiser for Project Valorous right now, doing a fantastic job. Obviously, the 50 car has been at the front of the field most of this race. The 55 coming down pit lane, Balazs Tarosi behind the wheel of that car, staying just on the lead lap with the 50 in case something did happen to that car. The issue is that none of that's going to necessarily matter as far as the championship ambitions, because the 76 right now has third place, and that's where it needed to be. Before the 11 car had that incident, the 76 was sitting in fourth, and that was where it was forecasted to finish, which would have seen the 50 car, if it continued to lead the race, win the championship by 2 points. Now it's flipped. Now the 76 has the championship by 2 points because it's a 4-point gap between third and fourth in terms of the points that are allowed. So now Ryder's got what it wants out of this race. The minimum requirement was finish third and win the championship. It's got that now. They are not on the lead lap with the leaders. They are a full lap down. But they entered with the best advantage they could have, and that was the ability to not have to worry about needing to win. The 50 and the 55, they needed to win. And the 76 is going to make that not really matter anyway, if things continue to hold up as they have been so far. Yeah, Corbs right now sitting third place in GT3, or GTP I should say. I keep doing that. GTP is where Jan Corbs is at right now. We've been talking about P3 in the GT3 Pro category too. So it's been a mixed bag right now. 253 right now sitting with a 11-second gap over Juan Guerrero for Enosis Esports. And really just trying to open up a... You want to try to open up as close to an 80-second gap as you can. And now the 253 has the advantage to do so. They've got the lighter fuel load over the 220, which is right now the main competition for that third spot. So right now Valentine sitting in third at the moment. He's about 2 minutes off of Sarthe in second place, the 266 car for Commentator Sports JD GT3 Pro. So that may be a little bit too far out of reach at this point in the race without a lot of help. But overall, not a bad running so far for the 253. If they can hold on and make this work, the biggest question is the 253 good to go without needing an extra pit stop, or are they having to push to have that gap because they need an extra stop? That's, I think, the big $1 million question at the moment for the 253 camp is, are they good without an extra pit stop, or do they need that extra pit stop? Because if they need it, then it could be interesting to see how that all plays out. Could have a legitimate, an all-out fight for third place in GT3 Pro at the end of this race. .31 cars still running in this race as we approach the final 3 hours. Race leader Fabio Ponta in GT3 Pro, the 201 car in pit lane, as is Joan Guerrero in pit lane. The 274 for Reynosa's Esports making a trip down pit lane at the moment. There they are in their pit box, the 201 and the 274. Is there going to be driver changes on either vehicle? They might be in the 274. Doesn't look like it though. Looks like everyone's going to stay in those cars at the moment. Fabio Ponta back out on track now, leaving pit lane. Guerrero will not be too far behind. And Teodoro will not have a lot of issue getting back around the 274 here. Out of the Ford chicanes. And the 220 does get around there before Guerrero can leave pit lane. So Guerrero down to 5th once again. Teodoro up to 4th. Valentin trying to keep a gap now built up to return to 3rd place after making a pit stop. And you can tell that 253 is pushing big time. Trying to make up all the time in the world because he's got the advantage. He's got the low fuel load. And that low fuel weight is so important in these GT3s. Absolute flying at the moment. The 253 is going through Molsheim corner. Getting a notification here in the live chat. Simray Sweden, the 218 car, had a wheelbase failure, and now Dan Pepples is back behind the wheel to finish the entire rest of the race, the next 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's rough. That is very rough. Obviously, they've got the ability to make that pivot as they can, but that is a nightmare scenario there, and not something you want to have, especially late in the race. That 218 Simray Sweden car is 8th place right now on the track, and Dan now has the hard work of trying to secure that over the next 3 hours and 15 minutes. Dan Pepples in 8th place there. Tom Scetto in pit lane for service. Pit lane quiet once again otherwise. Norbert Thomas back in the 55 Magic Arrow car for what will probably be his final stints in the car. As as we approach 5 a.m. on the East Coast, 10 a.m. in London, and 11 a.m. in Paris. Appreciate everyone being with us here on ABN Esports 1 for our continued coverage of the European 24 Hours, the final round of Season 5 of the Platinum Endurance Championship season. A lot still on the line here. Valentin opened up a 70-second gap over the 220 machine. The goal is to have an 80-second overlap, just to make sure that you're covering off an extra pit stop. They're 10 seconds away from that. They have 3 hours to build up a 10-second gap to try to make sure that they're clear. And Valentin's been the guy to do it so far. Been very easy to rely on the 253 car. We heard from Ryan Littlemore, the team manager for Project Valorous. This was a late determination car that before the season started, they didn't know what this car was supposed to look like, what this car was going to be, until right before Daytona. It's been very much a work in progress all season, just trying to get this team going and try to get everyone on their feet. And we're seeing that here in the longest race, the biggest race in the Platinum Endurance Championship. Really beginning to shine here. Obviously, still a bit off of the 201. Probably the 07 racing car has been impossible to beat the past 3 seasons. But the 253 showing now they're in that mix to be a contender. And that's big. Andrew Gomez back in pit lane, the 52 car. Another one of the Academy machines sitting now in the pit lane, sitting in 11th place at the moment. George Jardini Jr., kind of an island, no man's land really. And also in comes the 50, Jeremiah Kaiser in pit lane. So both of the Valorous GTPs still running in the field, coming in for surface. Very slow crawl down pit lane. See a driver change here. Kaiser's been in the car for 2 stints. Yep, Erwin Liskowski, the Polish driver, behind now. Norbert Thomas, still in the number 55 Porsche for Magic Arrow. Polish driver Liskowski behind the wheel for the number 50. Anda Gomez leaving pit lane now, the 52 car. Gonna rejoin the racetrack here after losing a spot through the 33 of Canio Lopez. Meanwhile, Valentin still working and trying to make magic happen. Trouble further on through the field. Alessandro Izzo had a crash. And I have a feeling this is just going to be a half spin too. Didn't see any damage on that on that 23 car. This is in turn 2. A little bit of a rotation. You've seen that song and dance a couple times, but car survived, no damage to it. And Alessandro Izzo back running. And all eyes right now on Hugo Valentin. He's going to have to make a pit stop here in the next few laps. Can Valentin set up the team for a position to have a full overlap for a pit stop and come back out in 3rd place? couples in pit lane there. The 218 machine coming in right at the top of the hour. We're gonna keep an eye on the 253 of Hugo Valentin. As the race continues on, we're gonna take what we hope might be our last refreshment break. We're hoping, with a little over 3 hours left to go in this race. We're gonna see everyone come back here in a few minutes time and try to get us through the rest of the race here in Le Mans. The European 24-hour continues here on ABN Esports 1. Don't go anywhere, we appreciate you being with us here all weekend long. Alrighty, here we go. With less than 3 hours to go. Looking at Hugo Valentini, is still yet to make a pit stop here. Last pit on lap 300. We're on lap 312 at the moment, coming to a complete lap 312. Looking at a 13 to 14 lap stint here still. He's got a minute 12 seconds over Diego Toradoro for the 220 for A0 Motorsport at the moment. But this is a fight that continues to persist. Again, the goal is to have an 80-second overlap. He's got a 72-second overlap at the moment. Just in case they need to make an extra pit stop, they don't want to be behind the 220 in the final 15 minutes of this race because of that extra stop. So that's the aim right now that Hugo Valentini is really kind of carrying along for Project Valorous Academy. We've watched along the way. This is the battle that really, right now there isn't really a close battle on the track as far as like position battles here. It's all how the strategy plays out over the next 2 hours and 56 minutes as this race continues to progress into the final hours here. Been a very foggy, very overcast return to sunlight, return to daylight here on Sunday, May 12th. But the 31 cars still running in this field, really still giving it their all at the moment. 12 cars still running in the GTP field, from Erlen Laskowski in the number 50 car for Project Valorous, all the way down to the German sim racing team who are not still running. They have called it quits. Alexander Weitzel was behind that wheel last, and they did most recently decide to call it quits. They had to tow back to pit lane, and that is race over for them. Also issues for the Slippers Racing Team, number 399 in this field. What happens to the 399? This is in the Ford chicanes. Oh, just loops it. Wrong way around there for the 399 crew. We're just trying to make sure they finish this race on the right note. Yordanin Svetanov, likewise in the 391. Now it's Yilian Dimitrov behind the wheel of the car now, but it was Svetanov that was behind the wheel when this incident occurred. Through the Porsche curves, a little bit too much curbing. You've seen that happen a time or two. And as the Porsche goes into the tire barrier there, could have been a way worse accident. Thankfully, that tire barrier was there on the exit of the Porsche curves. But they have since made a driver change with Dimitrov now back behind the wheel of that 381. Weitzel out of the race, so we will be down to 30 cars running across the next across the next 3 hours of this race. Fabio Ponta behind the wheel of the 201 still leads, now a full lap over the entire field, lap and a half. They have over Alberto Moreno in the 266 crew as everything continues here in Le Mans. Sort of just browsing and perusing here, just trying to see where everyone's at the moment. The issue with Svetanov was the last major incident reported on the track, and obviously they came down pit lane immediately afterwards. Vincent Marsh also down pit lane here, the 234. The Lithium Motorsports Pro car sitting just outside the top 10, almost permanently in 12th at this point in time. They had earlier issues in this race that has put them behind the 8 ball. So here they are right now in pit lane. Vincent Marsh gonna try to press on here, the Canadian driver. One of a couple that's been present in this race so far today. Gonna take some service in that BMW machine. As will the American driver in the 16 Dead Bull racing car, Kajimi Murrieta. Back behind the wheel of that car. Murrieta sitting here on the 6th position. A full lap ahead of the 23 of Alessandro Izzo. But also not really gaining time on the 10 car either. Down the Mulsanne, the 253 goes. They've got a 75-second advantage right now over the 220. Is that enough for a pit stop? We're gonna find out, because they've got a pit stop to make here in either this lap or the next lap. Dead Bull Racing making a driver change. Murrieta out, Reagan Cardi in. And Cardi will leave pit lane, trying whatever he can to try to chase down a top 5 here in the 24 Hours of Europe. Valentin racing at home here in northern France, doing what he can to carry this team forward into a podium place. Teodoro's opened a 25-second gap up over Joan Guerrero, as Ender Gomez has struggled once again. And oh, that is a huge incident for the 52. No, he never came to a complete stop, but that is a huge incident for the 52 car. Down in 11th place, shooting the gap. Oh, and just never completely has grip, completely locked up there. Light contact, but that car's been damaged before. So that, obviously that nose clip not completely ever secure on that car. The slightest of damage has now caused lengthy repairs for car 52. Having to roll all the way around the track here. Still carrying a decent amount of speed though through the Mulsanne corner, but car 52 will need to make a pit stop at some point to replace the nose on that car once again, as the problems continue to pile up on that crew. Ender Gomez back behind the wheel of that car now, as here comes Valentin. From one Valorous Academy car to the other, Valentin now the moment of truth. Did he give enough of a gap over Teodoro in the 220 to make a full pit stop and come out with 3rd place still in hand? Valentin in his box. Is this a driver change too? Another huge question. I would not imagine wanting to triple stint, but he just might. Staying in the car still. He's gonna triple stint it. He doesn't believe he has enough there put together. Teodoro through the Porsche curves now. This is going to be an interesting run here. 41.5, the pit stop time for Valentin, as Gomez also comes down pit lane in that 52 GTP. Oh, I think with Teodoro in traffic, I think Valentin's going to leave pit lane with plenty of time. He will. Valentin gets 3rd with a pit stop in hand. Gotta be careful though, you don't want to draw a slowdown and give up the precious time, the precious gap that you've created. Valentin's got it though, with time to spare. 220, who was stuck in traffic, now has to try to reel in a 10-second margin. That's how much slower he was in traffic with full fuel. Now it's going to be roles reversed. Teodoro's going to have the better fuel economy. Now looking at the 4th place car in GT3 Pro. That's a huge thing for Project Valorous. They lost a little bit of time earlier in this race and had to crawl to get all of it back, but successfully done so. Alright, catching up on the Twitch chat now I've had a chance to pull my phone back up. It was on the charger. German Sim Racing retired. I think we covered that by inadvertently. We covered that. But yes, they did retire. Rider GT3 we covered that one too. So he's still sitting in 10th. They have not moved. They've been stuck in the 10th position, I think, for the last 6 hours. Would you be able to show the standings in GT3 AM class how it would be if they finished now? I know that if it finished now, then the 334 is champion, but I think that was sort of a conclusion that we reached early on in this race. I can try to real quick. I mean, there's not that many scoring points, so it shouldn't be that hard to actually calculate. Let's see. GT3M. Lithium right now would score 60. The 366 would score 50. The 391, which is second, would score 42. And then the 399 and the 381 would be the last scorers. So 399, Slippers Racing Team, they'd score 38, and the 381 would score 34. Alright, so we can kind of show this real quick while we have time, because it is interesting and it's easy to do. Let's go ahead and show the if we're talking about the AM class, this is what it looks like right now. So Lithium, again, all they have to do is finish and they're champions. But obviously they've got heavier hearts right now than anything else. The 391 stays second place, they don't move. 366 right now moves up a spot over the 381. The 399 also moves up a spot over the 364, which did not even take part in this race. And no one else really moves anywhere. So, not a lot of movement in the leaderboard here But that is as things look right now in GT3 AM. So 363, we're definitely going to crush 400 laps here in the 24-hour race. Again, record was 397, set twice, once in the 1980s, I believe 1987, and again in 2010. So I think we're going to really well crush that 397 marker. We're on 363 right now. 34 laps away from matching the real-life record, and with plenty of time left to go, 2 hours and 40 minutes to run those 34 laps. I think we're going to be pretty well ahead of that. Jack James again, 10th place. Vrazilov in pit lane at the moment. Standard pit stop here for the 378. And Jack James will also come down pit lane, so they're not going to gain anything on this. They're on the same exact pit stop cycle, and no one in front of them has really retired. Tom Schetto almost a lap ahead. Marco Mendez 299 is a lap ahead. Joan Guerrero a lap ahead. Vrazilov in pit lane now. Actually, oh, Vrazilov taking repairs. There might be something to Vrazilov being in pit lane. Is there damage on that 278 car? Let's see if we can figure that out real quick. See if we can figure out what's going on here with the 278 car. Let's see if we can zoom that camera in real quick. On the 278, there is damage. Damage on that right side. And they're gonna pull the driver out of that car. Ooh, that driver's completely out of that car. That's a big ordeal. So Jack James will roll back out on track, now in 9th. Getting a spot due to damage. Was not reported. Not seeing any incident that would have caused Vrazilov to have an issue. But indeed, they've had a problem. Erwin Liskowski still leading the way right now for the 50 car as Norbert Thomas gets back in the number 55. And begins rolling once again after a pit stop. Fairly standard procedure. Alright, we're about into the 6 a.m. hour here, which means we're close to the last couple hours here of the race. We got about 23 minutes until we have a couple of people join. We'll have Anthony Bolstrix join back in. We'll have Olivia Hayward join back in. Within a couple hours, because I have reached my absolute limit as far as being able to multitask and cover everything at once. So we will have assistance here coming up at 6 a.m. again. Olivia Hayward was planned. Andy Bolstrix jumping back in as well. So we get to have a couple of us here, and I get to focus mostly on just production at that point. 24-hour races. I realize now why I stopped after we won in 2021. Remember now why we stopped, because I am not as full of energy as I used to be. That is for sure. Definitely can't So, Amity's already in the broadcast with. For those that couldn't hear the Discord chat, Amity said to down a cup of sugar. I've went through two liters of Coca-Cola already. So I think I've done more than a cup of sugar.
I thought I drank a lot of soda.
I didn't have any more coffee. So I am all over the place. I don't have AC. I haven't been able to turn my AC on because of it streaming. So I am hot. It is humid. It is muggy. I do not have coffee. My diet for the last 24 hours was honey buns, chocolate chip muffins, and mac and cheese. I am struggling today, obviously. So
I had a couple ham sandwiches and cheesy bread.
I don't know what's coming first. A giant meal or sleep? Probably sleep. Sleep's probably definitely coming first.
Probably sleep. If I was you.
Yeah, I have not been able to do much of anything. I was able to take a 4-hour, I'm going to call it a nap. I was not asleep for those 4 hours. It was very much I am too wired to sleep because I've been ingesting caffeine like it's air. So I
relate to that on the regular. So I totally understand what you're feeling right now. Probably wired, you're probably maybe not wired, but weird because it's like your body's like go 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 go, but your brain's like
exactly
why?
Like I'm pacing around, but I've got 5 brain cells. 4 of them are devoted to breathing and blinking right now. That is it. We are in trouble. Let me tell you,
Yeah.
I'm able to process, right now, the closest value we have right now is 3rd in GT3 Pro. I don't know what the strategy is anymore. I don't know if the 253 has a pit stop extra to make, or if they're a pit stop to the good. I know that they've now had a pit stop gap over the 220, but I don't know if that was important because they needed to make that extra stop and that we're going to have this really close battle at the end of the race, or if they're just out here to do it, and now the 220 knows that they have no chance. So very interesting balance here. I'm surprised I was able to do the live points for the GT3 AM because I have to plug all that in manually. Surprised I was able to do that at this point because I've also got to do that again for GT3 Pro after the race is over. So
I'm surprised. I'm impressed. Because you've been streaming this event, the European 24 hours, for basically the whole time. I did 6 hours. I felt great afterwards. I can't imagine how you feel. You probably feel miserable, and you had a nap between.
I just nap. We'll put in quotations nap. I've been up. Realistically, I've been up since 6 a.m. It'll be when we get to 6 a.m. It'll be 24 hours. Ooh. So, I had 6 hours away from the microphone. We'll go with that. But being realistic, I did not sleep.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't miss 24-hour endurance races. Part of me misses it because it's like I want to get back on track. I want to race with some buddies. The other part of me is like, you have a body that doesn't work. Don't do that.
Yeah. We won in 2021 with Arrowhead Racing when we had we had our 5-car for an LMP2, and I was like, cool, awesome. Also, I did the last 6 hours on my own, and I was like wanting to lose every semblance of control I had just to scream into the void. We won that race by a lap, thankfully. Holy cow. And I was like, okay, I'm done doing this. Didn't think I'd be doing it again as a broadcaster, but here we are. Thankfully, PEC stewards have said, yeah, we're not doing another 24 next season, so I'm just thankful on that one. Again, it's really cool to do once a year and everything, but I was like, okay, I can do this, because obviously I think we've talked about this point. It was supposed to be me and Taylor Mills doing a decent chunk of the race. That fell through, and unfortunately, Taylor, I don't think we're going to have much Taylor in the final couple hours of this race. Unfortunately, I think she's more gutted about that than anything, because I think this was the one event that was like in her like checklist of like she wanted to really kind of get through and do it. But obviously it's been a journey that has been, to say the least, it has been an absolute journey here.
Yeah, it absolutely has been. Like, I've been, I've been paying attention while I was doing commentary and broadcasting as well on ABN2, and seeing the race as it has unfolded up until now. We took control just before half and then left you to your devices after half, and to see how the field has developed is really interesting. Seeing AZR Motorsport now in 4th after struggling to get beyond 7th and 6th is a welcome little shift there. Project Valorous jumping up into 3rd was also very nice to see. What I didn't expect was Sim Racing Germany to have an issue. That was, I figured the car was driving really well. They were doing a fantastic job keeping it on track. No incidents, no off tracks, nothing like that. But unfortunately, they, as far as I know, had the incident in the Porsche curves and had to retire. So that means Rider Engineering is, like the exact worst nightmare has happened to Project Valorous and Magic Arrow 55.
Yeah.
But it's an absolute dream for Rider Engineering.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the chance was small because we know how good Rider Engineering was. Norbert Thomas and the 55 crew, they needed a win and they needed Rider to be outside the top 5. So it was always going to be a little bit more of a stretch there for the 55 crew. For the 50, it was realistically a legitimate chance. And the 11 was keeping that chance alive for them there, and it was sort of keep the lifeline going because it was Acura in that fight. Obviously the 11 now out of this race after a gut-wrenching 350 laps. And to put that in perspective, I don't think they're going to... So there's an overall calculation, there's an overall ranking of where everyone's at right now, just based off the laps that have been completed. I don't think the 201 is going to pass that 11 in laps completed over the next, 2.5 hours. I think that they completed enough of the race to stay top 12 overall, which is even more gut-wrenching. You've cleared the GT3 field by such a level and then had an issue later on in this race. So obviously gut-wrenching there for the 11 car, which entered this race with -3 points. They did not have a race start of the season at Daytona. Threw everything together, was looking really strong, and now they'll end the season with -3 points because they aren't going to finish the race here today. And that's, I think, just a gut punch because they put so much effort into getting this race ready to go for that Acura. But we got 11 cars still running that are just trying to persevere and go through this. And almost all of them on different laps. Unfortunately, that is just how spread out the GTP field has gotten. GT3 has been very competitive, very much the class of excitement in the later stages. Even with the strategy call still being where it is right now, you still have the battle with the 274, the 220, the 253 now looks pretty well set in stone. Looks like they've taken over the kingdom here for that 3rd spot. But we're still in that part where nobody knows because anything can still happen in this race. 24 hours. I said at the start of the race, anything can happen. A lot has happened, and it's still a little bit of a window to make some magic happen if you're on the outside looking in to try to take advantage and really sort of put a stamp of approval on this race. Just a wild turn of events here as far as how the championship fight has gone. And again, GT3 Pro and AM, that was sort of a foregone conclusion. They had 30+ point gaps going into this race. Lithium Motorsports will race their first crown under difficult circumstances. 07 Racing, the 201 GT3 Pro, they're going to go for the three-peat, and barring them somehow not finishing this race, they're going to be champions. That 266, the Carbono Esports GT3 Pro car, would need them to completely just fail out. And I feel like with the advantage that 201 has, that is a hard thing to do for them. They have built up such a good gap. And, I mean, well done to them. Most consistent GT3 Pro car I think I've ever seen in my life. 2 hours and 21 minutes. I love seeing that scoreboard, that classic scoreboard tick down. I think everyone is collectively just counting down now with that clock sitting on the front straightaway, because it has been. You can definitely feel the 24 hours have transpired here.
Oh, absolutely. And you did mention as well how much of a gut punch it was for Sim Racing Germany to take the L that they did when they did. But another team, while we were broadcasting on ABN2, that took a big gut punch as well was halfway through the race. Unlucky Luke in GT3 Amateur actually got disqualified.
I covered that because they had gold drivers and no silver drivers available, and they broke the surplus.
Yep. And like halfway through the race, the stewards realized the issue and then disqualified him. Like that's gotta hurt too. It's like, you don't got the client, you don't got the personnel to be able to manage that kind of that within the regulations.
Well, it's also one of those things. So like they were fine throughout the season, and then they tried putting all their aces. They tried stacking the deck here in the 24-hour race, and the unfortunate issue is that like they stacked it too heavy. They were running a pro car in an AM class, and they were given a drive-through as a warning, like, hey, you need to put silver drivers in the car, and they never did. So I mean, in fairness, you were given 4 hours extra to try to fix the issue, and they never did. And that's wild too, because these are classifications that are not new. Like, they were given driver classifications that they don't really change during the season. Pretty easy limits to find, and unfortunately for the 396, ended up being disqualified there. One of only 2 retirements in the GT3 AM field. 5 GT3 AM cars still going. The 323, the Team Red X car, crashed out after 2 nasty accidents early on in this race as well. The other 5 GT3 AM cars still rolling. But this is going to be an absolutely, I think, more celebratory end of this race than anything here with the time we've got left to go.
Absolutely, yeah. Just making it to the end of one of these 24 hours is reward enough. Like, I've competed in a couple 24 hours, and I can't remember what position my team ever finished in, because that wasn't the point. It was always just getting to the finish line, making the car finish. And as far as I can recall, every single time I've entered, I think I entered about 3 or 4 in my entire sim racing, I don't want to say career, because I was never a professional, but you know what I mean. In my time sim racing, I think I only ever got disqualified once, and it was due to a technical fault within the game, which we were playing. It was kind of a bug situation. We tried to fix it ourselves without getting massively screwed over by the situation, and then it automatically DQ'd us, and there was nothing the stewards could do. It was really unfortunate, but it is what it is. And we were practically pretty near the finish of that one, but anytime you can finish a race that lasts as long as this one, it's always a very rewarding experience, just in its own right. Although I would imagine winning one of these in class or overall would feel something else.
So we won when we won Daytona in 2021 in the LMP2 class. That was obviously electric. I remember sleeping for 3 days. afterwards. Because this is another event where I stayed up the entire time. Because I oversaw qualifying, oversaw final practice, oversaw the start of the race. Was supposed to sleep, didn't sleep, or anything like that. It's funny I'm doing that again 3 years later. Yay. But I remember that. I remember crashing, and I was like, because like you go through the highest of highs, but then like you crash so hard.
Yep.
And I didn't have. That was the reason I didn't have nearly the caffeine that I had today or this weekend. Because that was when I was like on a very low caffeine usage, sort of just regulating everything. And I actually had meals that were actual meals, and I still crashed hard. I'm not looking forward, because I've got to do another stream today. I've got to do the Winstall Cup Series race at Sonoma.
Oh, Lord.
I am going to be in rough shape.
Your liver is going to send you a strongly worded letter.
So I have a feeling I'm going to be able to sleep well. Because the Winstall races are luckily short. Yeah, work on Monday is going to be an interesting little endeavor.
Oh, yeah. That'll be a fun one.
Yeah. I'm going to need all the time in the world to just recover. The schedule that we have is crazy, because obviously this is a big week. Obviously, Sunday's Winstall, which that should be like an hour. That should be an hour stream. That should be 2 off the bat. We have HL Cup Series from Vegas on Monday that I'm racing for. I don't know why I decided to do that. I'm beginning to really forget my choices on that one. The HL Truck Series at Phoenix that I'm also racing in. Don't know why I'm doing that.
Oh, no.
And then the Arrowhead 500 on Wednesday that I'm racing in, that I've already qualified for.
Oh, no.
I don't have a day off until Thursday.
Carmen, what are you doing?
Regretting a lot of choices right now.
Like, my spine is screaming in agony just hearing this. What? I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, the only benefits that I work from home now, so like I don't have to worry about the travel time, because I imagine if I had done, I imagine like the first thing I was like, well, at least I don't have to worry about the travel, because I before last week I was traveling like 2 hours to get to and from work. Like I was driving like 106 miles a day.
Ooh.
So I was out of the house for 11 hours. Now I'm in the house. I can take a nap on my lunch break, which I'm definitely doing on Monday. And then I don't have to worry about, having to drive an hour to get home, take an hour nap, come back, do the HL Cup race on Monday, and then, try to sleep like a normal person afterwards. But yeah, it's a lot to juggle, and I say that I may actually have to do stuff on Thursday too, because there's a project we're planning beginning in June. I may have to do testing for on Thursday, so I may not actually be able to have a day off until Friday.
Ooh.
And then we're right back at it Saturday with the RX SNS series, because they're racing, I believe, at North Wilkesboro. Yeah. And then obviously everything goes back to full strength there. Back to normal.
Yeah, and I feel you on the travel as well, because a couple weekends ago, a few weekends ago actually, by now, me and my brother traveled north in our province. It's the furthest north I've ever been in Canada, and 600 miles north is what we went. So like about 958 kilometers, just a short trek up the hill. Let me tell you, getting there, I couldn't walk, and then the final day when we were going to leave, I could finally properly walk, like without like looking like I was 2 times as old as I actually was. And then it was doing the whole trip back again, the same 595-mile trip, and I couldn't walk for another day or 2 again. The long distance travel sucks, and I can't imagine what 312 miles in a single day just for work. That'd be miserable. Because you said 166, and that plus.
I
have no
was
idea.
traveling like 530 miles a week just to get to and from work. So it was
Yeah.
rough. Like
That
feel
is
it.
rough. I'm happy for you getting the what do you call it? I'm happy for you getting the work from home.
Yeah, very, very needed, and I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that extra hour of sleep on Monday morning.
Oh yeah.
And now we're looking at Guillermo Costa race again. The battles that we're seeing now are all strategy related as far as what's on track. So for those that are wondering, like, why are we just focusing on a couple cars at a time? Because there's just not a lot that we can kind of focus on without talking about the same. We're in a strategy game right now. Nick Kirsten's back in the car. This is surprising. So Nick Kirsten's back in the car for SimRace Sweden's Esports Academy team. It was supposed to be Dan Peppels until the end of the race because Nick Kirsten's had a wheelbase failure. Apparently they've got it fixed. So he's back on track, which is going to be nice because so Dan can actually take a chance to just sort of breathe for a moment because he's been in the car for a while now.
Well, there could also be another situation as well because I was doing the Road America 500, the vintage IMSA one.
Yeah.
That iRacing put on with a couple of friends of mine. And just before my stint, my pedals broke, and I had to use the gear paddles for throttle and brake. So maybe he figured out a little gimmicky scenario, kind of like a duct tape and zip ties, send it kind of situation.
Well,
hopefully not, because that's not the most ideal situation. But certainly crossing fingers that the problem's fixed and we don't have anybody losing wheelbase connection and then crashing the car out this late in the game.
Well, and from my understanding, it was a wheelbase failure. So, like, it wouldn't have, like, even if you, like, remapped it, it wouldn't have worked. So, for some reason, they got it to work. Because Kirsten's is back out on track. But, yeah, that was the big concern is that the wheelbase completely just gave up. That's obviously not the case now as Laskowski gets around the 218 car down the Mulzon. But, yeah, that was the huge concern is that the wheelbase had just kind of given up the ghost. And, well, Kirsten's back out on track. They're going to see how much he can actually run with it. Running a little bit wide in the second chicane, but still running.
Oh, somebody's saying in chat the clamp got loose.
Oh, that's lovely.
So the clamp was coming loose off the wheelbase. That's not ideal for a direct drive. You need that thing solid.
Yeah. You need, yeah. Because direct drive wheels are. I had a chance to use one last year, and it was a phenomenal experience until I saw the price tag, and I was like, never mind, I'm good. But yeah, you definitely need a very solid setup for that, and if it comes loose, then bye bye desk, see ya, or rig, I guess in this case, because you definitely would have to have it on a rig.
That's why I like the wheel that I got. A friend of mine gifted it to me when my old Fanatec belt wheel failed. And what I have now is a T248. Unfortunately, I can't use it because, like I said before, the pedals are broken, so we got to figure out a solution for that. But I don't really need, like, I feel like I don't really need a whole lot of force. A direct drive is nice for clarity and...
Right.
I hope Stream heard that.
I don't think we did. I think the noise suppression works a little bit too well.
I had a feeling you might react to that. I mean, you weren't here the first time I got dragged in.
Okay, so that's a soundboard that I have muted because I don't have soundboards on.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
okay.
makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, hold on, why is everyone laughing? Was there background noise? No, it was soundboard.
No,
there's soundboard.
There's... So in the EGN server, the soundboards are muted in the broadcast channels. But that's because Carmen's not always the producer in there, and I guess over here Carmen had a separate solution. But I had the same panic when I first got dragged in for my first country stint.
Yeah,
anyway.
I just went in and just like, okay, I'm just gonna, because I'll be honest, there's not a lot of soundboards I do enjoy. in the 39 communities I'm in on Discord. So it's just like, I'm just gonna turn all the soundboards off. So I just turned everything down. I was like, yep, now we're quiet. Also, last time I had a soundboard like enabled, someone legitimately played copyrighted Disney music on stream, and I was like, yeah, that's bad. And of course it was Josh Gaiman, so go figure.
Of course it was gaming.
It was Josh Gaiman, and it was, in a stream with 5 people that could have easily given me a copyright strike, and I was like, no, thank you, I'm good. I'll pass on that. Avian 2 is Dunyan Rings. More at 11. No, so that's why everyone's laughing at soundboards that no one can hear, because I can't hear them. Just like everyone else can see green, but me.
Oh, you're missing out on all the fun.
It's just snow all the time. It's just winter.
Oh no!
Everywhere. It's especially bad because especially with how cloudy it is right now. You know how gray the fog is and everything. Mm-hmm. The grass literally looks the exact same but more solid.
Oh no!
It's rough right now. It is rough hours. People wonder why I have chronic migraines. The eye strain from having to tell what is and is not actually gray is part of it.
Is this real or is this the floor? Speaking of fog, by the way, just to take a quick look at the weather on track right now, 20 degrees ambient, 23 degrees on track, so it is warming up a little bit, 97% humidity, so I think the fog might be dissipating just a smidgy.
I'm not holding
and the wind is coming out of the south-southwest, kind of switching somewhere in the southwesterly winds heading towards the northeast at 20 kilometers an hour or so. And of course it's overcast because the clouds are on the track, literally.
If we weren't told already that there's no chance of rain, I'd be worried if I was one of these drivers right now.
Oh yeah, you're looking at 97% humidity and it's just overcast and the clouds are on the track. That'd be rough. We did have sunshine for a brief period of time this morning. We had sunshine. All right, I want to take the time and actually soak that in. There was sun on the track. We had shadows that weren't just because it is just dense fog everywhere. It was fantastic. It was a wonderful 5-minute period.
That's when to take the screenshot, Stan. For when you have your post-race tweet, that's the screenshot.
Yeah, that's the thumbnail. That's
another
the
thing too about
YouTube for the video.
Another thing too about the fog, by the way. If it ever gets foggy around where you are and you step out and it feels eerie, it's not just because of that Silent Hill kind of effect where it's like, ooh, it's creepy. It's also because fog actually affects how sound travels through the air. Because it travels through solids, water, and gas all differently, and our atmosphere is all gas. So when there's dense fog, the fog will actually mute some of the higher pitched noises, but let the lower pitched noises travel through. And on top of that, because fog is created by a temperature inversion where the hot air is sitting on top of cold air rather than the opposite, which creates this dense fog, it actually reflects the lower pitched noises back down towards the ground. So the entire audible experience of being outside in a fog changes from how it normally is, and that's why it feels so unsettling and so weird. It's because of that minor change in the audible area that goes against what you expect.
It's similar with snow, right? As well.
Yes.
But obviously everyone's busy doing, oh, look, there's snow, unless you're in Canada, in which case you're like, oh god, there's more snow.
I'm glad it's gone.
Yeah.
For those wondering, for those tuning in, I told you that when we came back Canadian 1, it was going to be the full podcast experience. You've gotten the full podcast experience because we are all over the place.
I just like meteorology, okay? And like, it's really interesting. People should know about it.
Anytime I get meteorology reports, it's always, hey, there's tornadoes near you. And I was like, yep, I know. I hear the sirens.
And I'm guessing that's from Lily.
No, actually, it's not. I don't talk to Lily Peltier Sharp that much. Tommy Reynolds is the person that bothers me on that one.
I know Lily is very interested in all sorts of meteorological stuff as well.
ABN's about to have a meteorology club at this point. Goodness. There's a podcast idea. Have at it. Right now we're looking at the 16 Reagan Carty for Dead Bull Racing right now. Back out on track. This is a double stint right now for the 16. They are 2 minutes 13 away from the 10 car, but the 10 car has to make a pit stop to catch up. Kind of filling in Olivia because Olivia just kind of jumped in, obviously, for those that are wondering. Carmen Sienna, Amity Polstrix, Olivia Hayward, for those that have...
Oh yeah, you never introduced me.
Yeah, you just kind of jumped in because I was like... I dragged you in here and then we immediately just entered conversation. Yeah, again, all over the place. I am tired. I am now past 24 hours of being awake.
Hey, they never say they say never trust a thin chef. Never trust a well-rested endurance commentator.
Never trust a well-rested commentator. Period. That just doesn't happen. Alberto Moreno in pit lane, second place. Not really in danger of losing second place. Kind of just, you have first place, second place to lap off, third place to lap off. That's sort of just the experience you have right now in GT3. Same situation really happening in full force in GTP. Everyone's sort of on their own laps and own strategies because everyone's had different strategies all race long, and it's played out very differently. Olivia kind of catching you up, the 11 car out of this race. As you can probably tell by the leaderboard, the 11 car crashed out pretty significantly, which has put the 76 in the position that they needed to be in, as the 23 almost ate it.
I did see that, yeah. Third place, we were talking about it. 15 hours ago at this point, maybe a touch more. And
yeah,
just like we're talking about how the strategy will work itself out eventually, and we'll start to know what's going on. And I guess now we know what's going on.
Yeah, the 23, Josh Tucker behind the wheel. Just trying to help bring that car home. Because if they can keep it in third place, they are champions by 2 points. As the gap that they would have over the Project Valorous number 50, who is set to finish second in points again. So that's got to be a gut punch there. The 55 going to be third. The defending champions of the class will not be able to be champions again as things currently sit. So that's a rough time period for them. Andrew Gomez once again struggling coming down pit lane. Again, they've had a lot of issues. They've lost the nose of that car 4 times this race. So that car is not getting better each time they fix it. So they're kind of stuck. Hugo Valentin has opened up a full stop advantage. I'm assuming, I said this, I predicted that they were good by a stop. They were not. They had an extra stop to make. So they've been pushing with Valentin behind the wheel to try to open up that 80-second gap to have an extra stop in hand. And they've done so. Easily have done so. So now whenever Valentin hands it off, and I'm expecting he's going to hand it off here in the next pit stop, because whoever's going to take that car over will take over for the remainder of the race, with us coming to the 2-hour mark here in about 3 minutes. I'm assuming they're going to hand it off, and that's just going to be it. But there was an extra stop for them to make in this race. They've cleared the time penalty that they're going to have to face to do that. So the 220 and the 274 really going to have to answer that. Alejandro Garcia de la Mata, the ace in the hole for the 274. How I can say that with no sleep is beyond me, because that's a long name. But De La Mata is back in the car for the 274, trying to close in and try to at least pressure the 220 for 4th place there. The 220 has Guillermo Costa Race, which is not their fastest driver in the car right now. But it's all Mercedes, minus 2nd place. So, German engineering, everybody. And not everyone talk at once.
Hey, I've been encouraging people to let some space breathe. You don't have to talk the whole time.
Oh,
rested my voice. It's it's a long race. That's how
I
it
want to
works.
rest my
It's an-
eyeballs.
It's an endurance, not a sprint, you see. It's an endurance, not a sprint. Since you want me to talk, though, I will mention another thing that has shifted over from when I was producing on the ABN2 channel this exact race. The 399 of Slippers Racing Team. When we left off and handed it off back to ABN1, they were in the lead.
They had a
and now
heartbreaking
they're
experience.
Yeah, and now they're slipping back into fourth. They were having an incredible battle with Unlucky Luke Racing. It was kind of back and forth, sort of pit stop situation, swapping positions, and then Unlucky Luke got disqualified for the thing we talked about earlier. Smurf Racing Team is in third, which impresses me because they dug their Audi straight into an Armco and got it stuck there, so they had to tow back. Glad to see them still out and about, running some laps and actually ahead of Slippers Racing Team. And yeah, like there's a bunch of switch ups, a bunch of change ups that I hadn't expected to see, but that is the nature of endurance racing. Anything can happen at any time. I was saying it all over I was saying it so many times on ABN2, just like, you never know what can happen. And it's cliche, especially in endurance racing, to say anything can happen, but stuff happened. What can I say?
Yeah, the 399 had an issue there. To kind of explain for those that missed it, the 399 had an issue. They were in the lead. They were battling with the 334, which was a fantastic place for them to be in. And then they got into a collision with the 33 GTP. The 399 had a driver in the car. They were approaching to Rouge, and they clipped the curb a little bit too hard, and they sort of tail slapped it right in front of the GTP that was closing in quickly and just couldn't slam on the brakes enough. And both of them ended up having to tow back to pit lane. And the entire back of the 399 had to be replaced. So they ended up losing a ton of time, because not only did they have to go and get towed around the track, but then they also had to go through and get the entire back of the car replaced. They lost, I think, 14 minutes worth of time. So it was a huge delay for them to try to just get back on track to try to finish this race.
Have we had anyone else stuck in the gravel
I don't
at any
think
point
so.
in this race?
Not that I've seen.
I mean, technically you can say the 51 earlier in the race. The 51, that was in the Porsche curves. They really just kind of overdrove the Porsche curves and ended up. I wouldn't say they got stuck in the sand necessarily, because they hit the wall at the end of the Porsche curves, entering the Porsche curves there, and they just couldn't get rolling again. So I would say probably they broke the suspension, they just couldn't roll. But that's the closest we've gotten to it.
Yeah, that's what we saw on ABN2 was a GTP had taken one of the chicanes. I think it was a second chicane, and went in a
52.
little too hot. Yeah, I believe that's what it was. Went in a little bit too hot, punched the nose off. It was too dark to see if the wheel had fallen off as well, or maybe gotten dislodged. But they tried to back it up and then eventually just towed it. But yeah, I haven't seen anybody necessarily stuck in the gravel, and I've seen some cars just like stopped in the trap. So
Yeah, it seemed like some gravel traps in iRacing seem to be more prone to it, and maybe we're lucky here for now. Let me tell you, Indianapolis Road Course, not so fortunate. It's one outside of turn 4 that ended one of my races this week.
You got a top 10 though. That's what matters.
Yeah. I got a top 10 in the Open Series and then a top 10 in the Full Length Series as well. But like, you've always got to be on the ball with these iRacing updates, right? Like, we're talking about how it looks like there's rain coming, and now that's actually a factor. Yeah. They've made changes to the off-track surfaces. They constantly change the damage model, and people like. Even if people are running a series like this, you don't run a 24 that often. You run maybe a handful a year, and so you're gonna get caught off guard, not just because you've not run too many of them, but because things have probably changed since the last time you did. and you've always got to be prepared for that.
Not only that, but also in a 24-hour endurance race, that is a lot of racing in a very short period of time. So you're inevitably going to be discovering things that normally might take you maybe a week if you're only doing a couple hours of sim racing a day. So on the other hand of things, you're also running into situations that you wouldn't typically experience, and then you notice some maybe, oh, that was not what I expected. That's different. And I know that kind of happened to me. There was a period of time, I think, where, oh no, that was before they changed the grass and how it works. Never mind. I don't know. I'm talking out of my butt.
Well, we've got 30 cars still running, and each one has run about. So the GTP leaders were at lap 376. The GT3 leaders are at 329. But like when you calculate it all out, and obviously all those cars that have retired from this race, you've got at least 10,000 laps of this track run cumulatively just in the last 22 hours. Every incident, every possible place you can put the throttle down too early and loop it, every awkward curb interaction, you're going to find it at some point with 10,000 laps. It's really astonishing.
Some awkward positions we've seen so far. Corner entries seem to be a major issue. There's some corners around the track, specifically the chicanes down the long back straight, as well as a few other corners here and there, where sometimes you pitch in the car just as aggressively as you usually do, and then the rear just kind of says, nah, I think I want to be in the gravel trap today. I want to go to the beach. This particular... oh, sorry. I was looking at my own screen, not looking at Carmen's. But regardless, like, they're kind of those problem spots that you end up learning a lot in these 24-hour races, where you're like, okay, so if I go too wide here, there's a bump there that might unsettle the car. Or if I go too far inside here, I might hit almost like the apron sort of thing where it levels out, and then that'll unsettle the car. You kind of learn all those tiny little things when you're doing this many laps.
And by the time the checker flag falls, you have basically a perfect knowledge of this place. At which point you pack everything up and leave, and don't get to use that knowledge for a while longer. And by the time you come back, something's probably changed.
And some of that's probably leaked out of your ears at that point.
Yeah. You've had to focus on whatever you're running next week and the week after. Yeah, especially those Mulsans, it's just sort of a tricky sequence to go through, because you're trying to throw the car in like past there's three apex hit, and you try to throw the car in, but you're also trying to slow the car down, and so you're trying to use some tire grip for cornering, but also because you're trying to roll the car up, it's pushing the weight forwards, and so it's very easy for that lessened grip and lessened weight on the rear tire to be overwhelmed by just how fast you're trying to throw it through those corners. But if you want it straight out the other side and back on the power for the next one, it's a very tricky track, and it's again with also different setup philosophies. We did see in the Discord overnight, again, because at this point everyone's kind of locked in, people are a bit more willing to spill the beans on exactly what they're running with, which is quite nice to see. And it seems a lot of cars are going for at least a higher wing setting for this. Finding that it's not really too significant to straight line speed, and it's letting them obviously have a much easier time through places like the Porsche curves. But even so, you've then got the rate of the car. Basically, you treat the entire body of the car, the floor of the car, as an aerofoil, and you can build some downforce with that based on how you have the ride height set. But it's definitely made it a lot easier because, in general, modern race cars are just so efficient at producing downforce that you don't need to put too much drag on the car to have the downforce you need, and so you can kind of have the best of both. Whereas, again, going back to something like the IMSA Vintage series, you've got to be very picky with your setup because you kind of have to pick the downforce or the straight line speed. You can't have both because it's just a wedge. There's not really anything too fancy about it.
Absolutely, and in my opinion, personally, I would probably prefer the downforce side of things. Whenever I'm setting up my Audi 90, I usually set it up for a little more downforce than maybe other people would run, a little less straight line speed. Just because the way those cars handle in the corners is really fun to me when you set them up nice for handling. And the straight lines are the straight lines. I'm fine with people pulling me on the straights because all that matters in the Audi 90 is getting those corner exits and getting the exit speed. Getting that launch out of the corner often can really help make or break those kinds of setups. And the few times that I've run the vintage IMSA races with those kinds of setups, I've finished relatively well, while a bunch of people in front of me would keep wrecking because they're built for straight speed, but they can't go through a corner worth a darn. Meanwhile, I'm having fun driving a comfortable car that likes going straight and not so straight.
And the other thing is, if you have one of those cars that's tuned for top-end speed, and it's just like half a second in front of you, it doesn't matter what your setup is, because they will bring you along for the ride. And so you can kind of, especially in a longer race, you can kind of just rely on that and enjoy. It's a bit like in our beloved Champ Car machinery. If you see the car ahead, get on the push to pass. That is the most delightful thing if you're like early in a race, just trying to feel out a stint and get some like average lap pace going, because they're using one of their 10 allocations and you can just sort of siphon off it. And we did see some of that earlier on in this race, obviously not with push to pass unless there's been some extrajudicial setup changes, shall we say. But again, it's a situation where you can just siphon some fuel. We saw, especially the writer engineer in GT3 earlier on, who's currently in the pits, I believe, with quite a serious issue. They were just tucked in, literally almost pushing the Sim Race Sweden Academy car through some sections, and that was helping them extend their stint and take a shorter pit stop, but also they were just working together and sort of setting sail to the cars ahead. And the longer the race is, the more of those team games you'll see, even when you're not teammates, because you both have the same goal, which is to make it as far as possible. As there is I realized I'm a couple seconds behind on the feed, but there was a little bit of door banging there on
Oh, I'm glad that Carmen picked that up because I saw it on my screen down here, and I was wondering if maybe Carmen had seen that or not. But right now we're taking a look at Dominic Fichetti, something like that,
Fichetti.
in the Magic Arrow 56. Fichetti. Okay, so I was right the first time. Taking a little bit of a spin.
It's very easy to do through Dunlop there, and especially if you're exiting the pits. I guess in these temps it would be an option to double stint tires, just to avoid that warm-up time, avoid being on those cold tires that can cause so many issues. But with tires and fuel being simultaneous, there's not too much incentive to, and I think the safe call for basically every team is going to be to put a fresh set of Michelins or Bridgestones or whatever your car ends up having each stint. And so as you call out a pit lane, they are ice cold in these conditions, the track's ice cold, and it's already a corner that you're trying to throw it through again. right on the limit of what your downforce can provide, and it's just not quite enough sometimes. We've seen. I've lost count of the number of spins I've seen through there. Just fell on board with Dead Bull Racing here, and a bit of a drag race out of pit lane between two of our GT3 cars behind. Looks like they did it all filed through. We saw a little bit of, not necessarily on the same lap, but there was a GTP and a GT3 trying to drag race out of pit lane earlier on. A little bit less of a speed differential between the 399 and the 269, who are both, you know, fairly mid positions in their class, but the fact that they've made it 22 hours is certainly an achievement.
Yeah, 22 hours into an endurance race. It's a heck of a feat to take a metal tub that is made mobile by another metal tub that has a bunch of explosions going on in it multiple thousands of times a minute. Like, that's...
Also partially controlled by a rock that we tricked into thinking.
Exactly. So, like, the fact that you can get all of that running over 200 kilometers an hour for 22 hours straight, like, if you really think about it, is just beyond comprehension. And yet, it's just a car. It's got wheels, it moves, it goes. We don't even think about it anymore.
I mean, for the leaders in GTP right now, just doing a quick calculation, they have now passed the 5,000 kilometer mark.
Jeez.
It's such a crazy distance when you think about it that way. Like, that is
I could visit my friends
all the way
in
across
Florida.
Europe. Yeah.
Like twice over, 3 times over, probably. Dang.
For GT2 is probably more like 4,500, so you know, really not that impressive at all.
Oh, well, who's counting? Who's keeping track?
I mean, it's all of these drivers are on the absolute limit of what their machines can do. It's and what their bodies can do. It's it really is a test of you and your machine in a race like this, and yeah, if everyone's done a great job to keep it most on the straight and narrow. I know there's quite a few rows in the stewarding spreadsheet, but trust me, I've seen more in a race of a shorter length, so it's pretty impressive. The GTP leader, Project Valorous, just went in for a pit stop, but their last flying lap for the person asking chat was a 3:24.7. And then in for full service. It looks like their last stint was a 12-lap stint, which I suppose makes sense. We're having a lot of talk about 12-lap, 13-lap stints, but by this point they've kind of done the work they need to do, and I think the fuel's a bit of a distraction. And not only that, we were talking about how the track temp affects how fast you're running and how difficult it is to slow that pace down for a fuel save. And this track is... there's no heat in this track right now. The only heat is coming from the cars running over it. The conditions are very, very chilly, and so it's going to be increasing the fuel usage because they're going to be on throttle for much longer in the corners. And I think at this phase of the race, it makes a lot more sense to just say, run the laps that you're comfortable running, don't worry about it, and we will just bring the car home, essentially. They've got a minute and a half lead at this point. There's no need to get too fancy with it.
Absolutely.
So,
They put in all the hard work already.
so I talked to Ryan Littlemore, the Project Valorous manager, and the issue with the Acura is that while it's a lot more balanced of a car, they're very limited on the fuel mileage that they can run. They can only go about 13 laps at most, whereas we saw the Porsches run the 14 lap stints. They just can't get there because they don't have the flexibility with the engine display that they've got, because they are the only GTP car with a V6, to be able to be flexible with their strategy call.
And again, these cars are chosen for the whole season.
Yes.
This is just sort of the closing chapter, as it were, and
It's a long chapter.
yeah. It's oh god, what's that book that has like a run-on sentence of like 40 pages to end the book?
I've never heard of this before, but I wish I hadn't.
Yeah, it's about how
But
I
they had
reacted.
to make the call for the entire season for races where the fuel mileage probably wasn't as big of a talking point. There's like a 6-hour race. You can by that amount of time we saw by the time I left 5 hours in, people were offset by like a quarter to a half a stint.
Yeah.
And in a race where that's the end of the race, you're probably not too concerned about making that happen because you don't really have the time to see that tree grow from the seed. But when you talk about 24 hours, everything comes into play. You have to be considering everything, and yeah, that's just something that the actual teams have to take on the chin and try and run the race their way by pumping in those consistent laps and just try and outrace those cars rather than out-strategize them almost.
The other thing too about fuel mileage is, as a racing driver, it's really hard to restrict yourself and, let off and maybe not be quite as hard on the throttle, just for the sake of fuel saving. I know for me personally, whenever I'm running, a 3-hour, 6-hour, or something like that, fuel mileage just kind of goes out the window. I just kind of run my laps and do what I do. Because thinking is for nerds. I don't do thinking. I just drive the car. But on the other end of things also, we've seen in motorsports all across the spectrum that kind of thinking might put you in a bit of a commitment to a strategy that might not have been beneficial to you when other people are already thinking about all the options and may have determined that preserving fuel mileage might be more important. And even beyond that as well, I have forgotten where I was going with it. I am so good at commentary, I swear. But regardless though, fuel mileage in this race, especially a 24-hour race, is very important. And the other thing as well is that an endurance race these days, the way that they're treated now is that they're treated like every stint is a sprint. So with Project Valorous in their GTP, they mentioned they weren't really able to be flexible with their fuel plans, so they've probably just been going all out like it's a sprint race the whole time, maybe dialing back just a little bit to stay in a comfort zone and stay in a safe zone kind of thing. But with regards to saving fuel, they've never really had to do all that much. Meanwhile, while riding on board on some of the Cadillacs and the Porsches, you could hear them letting off really early to try and stretch the fuel just a little bit more so that they could push near the end of the race. But of course, as we see, because the Acuras can just run flat out and take a pit stop early as a result of that burned fuel, comfortable lead over Magic Arrow 55.
It's not comfortable to build though, because you're right. The races are almost sprint-like in how you have to attack them with the car at least. Obviously, back in the old days of endurance racing, it was pretty much defined by reliability, and you would find that the most successful teams would be the ones who could be as gentle as possible on their cars and really just sort of waltz it through without pushing the red line whenever possible, and using that to preserve the engine and reduce the repairs required. In modern endurance racing, that is almost a non-considered factor, at least. Of course, reliability still plays a part, but it's not really something that the drivers have too much thought about. It's more that work's done at the factory, and with the advances in sort of automotive engineering, the driver hops into the car and has that instruction of just extract everything you're able to out of the machine. And obviously in sim racing, in iRacing, there's no reliability factors at all, because the teams don't have control over how well their car's built. They just buy one from the iRacing store and that's that. So you have to be giving it everything all the time, even if it is in the form of fuel saving. You're still pushing it as close to 100% as you can, and that is where the endurance really starts moving over to the driver, and just how consistently they're able to keep that intense pressure up for such an extended period of time. A couple hours per stint, and across the entire team, just non-stop for a whole day.
I will say as well, like, that is kind of a thing I've been thinking about lately too. You mentioned it briefly, that vintage endurance racing was less about fuel mileage and more about reliability. It wasn't even necessarily up to the driver and their driving habits. It was just cars just fell apart producing the amount of horsepower they were doing at the time, and running some of the relatively new technology at the time. But it's been developed to a point where you have precision within a millimeter of a millimeter, a percentage of a millimeter, so that you can get all these parts within tolerances so that they operate nicely together. And even when you look at Garage 56, when they raced here, the Garage 56 NASCAR, when they raced at Circuit de la Sarthe, they had that issue because it's a new platform, a new car with new engine and drivetrain matching kind of situation there. So running it for that long when it had never been tested to run that long before. And then you have, I think it was, I can't remember, I think it was the transmission snapped. Like something, the transmission had a fault within it, and it just kind of fell apart towards the back half of the race. You don't really see situations like that happen very often anymore. And that's what I like the most about the NASCAR entry of Garage 56, is that it kind of harkening back to the old days when, you know, you kind of threw parts into a car and were just like, I hope it sticks. And they were able to repair it. They were able to swap out the transmission, put a new one in, and get back out on track and cross the start-finish line under their own power. Like, that's... and I'm glad, like, if there were an actual entry and not just an experimental Garage 56 entry, they wouldn't have been allowed to do that. You would have just been DNF'd. But the fact that they were allowed to go back out was really cool.
They absolutely would have. There's so much prestige in just finishing one of these races that you can absolutely spend. I think the rule in the WC might be you have to complete 75% of these laps to be classified. I think in PEC it's 85%. But even if you're below that number, there's just the feeling of turning up to one of these races, giving it everything on, no matter what happens, lugging that piece of metal past the checkered flag, no matter what, there's some magic feeling to that, and I think if any team that rolls up to one of these races, whether real or virtual, they are going to do anything within their power to make sure they see the end of it. But regarding that sort of dash to sit center, I think part of the reason we saw the reliability trouble that it had is it wasn't restricted to a specific sort of specification. It wasn't a regulated car class, and a lot of it was just can we do this? Asking the FIA, are we allowed to do this? And them going, yeah, sure, go for it. See what happens. And that kind of how a lot of it worked back in the sort of 50s and 60s. There weren't too many restrictions on the development because automotive development was going in so many different directions, and we were still working out a lot of stuff. Whereas these days we've kind of gotten to that point where we can do anything. It's just a question of what do we want to do to make the most exciting race and to and the most fair race. And that's where you start getting sort of these car classes, these collaborations with between organizations to try and make sure that their specifications work together. You start getting the balance of performance so that it can become more of a shootout between driver and driver, between team and team. And it definitely makes it more exciting to watch, but it does mean that it's a very different style of race compared to what you would get in the 50s and 60s, especially.
Yeah, that does make sense. Having that sort of driver versus driver mentality where you're in relatively equal equipment across brands, and within the same brand, it's basically the same car aside from how it's set up by your team. There's just something about having that unknown factor, that what if factor, plaguing your brain. Like, what if we've been driving the car perfectly the whole time and the axle just gives up, or the CV joint just gives up, or this or that just gives up? What happens if, the transmission blows itself apart? What if we drop a piston? Those kinds of scenarios, those unknowns, I guess I miss them now that they're gone, but thinking about it, I feel like I'd be really frustrated if I was cheering for a team that was the real underdog of the race, and they were doing really well, and they were chasing down the leader, and they were catching them, and then a part explodes because it just gave up. Like, that'd be really frustrating to watch as a fan, but also the drama that would create. It's kind of like picking from spades and clubs. Like, which do you want more, which do you want less? You got pros and cons in each. But at least getting to the point where we are now, where we have the equipment close enough together that it is just driver and driver, it starts to showcase the actual human skill that goes into racing, and being able to take a car beyond its limits rather than just taking mechanical parts beyond its limits.
I do have a friend who's had this idea for a while, which is obviously in sim racing again that the cars are completely equal and the reliability is completely equal, which is essentially 100% because you don't have control over the way the car is built. You just hop in it and drive. But there are some simulators out there that allow you to build a car or to repair a car, sort of working on those individual nuts and bolts. And maybe not for iRacing, maybe it's not quite the level of really want to go for, but maybe for sort of a smaller endurance race, to have that phase the day before where you have to put the car together in that simulator, and then based on how good of a job you did in that, determines how how well the engine works, how reliable it is, how fuel efficient it is, how much peak power it can create, and so you get a little bit of that back. And we've never like managed to organize it, but it's always been one of those ideas of what if we could work out a way to make that possible, and how much fun it'd be. And then especially because if you do then have a piston gear up, you were like, well, I must have done something wrong yesterday. I don't quite know what, but I must have done something wrong.
It would be a blast for a single-player racing game. Honestly, thinking about that, I'd think like, yeah, you like a lot of these days. I feel like racing games have kind of lost a connection to between the player and the car that they drive. And it seems like a lot of racing games these days are now sort of like collect-a-thons, like collect all the cars, you win, hooray. But having to sit down, pick a car with pros and cons. Do you want more reliability so you're not constantly fixing and replacing parts? Or do you want more power so you have better results, but a more higher risk of getting engine damage or transmission damage in the middle of a race? Having those kinds of scenarios on top of having to build the car yourself, on top of racing the car yourself, I feel like that would be it would help you develop such a deep connection with the car, a deep personal emotional investment in the car, that I can see a lot of people sinking like tens of thousands of hours into that kind of game. That sounds like a blast.
It's one of those ideas that it's probably wildly impractical to actually pull off, but there's a reason I'm so enraptured by it. Because this is the thing, the reason we all do this is because we love cars, we love racing, we love the challenge of it and the beauty of it, and just being able to have that sort of anyone who's raced or even just owned a car that they've sort of put some work into, that they'll know the feeling of that sort of deep connection you have to it. I feel like at least some sim racers probably have that sort of connection with their equipment that they're using to race with, their rig, their wheel, their pedals. Because in a lot of cases, they will have been the one to set it all up exactly how it works for them, and you really feel like you're at home when you hop in, and to have that also applied to the to a car in an endurance race that you put together that'd be so much fun.
Absolutely. I'm like, even just talking about, like, just in real life as well, my brother's got a Volvo V70 that he's fixing up and turning into his daily driver. He's got a couple others that he's going to fix up and sell. And the one that he's got for his daily driver, it's got a worn CV joint. So if you turn the wheel too far, and you're driving along, you hear this thunk, punk, like as the CV is like rubbing around, not quite tight to where it should be. But even then, if it was just a car, right? If it was just like maybe a car I was thinking about buying, immediately I would be like, "Ooh, this is too scary. I don't want to drive this. This car is a death trap." But because I know that my brother spent so much time on this car, getting it fixed up to the state that it's in, because it does actually look really nice. It's in a very functional state. It used to have a lot of issues, like the fuel pump needed to be replaced. The fuel gauge seems to work on and off every now and again. The suspension need to be looked at and have some things replaced about it. And he's got it to a point now where I got to drive it with the bad CV joint on it, and I was like, yeah, this feels like home. Because it's, I've been invited into my brother's home kind of thing. This is a place that he's trying to take care of, repair, make it his own. And you don't really get that in like, you don't really get that in a car that's just kind of treated like an appliance. Like, it's something that he really cares about, and as a result, you can feel it in the car just sitting in it. So having a game like that is very much like build the car and then race it, would just kind of mirror that. And I mean, like, realistically speaking, you'd have maybe 20 concurrent players after release date, but those 20 players are going to do numbers. Like, they're going to be, that's the only game they play for, like, the rest of time.
Yeah. I guess, trying to pivot this back to iRacing and the endurance racing that we did, we saw last year when this GTP class first started being released. Obviously, the first car that was released was the BMW, and nowadays that is considered as the black sheep of the class. No one's running it here. It's just generally said to be a bit too awkward and a bit too weak compared to the others. Even compared to the Cadillac. But when the Cadillac first dropped, and the first sort of endurance events happened with it, the 6 hours of the Glen, a lot of the top teams still entered that race using the BMW, despite the fact that, by all accounts, the Cadillac was probably the stronger car. Because they just had such in-depth setup knowledge of the BMW they developed over those 3 months where it was the only option, that retooling all of that for the, well, I think it might have been 6 months actually, but retooling all of that for the Cadillac would have been a big enough undertaking and would have lost some of the nuances of how they knew why the car worked the way it did, that they were able to extract more pace out of the BMW just through that deep knowledge of how it worked. And obviously, over the year that's followed, teams have started putting in that development work into the other cars, and it is sort of caught up and then surpassed what people were able to do with the BMW. But it's a very interesting little saga of iRacing sort of endurance, where the fastest car wasn't the car that everyone knew, and so the fastest partnership of driver and car was more reliant on the driver's knowledge and connection to the car, just of how different the experience level was and the knowledge level was between the two.
It's really interesting to think about, actually, because, like, even beyond just the setup knowledge and all of that, there's also little quirks that cars tend to have that you just learn by driving them. Like, for example, a BMW M4 is not going to drive like a Mazda Miata. The handling quirks and the way that you apply the brakes and the way that you turn in the car while applying the brakes, and, you know, during doing your why have I forgotten the terminology for braking while turning in?
Trail braking?
That's the terminology, thank you. I have not sim raced in a while, can you tell? But, like, how you trail brake, how aggressively you steering, and all of that other stuff, as well as how much throttle to apply on exit, when to apply it. Should you apply it early to let the turbo build boost, and then you're by the time you're out of the corner and ready to go straight, that you've got full power. You know, all those little quirks you learn over hours and hours and hours spent with the car, and then being presented with a new car that technically, in terms of raw theoretical performance, is faster. It's really interesting to think, like, even if you give them, like, fairly similar setups and just one is just raw faster than the other one, if you put the driver who knows the car they already have and is already familiar with it in that other car, Like, even in terms of just, like, not even thinking about the setup, they're just gonna be slower because the car handles differently, the car behaves differently in certain scenarios, and all those little bits and bobs, you have to learn through muscle memory over hours and hours of track time and seat time and all that. Like, that was a really interesting thing to learn about the Audi 90, for example. The Audi 90 has a lot of turbo lag, so you kind of get on the throttle before you would think to in a modern sports car, because you got to let the turbo spool up and build boost, and then because you're getting on the gas early, by the time you're on the exit and ready to go, you've already got your foot to the floor, the turbo is already spooling air into the cylinder, and now you're just flying out of the corner compared to everybody else who is treating it like a modern sports car.
And when the Activa released, actually, when we got the battery of the Activa and the Porsche, that was one of the remarks that came through on that as well. It's obviously nowhere near as pronounced as on the Audi and on the Nissan from the old days, but it was a modern sports car that seemed to have a little bit of turbo lag that you had to drive around. And obviously the current meta, at least in like sprint races, seems to be that the Activa is the preferred option, but it has that quirk, and you have to learn how to drive with that quirk. Otherwise you're not going to have the pace compared to someone in the Porsche or the Cadillac or even the BMW.
By the way, taking a look on the track right now, we're seeing a few people take some pit stops here. Dominic Thicchetti in the Magic Arrow 56 taking a pit stop, and I believe having a driver change over to Patrick Zilvasi. And we have Gianpaolo Filippo Cristini in the 07 Racing GTP coming out of the pits as well. I believe there was another car that just came out of the pits. I believe it was David Narbonne from... Which team are you on? I think you were GT.
Smurf Racing Team.
Smurf Racing Team. Okay, so that's a GT that came out.
The 7 car also came
so
out. Fabio Salvatierra just had a pit stop too.
Right, yeah. That's the one I was thinking of. I just couldn't find them because they'd already left, and then the name wasn't great anymore.
And for any drivers who just got into the car through that cycle of pit stops, that's probably them sort of locked in for the rest of the race, I'd have to imagine. We have about 75, 80 minutes to go in this race. That is one additional pit stop no matter which class you're in. And so I think a double stint to close out the race is probably the plan for these teams. So they'll pop that driver in, slam the door shut and say, have at it, buddy, go bring this car home. Once we get maybe another 20 minutes in, we'll start to see the final round of pit stops come in for that GT3 class, both the Pro and the AMs, with the final round for GTP probably coming about 10-15 minutes later. And then it's just pre-running to the finish. And these drivers will be able to get some rest, because even if you have a lot of drivers on the team, we all know that you can't get much sleep. You spend the night tossing and turning, thinking about what's going on track while you're gone. And so to have that checkered flag fall and have those celebrations unfold, it finally gives you a chance to have some certainty about the events, and that's when you can really let your mind relax from the event.
It's got to be a bit of an honor, too, being able to be the one to take the car home to the checkered flag as well. And I know that from personal experience during the Vintage IMSA 500, the Road America 500. Got to bring the car back using my throttle and brake as my gear pedals because my pedals weren't working properly. Getting the car back home in second in that state was one hell of an amazing feat, and it felt like it. And so part of me would wonder, like, how many of these drivers are just kind of taking it on as like, well, I'm the last driver gonna be getting into the car, and that's just business. It's just, I'm going to work. Or is it like, I wonder how many drivers kind of get excited from the prospect of being able to bring the car home, take it across the finish line, and celebrate with his teammates.
I think I don't think that feeling ever disappears. I think being the driver sort of entrusted with that final stint as well, because at that point everyone else has worked done it, and the only person left who can make a mistake is you, and so there's a little bit of pressure on that, and I think being trusted with that and sort of being given the opportunity to take the checkered flag is one that I think most drivers will take if they are able. I think the stint that people probably don't fight over and probably are like, oh, got it in the car, fine, will be the stint before, so the stint that we've just been commentating over. There's no glory being the penultimate driver in the car. Even though the laps are just as important as any other, you know, you're still making the same progress towards the finishing result as anyone else. But to be 21 hours in to sort of the stress and fatigue of an endurance race, having to hop in the car for a stint, and then not even having the glory of taking the checker and handing it off to someone else, I think that's the one that probably there's less excitement for.
Probably
but everyone who's been on track for the last hour or so, we're thinking of you. You're the unsung heroes of this phase of the race for sure.
Especially if you think about it, you know, it holds none of the glory and yet all of the shame, because if you do a really good job, then all of that expectation lands on the final driver, and now everyone's excited. It's like, ooh, it's the final stint. Here we go. Final driver. Here we go. Whereas if you screw it up and bin the car as the penultimate driver, now you have not only the rest of your team upset at you for having gotten the car so far into the race only to bin it on your final stint as the penultimate driver, but also you have the additional problem of having the final driver who is actually going to take the car home sitting there ready in his suit and his helmet thinking, why did I get dressed today? Why did I get out of bed for this? It holds all the glory, or all the shame and none of the glory, really. So shout out to my penultimate drivers out there. You the real ones.
I guess any driver can make their stint the final stint of the race.
That is true. You can just make it your.
But if the crash is severe enough, then I guess you were the car to end the race, so it wasn't by taking the checker.
Just good luck getting your team to take you back for another endurance race.
Yeah, I think these teams are forgiving enough. It's everyone who drives one of these cars knows that it is difficult to keep it on that knife's edge between leading pace and over pushing and making a mistake. And oftentimes when that mistake happens, it's a little bit down to luck, whether you get away with it, you sort of drift safely into a runoff area and get the car rolling again, or whether you find the wall or whether you find another car to make that mistake into. And that can make all the difference. It can be a team that makes fewer mistakes and sort of less egregious mistakes, but if they are at the wrong places at the wrong times, it can be so much more damage. And that's, I think, part of the anxiety of these races as well. It's that you trust your drivers, you know the work they've put in to prepare for this race, and you know the skill they have, and the fact that they might have a 99% of the time they're going to run a clean lap. The anxiety comes from that 1% and not knowing what the result of that 1% will be. Because a lot of it does just come down to where you are and how those cards fall once the car starts spinning.
Bringing the focus back to the track here. Enosis Esports in the GT3 Pro, the number 274. Currently sitting in 5th and only 11 seconds behind AZR Motorsport. Was making some decent gains on the car head, the 220.
That would actually double their points tally from the season. Currently on 34, down in 16th place in GT3 Pro. So a really strong result for that Enosis Esports team. And of course, with this event being the largest points pin event of the season, it's a little bit easier to make that that late charge through the table. But to double your points is quite a team, and with how tight the midfield seems to be in GT3 Pro, that could be quite a boon to their final championship position. So I'm sure they're very determined to keep this one up and to bring home that final hour and change without too much issue. They have a pretty comfortable gap behind, and in fact a good chance to turn that 5th place into a 4th place. Potentially just on strategy, the car ahead pitted 2 laps earlier, and so they'll have to sit in pit lane for an extra little bit of time during their final stop to make sure they've got the fuel to make it to the checkered flag, and that could help them offset those 10 seconds and give them a shot at the 4th position, which I think would surely be their best finish of the season.
Even beyond that, I'm just excited that there's a car that's within 10 seconds of someone else. We might see a little bit of a position thing happening. Or maybe if I check the pit laps, I'll be mildly disappointed because maybe, as it turns out, they're going to be pitting soon. Because one thing that I noticed was happening quite a lot while I was broadcasting in ABN2 towards the halfway mark of the race was that AZR and RPM would either get a good or a slow pit stop or something like that, and then have to catch up, and they'd spend the whole stint catching up to one another, and they'd catch up, they'd start having a little bit of a battle, then a pass would be made, and then they'd dip immediately into the pits, immediately killing all the momentum that they might have got from it. This seems like it might be another one of those particular scenarios where Enosis might be able to catch AZR before the pit starts happening. Maybe have a little bit of an exciting battle, and then the pits call the fuel needs to be added. We'll have to see what happens, though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things, though, where in that mid-phase of the race, everyone's just focused on running the fastest laps they can, and they're not really too worried about where other cars are and exactly what the running position is. They're just trying to run as quickly as possible, and if that means working together with another car that might be off cycle, you're not really too worried about that battle actively, so you'll tone down the fighting, you'll just sort of work with what you've got together. Things are very different now. Things are the table has been set by the past 23 hours. Everyone knows they've got one stop left, essentially, for almost all of these cars. So any delta they see, they're looking at that and they're thinking that's genuine, and it's our job to try and chase that down. So it is a 10-second gap. It should close under that final stop, and then at that point, everyone's flat out to the finish, and I'm sure that NOC Sports with Allergy Toys is actually coming to the end of a double stint here, and for AZR it's a single stint. So I'm expecting Pedro Olivier Vidario to stay in that 220 car through to the checkered flag. But for Anosis, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a driver stop in this last pit stop to bring in sort of a heavy hitter, whoever on their team they think is going to be most capable of seeing the target ahead and just giving absolutely everything to try and get to them. Because at this point the battle is genuine, and that's about for fourth place in class. That is not sort of a minor fringe position. That is P4 and P5. That is gonna change how you carry yourself heading out of this race. I think having that extra position that high up in the field is gonna be a real boon to whichever team takes it, and carrying forwards through to the internet season, which we do know is the planning's already underway, and I believe should be kicking off late next month, maybe.
Yeah, right now it's looking like June 29th. They're working on finalizing the calendar, because we're going to see a mix of new and returning tracks. I know that Watkins Glen appears to be a track that's on that list.
Hell yeah!
I think they're returning to Spa, I believe, is where, if I remember that correctly, because they're only coming back to one race that was on this calendar, and I think Spa was the track that was chosen. It looked like it was Spa, Watkins Glen. I think Algar was one of the leading options for the next season. So there's going to be some interesting new selections going into the new season, and hopefully we'll be able to announce that here, obviously, once the off season begins and they finalize everything. But yeah, it's been very exciting just seeing that process, and obviously all these teams trying to kick off everything in the right direction possible, with now an hour left in this season.
A couple so first of all, questioned in chat about how Simba Sweden is running this race. The pro car is out of this race, retired after 70 laps, following an incident in the Corvette curves. The sort of the academy car, currently driven by Dan Pepples, is running 8th in GT3 Pro, just outside the graphics, and has about a lap margin either way. Not too much pressure right now. As we were talking about those that pit stop cycle, it looks like AZR has maybe disconnected, maybe had an internet dropout. I can't see them on our timing right now, and it's just said that NOC Sports has made the move, so yeah, late technical issue for the AZR Motorsports car, and that will...
Because they had to tow back to pit lane, so Diego Teodoro is going to jump in that car, but they're going to lose time.
That will be their final stop of the race, so they'll be able to run to the checkered flag from there, but with that tow time from the Mulsanne, that will probably bring that battle to a close, and instead AZR might actually fall into the clutches of another car further down the field. So for now, the 274 of NOC Sports up into 4th place in class with just about an hour to run this race, actually into the final hour now. Also, a couple of quick incidents to look at from the last few minutes of running. The XBD Racing GTP car had a bit of an incident into Indianapolis that sees them currently in the pit lane, fixing the repairs, and just too hot into the corner. It seems like just couldn't quite get it wound up, and when you have contact with a tire barrier like that, it can often be those diagonal angles that can be the worst. If you hit straight on, oftentimes you get away with just a bit of bodywork damage, and it can pop the front end off, replace it with a new one. Once you start hitting at a slight angle, that's when it can be a pretty severe lateral impact to the suspension, and it can start causing damage to the wheels. So that car will have to take some repairs, but hopefully I can get that fixed in time to bring the car back out for the checker. We are still got about an hour for the crews to work on that. And yeah, a bit of strange incident popping up for the Carbono Esports car, who just had to pull to the side of the road on the Mulsanne, do the alt control, alt delete to get the car or whatever equipment they have over with their sim and their rig fired back up and working properly, but off and rolling once again with no damage. So they're still running 8th in class, again without a lap either side, and they just have to bring the car home now.
We are in the last hour of this race, so we're going to take a small refresher break just to kind of refresh and get ready for this fun hour. Just kind of evaluate and kind of see where the pit stops are going to end up falling here, because obviously I think there's still a couple cars needing to make their final pit stops here. We're going to get step aside for a few minutes, get something to drink, and power through the rest of the race here in Le Mans, the European 24, continuing here on AVN1 as action resumes here shortly. The final hour underway here in Europe. Non-stop coverage here, continuing on AB Esports 1, the European 24 Hours, the final race of Season 5 in the Platinum Endurance Championship season. It's been a very, very long weekend so far. We're glad you're with us here on ABN Esports 1. I'm Carmen, Sienna, alongside me, two-time ABN Champ Car World Series race winner Olivia Hayward, and Amity Polstrix, producer of the Tuesday night series, HTL Hammer Down Truck series. I believe Amity's also got a race win or two in the ABN Sports Cars as well, and a podium in the ABN Champ Car World Series at Phoenix in Season 4. So a lot of racing pedigree up here, and then me kind of in the middle, just lingering and limping through the final hour of the race. I just had an incident
You're
here
giving
with...
me a lot of credit for a win that I got in the sports car race. That kind of just happened out of sheer luck, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Looking at the incident here
All
with the
racing has a amount of luck.
Yeah, but sometimes you like to earn it.
Yeah, the 381 here coming through the Corvette curves, and
Surprised there wasn't a meatball for that, because that was not a head-on contact.
it was pretty close to it. Like they kind of got away with that one. Just not hitting the wheels, but again, it's one of those things that you expect to see for you see quite a lot from the Porsche. It's very unsettled through there with the rear engine. Means that that rear end is very happy to snap around, and I believe very similar incident is what took Michael Fassbender out of the real life race last year, coming through that same corner. But yeah, lucky to have that car still running without too much issue. They are in pit lane taking some repairs, but we'll be able to see the stretcher flag at the very least. Or actually, not didn't have any repairs at all. Just I actually need to limp it home. I was looking at the other negative Delta car. My apologies. But yeah, you can see an unhappy-looking Porsche there. They have run 6 laps in their stint, so I believe they are due to be down pit lane again before this race ends. So I'm sure they'll have the hammers and the crowbars out to do what they can to get that car as fixed up as possible. If nothing else, just for the team photo after the checker flag. That car running at the very tail end of GT3 AM currently, but still keeping on, still running it in this race, which I think is the most important thing. 2 retirements from the 7-car GT3 AM field. Again, a bit of a shorter field for the class today, with I think a fair few of those teams contributing drivers and effort into the pro entry for this race. As this car gets out of the way, a couple of faster traffic and continues back on. I was expecting them to take a right turn down to pit road, but I just feeling out the status of the car and feeling like it still feels pretty stable, and actually maybe the loss of front downforce is helping stabilize the car a bit more by keeping that rear end more planted than the front.
Well, they turned it from a merry-go-round to an ocean liner, so I would assume that, yeah, it's maybe helped a little bit.
Meanwhile, elsewhere on track, by the way, 11th and 10th in GT Pro, it's a battle between Vladislav Shopov in the negative delta by Simgear BG Porsche, and Vincent Marsh in the Lithium Motorsports BMW, about a second separating each other.
Yeah, the negative delta car, the pro entry for that team just came out of pit lane. With unfortunately, Amity, I hate to break this one to you, but it seems like the 234 is likely to be down pit road again before the race is over. So another one of those battles that looks real but maybe isn't so real.
I thought it was disappointing when it was happening on ABN too, but it's even more so when it's towards the final hour of the race. You're just like, cars next to each other is
There
cool,
is-
you know?
There was a reason when a battle for the lead was developing right as I was meant to be hopping out of the booth at the end of hour 5 to go run my official races, that I stuck around for a few more minutes, because you don't know how many opportunities you'll get at a race like this. Everyone's plans are so far in the future and sort of long stretching that the action often happens in short bursts. And, I'm sure that the current goal of the 234 is kind of just to spook the 278 wherever possible. They do have the lower fuel weight, so they might be able to catch up and put a little bit of pressure on. And that's your game plan in a situation like this. If you are close to the car, but maybe not quite aligned on strategy, you want to try and put pressure onto them, as actually they close right in onto the back of them, so this car is not going to want to make it easy. And,
I wonder if the negative Delta car had some kind of issue, maybe a slowdown penalty of some kind, dropping very far back, maybe dealing with the traffic ahead, because I noticed the car that was separating them is now in front of them. So now 0.2 separating them, and they're both going around again, so we're going to see something happen here if the Lithium Motorsports car can stay sucked up on the back of the Porsche.
that is currently our closest on track encounter. The Core Motorsports and the RPM Racing cars, I think, both have stops scheduled with a currently 13-second difference, but not quite within striking distance right now. And of course, we had that disconnect from AZR. They did end up leaving pit lane, and now Gnosis has taken their final stop as well. It sort of sets the table for those two. Gap's about a minute either side, unfortunately. So, yeah, really sad for AZR Motorsports and Pedro Oliveira Fidario for that issue. That
I think we just had an issue with Vaslav Shopov disconnecting.
Oh, you're kidding. We talked about one disconnect and then another one happened. So that.
Yeah, that because
I mean,
we
that's
were
the
literally following
mistake.
Vincent Marsh as he was following Vladislav Shopov. We were riding on board with him, and then Shopov disappeared, and he's not come back.
And it was download packet loss, which is why we should see that car running all the way until the server cut connection. So there's the mistake that Lithium needed. That team going to be forced into a tow and an additional pit stop. And that might give Lithium Motorsports the edge on that one.
Sheesh.
But once again, robbing us of what could have been a very exciting battle in the final hour.
Where there is a will, God finds a way. Man. I'm sorry.
Again, we were talking about this, but like potential for like overheating issues that can happen when you're running sort of in a simulator for this long. The equipment just kind of have issues, and unfortunately the internet is not as reliable as we wish it was. I think our team knows that all too well right now, with Taylor Mills unfortunately able to make commentary for this race. And yeah, a couple times in the final hour now. Unfortunate internet issues for GT3 Pro cars, dropping them down a position in the final running order. And for the 278, does that drop them outside of the points, or
So
I believe the point is then further down from when I was looking at the rulebook earlier.
So it skins to the top. So the points are scored for this race. They're kind of scored for any finishers. If you're finishing 20th or worse in class, it's just 10 points. But yeah, as long as you take the finish, you score points.
And they're well within
The 85%.
85%. So as long as they can make it to the checkered flag and take that checkered flag, which is a requirement as it is in the World Endurance Championship, then that will I think be a knock to their spirits in the final round of the season, but something to easily pick yourself back up from and focus on to next month, where we get a fresh start for everyone. And if the season hasn't gone their way, then that's the chance to put it behind you. And so they're actually currently fifth, joint fourth in the point standings, with RPM Racing, who were sat a good few positions ahead. So I don't think it should cost them any spots in the overall standings, and by that account, any prize money as well. I think they were pretty locked into fifth place, but it's still not the way you want your campaign to end with such an issue at such a late stage. As the driver has reconnected, but I believe the car is still in the process of being towed back to pit lane, and so they're not able to rejoin the race just yet.
Also, even though we did see the potential battle on track cool off with Vladimir Shapov's prompt disconnection, if you take a look at the right side of your screen, you can see the weather as it's showing right now. The track is actually heating up quite a bit. It was about hovering around 19-20 degrees along with the ambient. The ambient still hasn't changed, but the track temperature has gathered quite a lot of heat within it, about 29 degrees Celsius. The wind is still blowing out of the southwest at 20 kilometers an hour, as it always has been, but that track is getting a little bit warmer and warmer. Meanwhile, throughout our grid, Project Valorous has been controlling this race from pretty much start to finish and continues to do so now. 07 Racing GT in the GT3 Pro class is still leading their class, and Lithium Motorsports Amateur leading the GT3 AMs.
I do think that GT3 AM class has been the most dramatic and most topsy-turvy of what we've seen. Of course, Unlucky Luke leading a substantial part of the opening phase of the race for that class, but then being forced to retire from the race due to drive time restrictions, and essentially being a GT3 Pro team in disguise almost, with how everything worked out. For GTP, it always was Project Valorous and Magic Arrow as that sort of 1-2 punch, breaking away from the field on the strategy call. But the real storyline there over the past sort of 12 hours has been the charge from Right Engineering, who needed that podium spot, needed that third place to hang on to the championship in the PEC championship in the GTP class, and in the early running were not looking that impressive. Qualified all the way down in fifth place and fell a few more spots from that in the opening running, but that sort of consistency and that experience has really shone through as this race has unfolded, and they've done a great job to keep their head down, focus on the task at hand, and with some mistakes from the cars ahead, bring themselves back into where they need to be, not where they'd want to be. I'm sure they'd love to walk it off with a win in the 24-hour, but yeah, doing what they need to do, and they're gonna have the champagne bottles ready, but on ice for now. You don't want to think about that until you see that car come through the the 40 chains for the final time. And then yeah, GT3 Pro. I mean, 07 have been the dominant force all season, and there's really been no sign of them ever letting go of this race. They started, I believe, on the pole for that class and haven't looked back since. Really, it's a truly fantastic effort from that team.
There's actually a little bit of a train of GT3 cars heading through towards the Porsche curves. That would be the 211 of Yeshal Yunis in the RPM Racing orange car. And then you've got Hugo Mendez in the Core Motorsports BMW sitting in 6th. And behind the two of them is a negative Delta Porsche of Vladimir Shapov, who is back on track now.
And coming flying past them is Jan Korbs in that Right of Engineering car. Sort of considered to be the ace of this team. Sort of, I think anyone you asked who's been around Jan through his career will tell you just how experienced he is and how skilled he is behind the wheel of these prototypes, and by showing that once again, just being given the opportunity to bring that car home as our leads have officially clicked off and completed lap 400 of this race. The Project Valorous 50 car starting on lap 401 in the pit lane as they take their final stop of the race with just about half an hour left to go in this race. Into the final 30 minutes. It's just like a sprint race if everyone in the sprint race started multiple laps apart.
Isn't that called a time trial?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So we are now half an hour away from the finish of this race. And of course, probably one of the most important mindsets to have in this late stage of the race is not to get too excited about getting the car home. Because I know personally, if I'm especially exhausted and I'm the last driver in the race, I end up pushing way too hard just to try and make the race finish sooner, even though it's not ticking over laps, it's just ticking over time. Getting there faster doesn't necessarily mean you get to the finish quicker.
There's a balancing act though there, because the other option you would think is to really back it down and try and drive as cautiously as possible, to try and minimize mistakes. But really, what you don't want to do is you don't want to take yourself out of the rhythm of your race, and you have so much experience running at that high level, or at sort of nearly 100% of what you're capable of. And although it can be tempting to try and back it down to try and protect the position that you have, if you spend too much time thinking about that, then it can often kind of backfire in a way, as we do see the Project Valorous car has exited pit lane, rejoins about 8 seconds ahead of Norbert Haas in the Magic Hour 55, but that car is on a nearly empty tank and will have to come down for probably a slash and dash. I would see that car opting for fuel only, but there's also not much to be gained by doing that, so they might bolt on a fresh set of tyres just to take the safe option, bringing this car to the end of the race. Really a fantastic effort from this Metro 55 car. A fair few laps led in that opening stanza, and making this a really interesting battle at the front of the field for for a huge amount of this race.
And once again, cars are close, somewhat close together. Once again, pit cycles are just teasing me. It'd be crazy to have a battle for any particular position on the start-finish line, because I do recall, I can't remember if it was this year's or last year's 24 Hours of Daytona in real life coming down to literally a last lap pass.
I think that might have
like
been
a 2 wide or 3 wide.
last year in the LMP2 class.
Yep.
There was almost a photo finish.
Yeah.
No, of course, I think part of that reason is IMSA's judicious use of full torch yellows for
Fair.
incidents that most of the series would probably just call a full torch yellow for, in the sense of slow the cars down to the same speed, send someone out, pick up the debris, and then send them going again. IMSA doesn't have that procedure. It only has put out a safety car, bunch everyone up, and then reorder everyone and go have a fight. Which does lead to some quite dramatic finishes to the race, but also sometimes I think it's really nice to see the texture of how a race can unfold. Just based on ultimate pace of the cars. I mean, the Nürburgring 24 last year, an event that traditionally does not use sort of full course intervention just by the length of the circuit, instead opting for code 60s when they need to slow down traffic in a certain section of the track. And after 24 hours of racing, that Fricadelli Ferrari won by, I think, less than 30 seconds, really, and it let you really draw a line between that puncture repair using the new sort of modular design of the Ferrari 296 and the fact that they were able to hold on, even though that happened sort of in the first third of the race almost, because the entire race was left to run naturally with no sort of bunching up of anyone at any point. You could very easily say that that time that was saved directly contributed to that car taking out the checkered flag. And we have a similar situation here in iRacing, although unfortunately we can't always have such a grandstand finish. It makes the ones that we do get that much more special though. Where with I believe the best chance at a battle throughout the rest of this race potentially being the core motorsports car, 6th place in GT3 Pro, and I think still yet to make their final pit stop, so could fall towards the clutches of the RPM racing car currently being driven by Charlie Lynn Nilsson behind. So we'll have to see after that final cycle whether those two will occupy the same real estate on track, and we could see a little bit of battle for that 6th place position in GT3 Pro. But for most of these teams, the hard work has been done, and this is just the time to finish up what they've done and enjoy the rewards of a long, hard-fought race.
A little over 20 minutes left to go in this race. I've been doing live points calculations, just kind of getting everything ready, because it looks like positions, if they change, are going to be very minimal, so I'm trying to kind of get ahead of the curve there. Norbert Thomas coming in for his last stop. I think a couple of GTs do have stops incoming here. I think the 33 has a pit stop left to do. They are 8 laps into their run at the moment, so they have 4 more laps, and obviously 4 more laps. They're running 12 minutes, so yeah, maybe one more stop to go in the last 10 minutes of this race. Most of the GT3s look like they're good to go though to the end of the race here. I think kind of lined up pretty well for them on those 25 pit stops. But yeah, pit lane's gonna be busy for one final flurry here in over the next 5 to 15 minutes. So keep an eye on that. But GTP pretty well spread out apart at the moment, minus catastrophe at this point, because now you can just kind of really take it easy and let's breathe.
And hold on to your internet connections as tight as possible, because
that has become very
that's
important
the one thing that has thrown a spanner in the works in this last hour to this point.
Yeah, right now looking at sort of where everything's at, just looking at the live timing and looking at the live scoring. Gonna be very interesting. Right now it looks like 07 Racing, if things continue as they have been, they'll end up with 194 points. The 266 Carmen Way Sports JD GT3 Pro, comparatively speaking, in second place will end up with 141. Speaking of which, the 266 coming down pit lane this time for their final pit stop. RPM Racing will end up third with Sim Race Sweden, the 219 car that followed this race early. They went from second to fourth in points. I believe the 219 will end up ahead because of the podium count back, but I don't think. I think I'll have to go back and double check on that. But the tie there. This is Pride Valves Academy with their third place that they have right now at the moment moves them ahead of Native Delta by SimGear. Native Delta by SimGear at the moment sitting in the 11th position. And a little bit of time, obviously, that would have been critical because the points that they lost battling that 234 with that disconnect would have kept them in the top 5 in the points. And now they end up on the outside of the top 5 just barely by a single point. But that's how GT3 Pro is looking at the moment in the top echelon there. And then GT3 AM, almost a formality as soon as we had issues there with the 391, as soon as we had issues with 399. Lithium Motorsports ends up with 195 points if they can just bring this car home with the race win. Then it's 143 for the 391. 133 points for Carmen Sports GT3 AM, 128 for Native Delta Academy, and Slippers Racing Teams up with 93 points out of 5 races. The 364 did not start this race. The 320 did not start this race either because they tried to consolidate some of those drivers into the pro car for A0 Motorsport. The 376 Rider Engineering GT3 AM car also not present for this race. The 396 we talked about disqualified for drive time violations in the 342 and the 323 also. 342 not in this race, 323 going scoreless. The only car scoreless in GT3 AM after 5 races. Everything's still in motion here over the next 18 minutes. House Callan will finish the race for the 07 Racing to secure the 3rd consecutive championship in GT3 Pro. They're an outstanding job here all season long once again. It's been poetry in motion for that team. Again, it's so hard to be so consistent like what they have been. But they've been so hard to touch across the entire season. It's a team that can win in any car that they want to. They won last season in a Ferrari. They're winning this season in a Mercedes. They're just going nuts on it.
Not only are they the jack of all trades, they are also the master of them. Doesn't matter what car they drive, they just win.
Basically, that is their MO.
Yeah.
I said this earlier in the broadcast. We need to get them into GT3. We need to get them in the GTP. We need to get them in the 23 car in GTP, and give GT Pro something a chance to actually like have a different challenge.
what it seems like. Because I'm not sure what the situation was on ABN 1 when y'all were covering it, but ABN 2, right from when I started covering from the jump, GT3 Pro was pretty well handily covered by 07 Racing. And now it's the same case, 12 hours later.
I mean, yeah, they put the 256 lap down in second place. They've been really good. Like, it's very hard to find them being challenged in such a meaningful way, because they are so calm and collected, and it really just seems to feel like they have a bunch of drivers that just have the exact same ability. Like, it's wild the sort of balance that they have in that stable. They haven't. They didn't. They didn't like just dominate the entire season. Like, they didn't just win every race. There was a bit of back and forth in that. So you get everything throughout the race. I'm kind of looking to see if I can find where the results were, because it was an interesting challenge for them in GT3. They won Sebring 2 weeks ago by a lap. Very similar results here, just a lot longer of a lap. Sim Race Sweden, obviously the 219 we talked about, they entered this race second in points. They won Spa, so they were bringing it to the 07 Racing team. 07 Racing finished second in that race. 07 Racing won at home, they won at Monza. Did a fantastic job in that fight. And then they won Daytona. So Sim Race Sweden was the only one that really had a chance to really fight them and preventing them from having that perfect season. But it's been staggering just how good they've been across the board.
I will say we were focusing on this battle potentially brewing between RPM Racing and Core Motorsports. Core Motorsports now complete, I think, the 12th lap of this stint, or starting their 12th lap of this stint. Might be trying to extend it to the checkered flag, because their pace has been quite a way off what the RPM Racing car behind it able to do. They've been closing in by about 3 seconds a lap, and it could put them just about in striking distance if they do have to make that final pit stop. But Hugo Mendes doing everything he can in that 299 car to try and hold on to that 6th position as we head into the final 15 minutes of this race. And yeah, still one more question mark there on sort of an active battle for finishing position. The rest of the field pretty well ordered by this point, and hoping for no calamities to bring the cars home.
No whammies.
Big money, no whammies.
Big money, no whammies.
Now, I wonder if it's not really much of a problem for Mendez, because all you'd have to do is take a small dash of fuel to make it to the end of the race.
It's still a pretty long trip down pit road, though. I guess the gap is 52 seconds now, and a splash and dash is probably more of a 35 to 40 second pit lane travel time, so seems to just about have it covered off. But Tyler Nilsson in the RPM car doing everything to put that pressure on, and sometimes that's all you need, to just being able to let the car ahead know that there is a challenge for them. A little bit harder when they don't have you on their relative, sort of menacingly playing that Jaws music. But it's still going to be in the mind of that 299 car that crew is going to be keeping Mendes updated about the situation, and hopefully that sort of calming voice saying we've got it covered, just take it one lap at a time, and we should hold on to this thing.
Within the final 10 minutes here momentarily. What a journey it's been for all the teams that have made it this far. 30 cars still running. Not a bad effort for all 30 teams that have went day to night and back to day. Try to just make this magic happen here. Last pit stop for the 33, as expected. With less than 15 minutes to go, they will be good to go for the finish here. But also, not really much that they can lose there. They're already 11th place there in the GTP class. Just taking care of the formalities there. Get the car full of fuel and back out on track.
I do have to give my my clown car award. We were talking about this with the some of these teams sort of merging into one as they focus for a 24-hour race. Where they sort of combine drivers, and it seems like Focus Racing in the 7 has taken that to heart the most. 7 drivers, quite fittingly for that car number. Luciano Gomez doing just a double stint in that car, and Hugo Preto, who's bringing this car home, I believe, on stint number 7. But really sharing the load there, helping each other. Hit as easy as possible, really, as we've had a little bit of a late incident for the 348 car, the Firefly E-Racing Blue, who's down in, I believe, P12 in the GT3 Pro class, coming through the second Mulsanne chicane.
I saw Hugo Mendes also make that pit stop there for fuel only. So he's now well and truly clear and done for the race as far as pit stops are concerned.
11 seconds to gap, so still going to be some pressure put on by that 210 car, and the 299 has to keep the nose clean, keep it on the straight and narrow, and not let that car behind on the relative be a distraction. So there's actually no traffic between the two of them currently. So yeah, Charlie Nilsson can see just about through the fog with the car ahead that that team's been chasing down, but it might just be a little bit too little too late for that RPM Racing car to have to settle into to 7th position. Yeah, that 207 carrying a fair bit of front end damage, but at this point I think the plan is going to be to just to limp the car home, not try to take any repairs. Just ensure that you do see the checkered flag as required by the rule set, and leave that repair job to the factory at a later date.
Have an off season to get all that repaired before season 6. Sitting right now on an island in the 12th position, Lemmy Michigan 13th to finish off the race for Rider Engineering. Their race went from bad to worse. But here they are, rolling once again with work to do. I guess pace set it being set right now by Ryan Littlemore in the 50.
That car coming down the Mulsanne. With 7 minutes left to go in this race, it looks like once Ryan reaches the pit straight once, there'll be 2 laps left in this Platinum Endurance Championship 24 Hours of Europe, and it will be a total lap count of 409 for the 52 by the time it's all said and done.
I remember,
Yeah.
Carmen, when you told me that you wouldn't be surprised if it went over about 400 laps and passed it easy. I'm gonna be honest, I was kind of doubting you for a second there. I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess I could see it, but it's probably gonna be close. But nah, yeah, it's 407 laps, and we still got a couple laps left.
So I wasn't too far
Yep.
off.
Yeah. You're pretty darn close, yeah.
Looking like it'll be a final distance for them of 5,573 kilometers. And if I just do some doodling skills, that is 3,463 miles.
That is a distance.
Yeah. The 52 really doing a fantastic job with that. The Magic Hour car, of course, will finish on the same lap. Currently just sat just under a minute behind that number 50 car. With Right Engineering, 1 lap down with Jan Korbs at the wheel. Will be enough to clinch that PEC title for the 76 in just a few minutes' time. And the GT3 class leader of 07 Racing will follow behind the number 50 and have a total lap count of 359. So finishing exactly 50 laps down from the overall winner there. They will finish a lap all by themselves. Or potentially actually 2 laps up, just with how the overall leader is going to end up splitting these 2 cars. The 266 will be shown the checkered flag at the end of lap 357.
And it actually looks like the Lithium Motorsports amateur car, the 334, is in the pits at the moment. Probably a splash and dash there for
Yeah.
Philip Madsen.
Yeah, absolutely was, because he's already rolling again.
Potentially not. My time is showing that as a 1 minute 50 pit stop.
Oh.
So a little bit of a final repair being put onto that car. They had plenty of margin at the front of the GT3 AM field, and of course in the overall classification for GT3 ahead of the 269 car, who's running 9th in GT3 Pro. So just dotting the I's and crossing the T's there, making sure that if something doesn't feel quite right with that car, just get it fixed up. No reason to risk it with any uncertainty, and they're also gonna let the 266 car of Kono Esports second in GT3 Pro just fly past. And no, there is some issue for the Lithium Motorsports AM car. They're not up to full speed. On the Mulsanne straight here, only run about 170 kilometers an hour.
Uh-oh.
Hopefully some technical gremlin that can be sorted for that car. They have a lead, but the rules do say you have to take the checkered flag to be classified with the result, and this is looking concerning for the 334.
Yeah, this is a slow crawl there for the Yeah, this car's right now they're running it. So typically down the Mulsanne you get to about 170, They're struggling to even get to 150 right now.
Yeah. So some late drama for one of your class leaders.
Oh. Eh.
Oh, they're waiting for the
it's
sister
not
car.
really.
They're
Yeah.
they're about to
Okay.
formation it. Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's the other car.
Ah, there they are. And now they found that pace that they were looking for. Oh, he gave us a heart attack
cute.
there.
Oh, here we were being all like, "Oh no, they're gonna fail at this mission
Honestly,
they've been
that
trying to
car looks
accomplish for 24."
fantastic
And they were
for-
just like, "Nah, we just want to look cool.
Which is
We
fair.
want to wear sunglasses at night."
We're in the final minute
Cool.
now, and you know they're gonna be champions for the first time.
It's a very fancy, almost like camo effect on those two cars. You often see liveries like that in like preseason testing for
Yeah.
motorsport, just to try and disguise exactly what the team's been developing. I think inspired by warships of all things. But yeah, really a great partnership from those two. And now that we've resolved that mystery, they will limp that. They won't limp it. They'll sail those cars home with a fantastic result for those teams. A win in the YAM category and a top 10 for the pro team with a strong result from the two. We're seeing the same from Magicaro in GTP, from what we've been told. But with that, I think we should take eyes forward to the that battle for 6th place, which is down to within 5 seconds.
Well, it was 3, and then Charlie and Nelson got a slowdown. So that immediately went away immediately. Because I was tracking it on the timing screen. It went from 3 seconds to over 5. So slow down there, and that was in the Molzon chicane, the second one.
And that is just behind your overall leader of Project Valorous, who, with the clock finally striking 0 after 24 hours of racing, this will be your final lap of the race. Checkered flag in hand, ready to go at the start finish. And that means that, that battle between the 299 and the 210 is likely going to come up short. Those cars on their final lap as Ryan Littlemore brings the car through Arnage for the 409th and final time. And with just the Porsche and Corvette curves left to navigate, this will be a 24-hour win lined up for the number 50 car.
It's not going to be a championship. They're going to take second place in the points. Unfortunately, the 36 did what it needed to do, but it's a very impressive win. Ryan Littlemore, who we've talked to throughout this race, going to cherish the 24-hour win. Biggest race in PEC history in terms of distance. History making in every shape and form. Saw one of the Project Valorous, the GT3 car, finishing on the podium in P3. It's a race win for car 50. Project Valorous wins the European 24 hours. In GTP, a record-setting 409 laps in northern France. And now we have to wait for everyone else to also cross the line. Norbert Thomas and Patrick Silvassi rolling through the Porsche curves, and there's the other Magic Arrow car, so they're right there together. And they will do a formation finish as well. The 4th place car and the 2nd place car in GTP. Not able to defend the championship they won last season, but they will come home with a podium in the 24 and an almost double podium with Silvassi bringing it home P4. Jan Korbs has a lot of racing to go, but he knows now the car that he's bringing home is a championship winner for the first time. Hard work. has come together big time. Jan Korbs had a mechanical failure, almost lost the third place altogether. Had to scratch and claw it back. A wreck by the 11 car in the 19th hour of this race. Put them right in the catbird seat, and they've not let it go since. The 50 car did everything they could. The 55 gave their best. 76, though, a little bit of luck helps make them inevitable as they finally take the top of the mountain and win the championship at the end of this lap.
The Lithium Motorsport cars coming through the Porsche curbs for the final time. Once again, we saw them get into formation. The Pro car and the class-leading AM car, and they will take a GT3 AM win in the 24 hours. And with that, they will also, of course, clinch the championship.
Yeah. Formation finish there for Lithium Motorsports. Getting those cars across start finish line. Yes, behind them, world champions of GTP. For the first time, Jan Korbs gets the honors of bringing that car home. 76, Ryder Engineering GTP, champions of the world in Season 5. They brought it home. There's the GT3 car, the Pro car, with Louis Misch behind the wheel of that one. With the photo up there. And we get to keep the applause going. 3 times consecutive for 07 Racing's GT Pro program. Alex Cowan behind the wheel this time to bring home a 3rd championship in a row. GT3 Pro World Champions, 07 Racing. It's Forza Italia for Alex Cowan, Lorenzo Castellani, Fabio Ponta, and the rest of the 07 Racing crew that's been a part of that season. 3 in a row. The 201 stays in Italy. Champions have been crowned here in Le Mans. You see a lot of team cars celebrating together after another season here in the Platinum Endurance Championship. Ryan Littlemore, the race winner in Le Mans with Project Valorous. The biggest race belongs to them, but the championship belongs to Ryder Engineering. Acura, the lion's share of success this season. First season, Cadillac has gone winless in the Platinum Endurance Championship. A lot of burnouts now taking place here.
They can buy a fresh car for next season. We don't need these parts anymore.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Again, just up and down the field, the joy of finishing up not just a 24-hour race, but a whole season of endurance races. It's just jubilation from everyone who's managed to make this happen throughout the field. And congratulations to all of our class winners, all of our championship winners for a very, very hard-fought season of PEC.
Obviously, season 6 set to start on June 29th. They're going to be announcing the calendar here after everything's finalized here from this race and the season. Flo Madsen celebrating there with the Lithium Motorsports AM crew, winning the championship for the first time. Same with Ryan Littlemore, burning it down. Made it all the way back around to the pit entry to celebrate for at least a moment. They are top step of the podium. And once again, close to a championship. 2 points, denying them a chance at the title. We'll go ahead and bring up the race results here. This is the GTP class. Project Valorous, number 50. Leading the way home with the Magic Arrow crew. 2 cars only lap. The Magic Arrow 55 crew keeping them honest throughout this race. They did a fantastic job all the way through. Just looking throughout the field here, you got the Rider Engineering Esports crew getting to the P3 that they needed to win the championship. Magic Arrow 56, a good recovery drive for them to get up to P4. The number 10, all French team, Old Firm Racing Purple, top 5 at home. Dead Bull Racing ending up at 6th. 07 Racing in 7th. Carbono Esports JD sitting in 8th. Focus Racing in 9th. Project Valorous Academy ends up in the top 10. 11 GTP cars finishing this race. The XPD Racing car finishing in 11th there. We'll look at GT3 Pro as everything came to be here in France. Again, a fantastic result here for 07 Racing. Undeniable, 4 wins out of 5 races. The only one they didn't win was Sebring. They finished 2nd in that one, because perfection is difficult. But they got close, winning the championship in dominant fashion over Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro and the Project Valorous Academy car in 3rd place, rounding out the podium there. Enosis Esports, AZR Motorsport Core Motorsports, RPM Racing, Simrace Sweden, Code Esport, and Lithium Motorsports rounding out the top 10 there in GT3 Pro. Just outside the top 10, you have Negative Delta by Sim Gear. I'll actually sort of just fast forward through the rest of the finishers here in GT3 Pro. You've got Negative Delta by Sim Gear. You've got Firefly Racing Blue, Rider Engineering Esports GT3, RPM Racing Orange. The 14 cars that finished there, and then you saw the drivers that DNF'd this race, the cars that did not make the finish. And then you see the AM class cars as a result as well. Lithium Motorsports AM. Heavier hearts after Blake Aaron lost his father during this race. Ended up having to leave the team before they could see the checkered flag and the championship that came with it. They will bring everything home. A 2-lap advantage over the 366, 391, the 399, the 381, the 396, and the 323. The 7 starters in that class for this race. We will talk to everyone that we can here. We also have to go over the points here. We'll go over the points after we go through some interviews. Let's go ahead. We'll talk, I guess, first. We'll talk to those that were the most heartbroken in this race. We'll talk to the drivers that won the 24 Hours of Europe. Project Valorous' number 50 crew race winners here in Le Mans. Wesley Caspers, Jeremiah Kaiser, and Ryan Littlemore. We obviously heard from Ryan throughout the race. It's a race win here in Le Mans. All 3 of you obviously gutted to be losing the championship by 2 points, but walk us through obviously the work that you all put in tonight, obviously through the weekend, to see that pay off with a race win in hand.
Yeah, well, I think it's quite a gamble this race, though, because Magic Arrow was were very good on the field. So we were like, what we're gonna do? We're gonna either like feel safe, or we're gonna just go full push mode and see what's gonna happen with the pit stops. And yeah, in the beginning we had that little moment in the pit lane that cost us for like 30 seconds. It was quite an adventure race. At least I expected more chaos with the traffic, but it wasn't that bad as in Sebring, luckily. Yeah, I think at the end it was like a big gamble. What's going to be the best strategy? And the magic arrows were really quick today. I don't know what they did with the Porsche, but they were really good on feel. Like I tried to feel safe one stint, like as much as possible. I just couldn't done 14 laps without losing like 6 seconds per lap. I think they did a really good job as well. Also, yeah, my teammates, they were already on it today. They've done like some crazy moves or any mistakes from what I know. So I'm pretty happy with that. To be fair, it was fun to help them out a little.
Obviously, a very long race for you, but the team obviously hitting its marks as it has most of the season there. Obviously, Ryan, obviously with you, we heard from you a little bit throughout the race. It was just doing everything you could there for your team to finish it off and close off the biggest race with a record distance. I should point at that. 409 laps completed here in Le Mans. What was that feeling for you, being able to bring home that race win? Because there's so much that could have gone wrong in this race. Everything you needed to do, your team did do this weekend. What is your feeling, obviously, with your team and obviously everyone that was put together to really kind of make sure this squad was successful?
Well, I mean, overall, we're happy that we've won, but it's a bit of a bittersweet. What's the word? The term. We're disappointed that we couldn't get the championship in the end by 2 points. To be fair, going into this race, we were hoping for some miracle to happen with Reuter, whether it was down in position on track or having a disconnect, and we had hopes with Jan having his pedal issues, brake issues during the race, but when we saw GSR, Germiston Racing, crash, we kind of knew at that point.
Yeah, it was all over.
So we just cruised back, really, cruised home, ready, knowing that we weren't going to take the championship unless an almighty miracle happened. For me personally, the race, as the boys know, I've been not well for the last couple of days. So going into this, I wasn't 100%. But I've got to give props to the boys for tweaking the stints so I could get some rest, and it worked out nicely. And it was nice to bring the car home and get the victory. It's my first 24-hour win on iRacing, and I've been doing it since 2012. So it's kind of nice to finally get a win, especially at the Mon. So I'm very happy, and I'm sure Jeremiah will have some more words.
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, because with being in an Australian time zone, I'm usually taking the car through the night, so these guys can actually get some sleep at the normal time of day. And I mean, we had 5 drivers, so it actually everyone can be less fatigued, get more sleep. Really helped in being able to keep the pace up the entire race. So it's unfortunate we didn't win the championship, but it's all we could do, really.
Obviously, the entire team did a fantastic job going into this race. Obviously, had a little bit of work to do, didn't have a lot of luck in a couple of races, but the ones that the team had a lot of luck in, they won. So obviously next season, this car has been runner-up twice. It was runner-up to the 55 last season, runner-up to the 76 this season. Obviously, it's a bit of, let's see what the calendar looks like. Let's see what the season 6 looks like when everything kicks up in June. Is there motivation to come back and sort of actually finish that chapter and grab a championship in the GTP class? Obviously, we got to see the 253 grow as the season went on in the GT3 category and finish on the podium there. But obviously, is that championship the last thing this team really needs to establish itself as one of the greatest teams in PEC competition at the moment?
In famous words of people, never say never. We'll see what comes of the calendar and obviously availability of drivers. But it's been an honour to do this season with four cars this year, or more specifically 3 GTPs. And shout out to all the drivers in GTP. Obviously 3 different cars compared to obviously sticking with 1. So 51 and 52. Great jobs from them, and also big props to the 253 for coming home in 3rd in the podium and just missed out on a top 5 by, I think it was a point in the end. So they are a bit disappointed, but they've also done a stellar job this season, and for sure, if we do come back for another season, we'll obviously be definitely going for the title, and not just in GTP but also in GT3 as well. But never say never.
So all three of you did a fantastic job. 3 wins on the season, including the 24 hours here in Europe at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Before we let you go and obviously let everyone rest here collectively, if there's anyone we want to shout out or say thank you to, we'll start with Ryan and we'll work through with Jeremiah and Leslie. If there's anyone to shout out and say thank you to, the floor is yours. Congratulations on the win tonight, a well-fought and well-earned win here in the 24 hours.
So first and foremost, to Wesley for joining for the last 2 rounds of the season. So big shout out to Movano for loaning him out to us for this one. We've mentioned earlier we had some issues with availability of drivers, so big thanks to Movano for letting us hire Wesley again, have him back as a one-off appearance, which turned out to be 2 appearances for this event.
Which may turn out to more.
Maybe. Also to the other cars as well, 51, 52, 253, and all the drivers who have taken part for us in the season. To PEC for a good championship, good season, coming down to the last race as well, which is nice. And to yourselves as well, the broadcast, for great comms throughout the season, especially this round. Very insightful, very informative, and very enjoyable whilst I was bedbound, not 100%. So you kept me going, kept me having a smile on my face, and massive thank you to you for taking your time out to broadcast this league. So thank you.
It's a lot of fun this season watching the ups and downs as the season progressed from Daytona all the way through to Le Mans. Jeremiah, is there anyone you want to say shout out and say thank you to?
Yeah, to everyone who drove the 50 car, so obviously us 3, Wesley, Ryan, myself, and then AJ and Erwin, who are not here, and then in earlier rounds, Jakub drove a lot of rounds, and then Felix as well. I mean, all incredible guys. We worked really hard all season, and then also thanks to all the team managers who made it possible, helped us, get our team together, pay for the entry fee, all of this stuff, run practice sessions, and yeah, Gilles, that includes you, so thanks.
And Wesley, obviously, being able to jump back in and take part in the last 2 races, obviously being a part of the winning squad here for the 24 hours. Anyone you want to shout out as well?
Yeah, well, shout out to the guys from PV. Like, they've been doing a good job. They just started, I think, at the beginning of the PEC season. New team, new people. Yeah, I mean, they're doing a good job. They're getting new drivers in. They're getting more experience and getting better results. Yeah, I think they just did a really good job, and I think they will. They will get some good results in the future as well. Yeah, big thanks to Jeremiah and to Ryan, to AJ, and to Erwin. They've been all really clean the whole race, and pretty happy with it.
Well, all 3 of you, I know you're going to have a lot of time to rest up this weekend before taking on the next challenge. Congratulations on the race win here in Le Mans, and hopefully we get to see more fighting from Project Valorous in Season 6.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right. We got a chance to talk to them. Let's see if we can talk to our champions here momentarily. In GTP, Project Valorous, they're finishing the winners in GTP for the 24 hours, but 2nd place in the points here. Rider Engineering Esports did a fantastic job to win the championship, finishing 3rd here in Le Mans. And we'll talk about the points here in just a moment. But we'll first see if we can talk to Jan Korbs, Josh Tucker, and Jonas Webster. Jonas Weber. I read that completely wrong. But we're going to see who all we can talk to here, pull this team in. Rider Engineering champions for the first time after being denied in Season 3. And after a rough Season 4, Season 5 comes up, all Rider Engineering in the GTP class. Jonas, Josh, Jan, welcome. Congratulations. We'll hear obviously about the race first because it wasn't easy, But congratulations. How are you feeling now? Champions finally, after it feels like so long of waiting.
Really, really good overall. Like, huge thank you to all of my drivers, of course, for doing their job really good. I think we worked really well together as a team this season, and I think we came a long way to this. After season 3, after the bummer in the last race, we went in basically with the same situation to this race, but this time it worked out for us. So really happy with everything. We just did what we needed to do to secure the championship. And yeah.
Obviously, a very long and prolonged race here, trying to fight all your way back forward. Obviously, ended up down in 9th place, and we didn't think it was going to be that hard to get back to 9th place, or to get back to the top 3. But it took a long time to actually get there. Obviously, Jan, you were sort of the mastermind between helping get the car back to 3rd, but it almost didn't happen. A mechanical issue for you really affected your first stint. Walk us through obviously what happened there and how you were able to get it resolved so quickly to be able to get your team back in the running to go after that championship.
Just restart the wheel, I guess. Yeah, what happened, I was like joining them late in the race only because I was like differently planned yesterday, and then I had to like join in late. And yeah, I was doing the early shift to just like get the team game running because I had some sleep and I was awake, and I was like, okay, let's do some laps. And then like after 4 laps, it was like the brake suddenly faded. I had no braking power anymore when pushing the brake, and the brake started braking when going straight. So I had to pull it with my toes backwards a bit to make it stop braking on the straights. And I tried to manage my stint with it, like finishing the stint to not get any disadvantage, but at some point I nearly lost it in Indy and was hitting the wall, and it was really, really scary. It was really scary, like probably the scariest moment I ever had. Because you didn't want to push it fully, because then it suddenly goes 100% and you lock up, go into the wall, and you don't want to push too less, and then you go into the wall. So it was absolutely scary, and I don't wish that to anybody.
Yeah, but at this point also thank you to Zidor, and that he managed that quite well after already spending like 4 stints in a row in the car and then going in for a 5th stint after Jan's technical problems. So also heads off to him for managing that long. But also like, yeah, thank you to everybody. Everybody did a great job through the whole season. And yeah, but also of course congrats to Project Valorous for the win this race, and in general thank you to Project Valorous for the great season and the amazing battle over the season.
Obviously, they did a fantastic job. It was a fun battle to watch across these 24 hours as the race took on. Obviously, Josh, you were a part of the success as well, being a part of the championship-winning team. You've had your hands quite full going through the last couple of weeks. What's it feel like for you being able to check off one of the tickets off the book and getting a championship here in the GTP class, and obviously knowing that this team is knowing how much it meant to this team to finally get a championship here?
Oh, I feel a little bit better after Indy qualifying, I can tell you that much. But yeah, man, it's hard being Jan. You know, it's really hard being Jan. I didn't find out till like Friday night that hey, you know, Q is yours, and you know, with PEC rules it means I have to start the race. So I'm freaking out, you know. It's like red alert, like, you know, the nukes are coming. But no, it really means the world. Like Jonas took he put a Reddit ad up looking for road course drivers, and he put a couple words in there of like, well, if you're, you know, open wheel or, you know, whatever, still apply. And I did. I'm like, look, you know, IndyCar guy, but I kind of want to learn this endurance stuff, you know, this crazy. And he signed me, and then, you know, with Jan being there and being under his tutelage, you know, it's like I found my pace slowly but surely, but I was always kind of the safe guy that complements, you know, Jan's just like full send it mode, which, you've watched him forever, and he does, and he's amazing when he gets, into that rhythm and just goes, and it's just, almost purple lap after purple lap after purple lap. And, I was just kind of there for the whole season to, hit the fuel number and then give him, some rest and keep the car clean. And, we got really lucky to be able to accomplish that. I didn't kill a single GT3 all season, which is a personal win. So, but no, it's awesome. These guys are amazing, and definitely could have done it without him. And yeah, Hendrick and Sadar coming in the last 2 races and just absolutely crushing it the way they did just shows that that we maybe have a little bit more depth than even we could have hoped or imagined. So, kudos to everybody. And you guys doing this for 24 hours, I don't know, it might be harder than just driving a car for 8, maybe, probably.
This is way harder than, because we did 24 hours at Daytona a couple years ago. This is way harder. Way harder.
Yeah. I believe it. So, thank you, ladies, for the broadcast and everything that you do. Really, really appreciate it.
Obviously, it was a lot of fun watching this entire season roll through, not just today and not just yesterday, but the entire season. Obviously, teamwork makes the dream work, and that's what helped Rider Engineering get the championship here in Le Mans. Obviously, I think a lot of sleep's coming for a lot of drivers here on a very crazy Sunday. But before I let you all celebrate and rest and get ready for the next challenge ahead, if there's anyone to shout out and say thank you to, we'll start with Jonas, and we'll move up the list here. The floor is yours. Obviously, a huge team effort here to get the championship finally after it seemed like so long of waiting.
Jonas.
What? Oh.
Who do you want to thank, bud? Who do you want to thank?
Well, literally everybody of the whole team here. Jan for basically doing everything right. Josh did everything right. Sidor did also a great job. Hendrik did, of course, as always, also a great job. And also the whole organization. I know that as I'm also organizing here, but still a huge thank you to the rest of the organization here. And and also thank you to Project Valorous, of course, to give us a fair and clean and amazing championship battle.
Obviously, Josh, if there's anyone you want to shout out and say thank you to, obviously you said a huge shout out to Jan, but if there's anyone else you want to call out and say thank you to, the floor is yours as well.
Yeah, Magic Arrow and Project Valorous. It's really cool to see that you can have, esports level of pace, and have a championship battle after months of prep and work, come down to last 2 hours of a race, right? So huge respect for those guys. How much track that we've shared over the season and not have a collision with anybody, and to bring it down to the line, and all the guys at IAR, which is the indie side of things for me. Yes, for Orman and Seb Alexander for being my mentors, and Jan for building the sets and helping me become I guess an endurance champion. I can say that now, right? Yeah. Helping me become endurance champion, and Jonas for giving me the shot to be here. And of course, Carmen and Olivia and Taylor and everybody else in the broadcast booth. It's really, really amazing to be able to do this, and really special to be part of it. So thank everybody.
Honestly, Jan, you've seen the highs and lows here of being a part of the team and seeing everything the team's tried to do to get to this point. Is there anyone else you want to shout out to saying thank you to for the championship?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, hi mom, it's Mother's Day in Germany. Happy Mother's Day, of course. And of course, it's a team effort in the end. It's endurance racing. You can't do it alone, you have to do it in a team. So thanks to the whole team not only the people driving, but also the guys in the background, of course. And also, like, to every other driver participating in the league. It's like been very clean racing from what I've seen, and yeah, I enjoyed it. I hope everybody else did, as far as possible, of course. And yeah, I think that's it.
Well, the Rider Engineering crew, it took a while to get there, but finally champions of the world in GTP class. A phenomenal effort. P3 here in Le Mans, but champions of Season 5. I think there's a lot of celebrating and a lot of sleeping that needs to be happening before we get to the next special event coming up here, and obviously in short order across not only PEC, but across the iRacing events as a whole. Josh, Jan, Jonas, congratulations on the championship. Congratulations to Rider Engineering. Go celebrate, rest up, and hopefully we get to see you again when Season 6 begins in June.
Yeah,
Right,
of course.
thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That was the 76 team for Rider Engineering champions in GTP. World champions there for the first time after a lot of hard-fought battles to get to that point across Season 3 and Season 4. They finally get it in Season 5. We do have one more group to talk to, and that is the 334 crew, the GT3 AM champions. Lithium Motorsports finally champions in GT3 AM. See if we can get a hold of them. Andre Campagnolo, Milo Spielman, and Philip Madsen, the champions alongside that of their teammates there. Obviously a huge team effort all the way through this race. Obviously Blake Era not able to be here. We covered obviously his loss during this race. The team stepping up and making sure that they got a race win and a championship out of this weekend. Honestly, all three of you, a tiring event, but a triumphant event for the team, a championship and a race win. Walk us through the feelings right now. 24 hours completed and a race win and championship in hand.
Yeah, it was an amazing race. My heart goes out to Blake for his loss. And yeah, we managed to secure it, even though the start wasn't that great. I didn't expect any good result at the start, but you know, the teammates during the night for me, they managed to get all the way back to P2, and then when Slipper's team had an incident, we came in first. That was amazing.
Obviously a long race, the longest race in PEC history. The team, part of probably the most topsy-turvy class in the field. Obviously a huge fight all the way through. After being denied a championship last season, and with it being so heartbreaking, obviously just the lack of luck this team had. How important was that difference of being able to actually establish yourself as a contender, and actually put together the results that we knew the team was capable of? Just was being interfered with in season 4. What was it feeling like this season, finally being able to get those results and actually become champions? And then a follow-up question: now that you're champions of GTAM, what comes next?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm the only one of the AM team right now that did last season. The other guys are in pro, and yeah, last season wasn't great. We were in GTP, and I mean, honestly, of course, AM it's a lot easier than pro or GTP, but I don't know. I think it's mostly our consistency. We have finished every race, and mostly stayed out of trouble. And what's next, I'm not sure. We'll have to look at it, but we'll find something.
See a new team, some new faces, but success all around. Obviously, just incredible race all around. Just kind of to just highlight that again, winning by 2 laps over the 366, the Carbonio Sports JD GT3 AM team here today in Le Mans, with the championship on the docket here as well in GT3 AM. A phenomenal team effort. Obviously, we'll go down the list as we have with all the other teams that we've interviewed. Obviously, a lot of team efforts have a lot of people to thank. If any of you have anyone to say thank you to in particular for how this season has gone, we'll start with Milo. We'll go down to Philip, and we'll finish with Andre. If there's anyone to say thank you to, the floor is yours. Congratulations on the championship. Congratulations on the race win here in Le Mans as well. No easy feat, and this team made sure that you've really put a dominant emphasis on this race win.
Yeah, first I gotta thank Blake and also for his situation. He was great at helping in practice, and his setups are great. Then of course the rest of the team, like it was a team effort, and also the guys who aren't racing this season were helping a lot. We don't have that many people on the team, but yeah, that's about it. Oh, and my mother, because it's Mother's Day, so.
Obviously, Philip, if anyone you want to say thank you to as well, the floor is yours. Congratulations on being a part of the championship-winning team.
Yeah, thank you for you, and also the podcast. It has been excellent watching, and also giving you a bit nerve here on the last lap. That was fun. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, thank you to the whole team. It was great. Team effort and all that. Fun throughout the whole season, almost driving all the races besides Sebring. It was great fun. And then I want to say thank you to my wife for keeping my kids away from the race, so I could focus on the racing all those days up to the race and also during the race. But yeah, that's about it.
See, Andre, obviously we didn't have a chance, unfortunately, to talk to you before. A little, you took a nap there, but we get to talk to you now as champions of GT3 AM. Obviously, if there's anyone you want to shout out and say thank you to for the efforts here tonight, a fantastic job by the 334 crew, everyone involved.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you to you guys. Yeah, we couldn't talk earlier. It was almost 5 here, but yeah, thank you to you guys on the broadcast and to the guys on PEC. My heart goes to Blake in this very, very hard moment. He was always my partner because of schedule through the night, so it's very, very hard. And and also to my mom, yeah, because it's Mother's Day. Mãe, te amo, Feliz Dia das Mães. Just a Portuguese for you guys here. And yeah, it's been amazing. It was a very hard race, and yeah, I'm just happy to be here, to be a part of the team. It was my first time joining the team and doing endurance races, so it's been a great season, been a great experience, and yeah, let's go on to the next one.
I see a lot of enthusiasm, but first comes a lot of rest and celebration for the current season champions in GT3 and the Lithium Motorsports crew. We had to see them do a photo finish with the Pro Car. A fantastic result all the way through for the 334 crew champions for the first time here in season number 5. All three of you, we hope to see you again in season 6 when that kicks up June 29th. Until then, enjoy the celebrations, enjoy the bragging rights, and rest up well. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a nice day. Nice rest too.
It's very appreciated. Thank you so much. That was the 334 crew here in Le Mans, champions in GT3 AM. They did an outstanding job. Let's go over the points here in GTP. We'll go over the final standings. These are unofficial, pending final review by the PEC stewards to make sure everything did get followed to the letter. Rider Engineering, champions of the world in GTP, by 2 points over Project Valorous. Magic Arrow, the 55 crew, sitting in 3rd. Old Firm Racing Purple ends up top 4 in the championship conversation. Then you have 5th place XPD Racing GTP. You see a lot of cars finished in the championship order. 24 GTP cars took part in this conversation. Obviously, not everyone gets to just take part and be successful. So these were some of the most successful teams. As we browse and peruse throughout the order here, 24 cars took part. All of them finding some memories here. Unfortunately, the 11 car, the most unfortunate penalty at Daytona, battling for a podium until an accident in the 19th hour takes them out of contention. They end up in 24th, but they were looking to jump up as high as 14th before that incident took place. So unfortunately, a gut punch for them, but a good attempts for them here in Le Mans. In GT3 Pro, it is the 07 Racing number 201 machine that did an outstanding job here in Le Mans. They won the race in Le Mans from pole position. They won 4 of 5 races, near perfection for the team. And that turned out to be very, very helpful for the team. They won by a staggering amount over the 266 car. SimRace Sweden ends up in 3rd based on podiums. RPM Racing ends up in 4th. Obviously, the tiebreaker there being podiums. As actually, no, SimRace Sweden in 2019 had a race win. So not even podiums, but the race win for SimRace Sweden helping out there. Project Valorous Academy, 253, ends up in the top 5 ahead of Negative Delta by SimGear, who misses out by a single point in this event. Very unfortunate for them with how this race turned out. Code Esport, Enosis Esports, AZR Motorsport, and Go Esports rounding out the top 10 unofficially here in Le Mans in the GT3 Pro category. Again, a lot of cars in GT3 Pro as well. We'll just sort of cycle through all the cars that existed. We had 24 in GTP, 25 in GT3 Pro. Again, a lot of fun seeing that team, seeing all the teams battle all season long. And finally, the championship standings for the last time in GT3 AM. Lithium Motorsports dominating in the final round to make sure that they clinch the championship over the 391 Smurf Racing Team. Carbono Esports JD GT3 AM ending up top 3 there in the championship conversation. They did an outstanding job there as well. Native Delta Academy making sure they finished this race here. Not the easiest race for them, but they got the race finish done. Same with the 399 Slippers Racing Team finishing as well. They end up securing a top 5 finish in the points. Outstanding work for them as well. 11 cars in the GT3 AM category, but competitive throughout. And a lot of fun. Topsy-turvy, unpredictable is what the GT3 AM class was, and they lived up to that in full form. It has been a very, very long weekend, and our weekend's not done yet here on ABN. We have more racing to come later on this evening. Olivia is going to be on track for it, I believe. It's the Winslow Cup Series at Sonoma for some road course racing here later on Mother's Day Sunday on ABN1. Tomorrow it's the HDL Cup Series at 8 p.m. Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern, it'll be Joe Cortez, Kevin Young, and Christina Ryan in the booth for that one. Tuesday, it's the HDL Hammer Down Truck Series from Phoenix. And then Wednesday, it is the 4th running of the Arrowhead 500. Going to be a lot of fun. Wednesday, 8 p.m. is when all of that begins. 8 p.m., very important. That is when just about everything kicks off here tonight, tomorrow night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. We hope to see you all there for it. We appreciate everyone tuning in throughout the weekend for the 24 hours here of Europe for the Platinum Endurance Championship. An incredible event. I have to say a giant thank you for everyone that was a big part of this. Obviously, Olivia Hayward, Amity Polsatrix, Ryan Pinnell, Eli Sasick, Bobby Crivelli, and Kevin Young, everyone doing their part to help make this event successful across ABN1 and ABN2. We've got some sleep to get and to catch up on. We've got some food to catch up on, some meals to catch up on, and obviously some more racing tonight in about 11 hours' time. On behalf of everyone here for ABN1, ABN2, and the Platinum Endurance Championship, behalf of my co-commentators, everyone here, including Olivia Hayward, I'm Carmen Sienna. Thank you all so much for being a part of this weekend. We hope to see you again later tonight at Sonoma, but until then, stay safe, stay healthy, have some fun, and the rest of the weekend, we'll see you for some more road course races tonight. Have fun, everybody.